Ledger path. Public reversal against those who fed your troops and starved your borders for profit. You keep face by punishing them in daylight, not burying them under military secrecy. Lingshu's pen scratched 3 short notes. Tianjue studied Qin in silence. Then he looked to Suwan. He risks everyone around him because he cannot walk past suffering. Suwan met him with a healer's still gaze. Yes, that flaw can wreck armies. So can officers who call children reserve carriers, she said. Yen smirked. She talks gentle. Listen while you can. A guard captain burst through the door and knelt. Report. Convoy Yard 3 under attack. Temple-marked raiders. Tianjue spun toward the door. How many? Unknown. They struck the Gua transfer cart and grain wagons at once. Gua laughed, hoarse and ugly. You thought I was the top ledger. Qin moved first. Luo, he said. You wanted to ride now. Ride through Yard 3. Luo was already turning. My unit moves in 10 breaths. Mu grabbed 2 sealed packets from the table and tucked them into her robe. Evidence leaves with me. Tianjue barked orders at his guards, then pointed at Qin Ren. This is still my city. Qin paused at the doorway. Rain hissed on stone outside. Then defend it, he said, and ran. Chapter 57 Convoy Yard 3 was a rectangle of mud, wagons, and fire. Oil lamps had been shot down. Burning pools crawled across puddles. Horses screamed and tore at their tethers. Grain sacks split under trampling feet, pale kernels mixing with blood in the dirt. Temple raiders in gray half-masks moved through smoke with hooked blades. They did not target soldiers first. They targeted drivers and clerks. Erased the hands that know routes. Qin Ren vaulted a burning cart tongue and landed hard enough to jar his wound open. Warm blood slid under his bandage. He ignored it and drove his shoulder into a raider aiming at a wagon girl no older than 15. The impact cracked ribs under his arm. The man folded with a grunt. Down, Qin shouted. The girl dropped into mud as a hook blade passed over her head and shaved off a lock of hair. Yan Zixiao arrived from the left flank like a silver line in smoke. Her sword did not flash wide arcs. It made short, mean cuts. Wrist, knee, throat side, then move. You keep collecting daughters in every fight, she snapped. Bad habit, Qin said. Worst one. She kicked a raider into a wheel spoke and tore her blade free. Across the yard, Luo Meiyun's border riders hit at a diagonal wedge. Ice talismans burst under horse hooves, freezing mud into rough ridges that turned charging raiders into falling bodies. Push lane 2. Protect drivers. Luo shouted. No theatrics. No speeches. Just command that held. Mu stood on a crate under a tarp, hair whipping in rain, screaming names and route numbers to surviving teamsters. Wagon 17 to North Gate. 21 to Canal Lane. If you can't read, follow the blue lantern. That was her battlefield, movement and commitments under collapse. Qin felt his new Spirit Palace hall's answer pressure. Doors in his core flickered open when danger touched bonded threads. He could project support farther now. He sent a pulse to Mu. Contract lines in the yard lit in her sight, showing which wagons still carried legal seals. He sent a pulse to Luo. Frost spread cleaner over her arrays, holding longer in rain. He sent a pulse to Yen. Her blade edge sense sharpened around masked killers and smoke. Each projection tore at his chest like hooks under skin. Cost. Pay it. Then Gua's transfer card exploded. Not fire. Bell-metal blast. A hard gray shockwave that shattered windows and knocked men flat. Qin slammed into a post and tasted blood and copper. When his hearing returned, he caught only one phrase from the chaos. The sensor is gone. Gone or dead. Both were bad. If Gua escaped, he regrouped with his hidden masters. If Gua died, their top witness vanished and Tianjue could bury everything as wartime confusion. Qin scanned the blast crater. Chains lay twisted. One severed wrist still wore Gua's iron shackle. No body. Fake death prepared in advance. Temple raiders had not come to steal grain. Grain was noise. They came to extract Gua. Yen. Qin shouted. Forget the mooks. Hunt the package route. Yen slid to him, breathing hard. Which route? He closed his eyes for one heartbeat and reached through Spirit Palace threads for Mu's contract perception. Payment promises moved like faint green threads through the yard, converging at one broken fence gap where no wagon should pass. East Drainage Gate, he said. She grinned wolf-sharp. There he is. She sprinted. Qin ran after her, boots splashing through grain mash. Behind, Suwan knelt by wounded drivers, palms glowing with phoenix needles as she pulled shrapnel from flesh. East Drainage opened into a narrow alley lined with brick cisterns. Rainwater poured from spouts and made the stones slick. 2 masked raiders dragged a cloaked figure between them. Stop! Qin roared. One raider spun and threw a crescent blade. Qin twisted, Metal sliced his cheek and struck brick. Yin used the opening to close distance and cut both carriers low across the backs of their knees. They dropped. The cloaked figure rolled, hit wall, tried to rise. Yin's face looked white under rain, eyes burning with hate. You keep ruining clean systems, he hissed at Qinren. Qin grabbed his collar. Who sits above you in Widow Sky? Gua laughed blood into Qin's face. Above me? Boy, there is no above. There is doctrine. His left hand twitched toward his own throat. Suwon's voice cracked from behind. Bitter bead. Qin slammed Gua's wrist into the wall. Bone snapped, but too late. Gua bit down. Black foam bubbled at his lips. No. Qin forced fingers into Gua's mouth, trying to scrape poison bead out. Teeth closed on his knuckle. Gua swallowed. Suwon skidded in the rain and knelt, phoenix needles flashing. She drove 3 into Gua's neck and chest. His convulsions slowed, then stilled. She pulled needles free and sat back, rain running off her lashes. I can keep him breathing for moments. Not speaking. Qin cursed under his breath. He had wanted a living chain to the top. He got a corpse in doctrine. Humiliation in public. Setback in blood. Plan, not rage. He searched Gua's cloak while rain drummed harder. In the inner seam, he found a thin brass key engraved with a mirror shape and 1 line of tiny script. 3rd bell chamber. Sublevel 9. Mu arrived with 2 guards and saw the key. Vault key, she said. The one under trial grounds, everyone pretends, is a myth. Luo stepped into the alley, sword wet, face grim. Raiders retreating. We saved most wagons. She saw Gua's body. So much for testimony. Qin held up the brass key. No. We go deeper. Tianjua entered last, cloak plastered to his shoulders, expression carved from anger and calculation. He looked at Gua, at the key, at Qin. Night operation. Qin said before the prince could speak. Sublevel 9. Tianjua's jaw flexed. That's sealed by royal taboo. Your taboo just murdered your censor in your own yard, Qin said. Either we open it, or you keep feeding ghosts. Lingshu appeared at her brother's shoulder, rain sparkling on her hairpin. Brother, she said quietly, we asked for facts. Facts have stairs. Tianjua stared at the brass key for a long breath. Fine, he said, but under my authority. Mu gave him a thin smile. Authority is welcome. Delay is not. Chapter 58 Sublevel 9 lay beneath the old trial amphitheater, past 2 sealed gates, and 1 corridor lined with cracked mirrors that reflected no faces. Torchlight jittered on the glass. Every step echoed twice, as if another group walked a half-breath behind them. Tianjua brought 20 elite guards. Luo brought 8 border specialists. Mu brought ledgers and a lock kit. Yin brought impatience. Suwon brought medicine and a flat refusal to let Qin stand alone after poison and blast. At the final gate, the brass key slid in with a dry click. Qin pushed. Cold air spilled out, smelling of stone dust and old incense. The chamber beyond was circular and high-domed. At its center stood a black mirror taller than 3 men, ringed by bronze bell fragments set into the floor like broken petals. Around the wall sat shelves of tablets sealed in wax cloth. Mu's eyes sharpened. Records. Lingshu whispered. I didn't know this was real. Tianjue did not answer. He was looking at the mirror as if it might accuse him by name. Then the chamber lights ignited on their own. Not flame. Pale white spirit fire running through floor channels. A voice emerged from nowhere and everywhere. Unauthorized entry to Bell Registry. Identify Supervisory Office. Yin raised her sword. I hate talking rooms. Mu stepped toward the nearest inscription panel, brushing dust away with her sleeve. This place is a compliance vault, she said. It expects bureaucratic passwords. Qin approached the mirror. Its surface was not smooth. It moved like thick dark water under glass. His bronze mirror in his robe pouch warmed against his chest. Response between relics. He touched the black mirror with his fingertips. I shot up his arm. Images slammed into him. A hall of kneeling women in gray chanting beneath hanging bells. A boy with resonance marks dragged by chains across white stone. An imperial decree stamped with 3 seals and 1 temple knot. Line after line of names scored into tablet edges, each followed by 1 mark, purged. He jerked his hand back, breathing hard. Suwon caught his elbow. What did you see? A list, he said. Not criminals. Men like me. The chamber voice repeated, louder. Identify Supervisory Office. Tianjue strode to the inscription panel. Acting Command. Prince Regent Military Bureau. Silence. Then, rejected. Military Bureau lacks widow authority. Lingshu swore under her breath. Mu pointed at a second panel half hidden behind cracked plaster. There. Split authority format. She read aloud. Access requires paired credentials. Imperial Command and Widow Clerical Witness. Yin barked a laugh with no humor. So they built treason into architecture. Tianjue's hand drifted toward his sword. There is no widow witness here. From the rear corridor came slow footsteps. A woman in gray entered with a shaved head and a string of silent bronze bells at her waist. No mask. No hurry. Every guard in the chamber snapped into combat stance. The woman bowed just enough to mock etiquette. Abbess Silent Vow sends regards, she said. I am Archivist Hanmei, temporary clerical witness. Suwon's phoenix thread recoiled so sharply Qin nearly doubled over. Tianjue's voice turned to iron. How did you cross my seals? Hanmei smiled faintly. Your seals were drafted from our older ones. Yin moved first, sword low, intent to kill. Hanmei lifted one hand. The bells at her waist trembled without sound. 3 guards screamed and dropped, clutching their ears as blood ran from nose and eyes. Qin felt pressure hammer his spirit palace halls. Doors rattled. Suwon staggered, nails digging into her own palms. Silent bell frequency. Not heard by ear, heard by bonded lines. He forced his breath into ember-tide rhythm and opened the Suwon door inside his core wider, letting phoenix fire wrap her meridians as insulation. Won, breathe with me, he shouted. She locked on his cadence and nodded, face white. Luo slammed 2 ice arrays under the fallen guards, cooling their skulls to slow bleed. I can hold them for moments. Hanmei watched with interest. So the Resonance boy reached Spirit Palace. Fast. No wonder the old system panics. Qin stepped between her and Suwon. Who ordered the purges? Everyone who feared unpriced loyalty, Hanmei said. Temple, court, sects, different signatures, one hunger. Mo had not joined the front line. She circled behind an inscription dais, fingers racing over old script. I can open archive drawers if we maintain paired authority signal, she said. Need clerical witness alive and conscious. Yin snarled. You want to keep her breathing? I want evidence the whole kingdom cannot burn. Mu snapped. Choice again. Kill Hanmei now and survive this room with empty hands. Keep Hanmei alive and risk another bell pulse while they pull records. Qin met Yin's furious eyes. Non-lethal. I hate your favorite word, Yin said, but shifted stance. Fight erupted in tight circles. Hanmei's style was defensive and cruel. She used bell pulses to break rhythm, then needle-thin blades to target tendons. Yin answered with relentless pressure, forcing Hanmei to spend pulses early. Luo boxed the space with ice columns that narrowed angles. Mu shouted panel codes over the clash while Tianjue and Lingshu fed matching command phrases into opposite consoles. Drawer seals popped. Wax cracked. Tablets spilled. Suwon crawled to the first stack and read by shaking torchlight. Widow purge registries, she whispered. Designation, resonance carriers, and bonded women for correction transport. Correction. Qin tasted bile. Hanmei saw the tablets, and her calm cracked. She lunged past, Yin toward the stack. Qin intercepted with bare hands, taking her wrist and shoulder, driving her into the mirror base. Bronze fragments bit into both of them. She smiled through blood. Too late. Records copied to Temple Node at Moonrise. Maybe, Mu said from the consoles. Maybe not. She slammed one final seal. The black mirror flickered, then showed lines of script racing backward and unraveling. I just voided your replication contract, Mu said, breathing hard. Whoever drafted your propagation terms was lazy. Hanmei's eyes widened for one heartbeat. Then she bit through her tongue and spat blood in Qin's face. Abbess will come herself, she whispered. And she does not negotiate with men who bind women by breath. She drove a hidden shard into her own throat before anyone could stop her. Suwon lunged, phoenix needles flashing. Blood kept pumping. She looked up after 3 breaths and shook her head. Silence settled over sub-level 9, broken only by the drip of blood on stone. Tianjue stared at the dead archivist and the open tablets. Seal copies, he ordered, voice rough. Now. Lingshu picked up one tablet with both hands like a sleeping child. Brother, she said, eyes fixed on the carved names. If this becomes public, dynasties fall. Qin wiped blood from his eyes and looked at the mirror's dark surface. No, he thought. If this stays hidden, people keep falling one by one. Chapter 59. By dawn, rumors had outrun official notices. By noon, the trial council demanded an emergency final round to restore confidence in imperial governance. By dusk, everyone knew that meant one thing. Force Qin Ren and his group into public contest, then decide whether to crown them useful or crush them as dangerous. The final arena was built inside the old amphitheater's upper ring. Stone pillars rose in concentric circles. Between them hung mirror panels that threw back distorted reflections of every fighter. Rule banners snapped in evening wind. Hold 3 signal pylons for 1 incense stick. No intentional killing. Disqualification for outside interference. Tianjue sat as chief adjudicator. Lingshu sat beside him with sealed tablets from sub-level 9 under guard at her feet. Mu adjusted Qin's arm wrap. They made this a spectacle to control narrative. Then we use spectacle, Qin said. Yin rolled her neck. I vote for the part where I stab narrative in the thigh. Luo stood with her own unit in an adjacent lane, not under Qin's command. She met his gaze across the prep line. My objective remains frontier supply priority, she said. If your strategy threatens that, I break from you. Understood, Qin replied. She gave one short nod. Independent, as always. The horn sounded. Teams rushed pylons. Qin's group took center route. Mirror panels flashed with false images. Yin lunging from the wrong angle. Suwan wounded where she was not. Mu dropping ledgers she still held. Illusion disciplined from trial 1, weaponized harder. Don't trust eyes, Qin said. Trust bond cadence and foot sound. He closed half his vision and listened. Boot scrape on stone. Cloth hiss. Breath timing. A spear came from his blind side. He pivoted and caught shaft under elbow, then drove the butt back into the attacker's jaw. Cloud banner colors under neutral cloak. Ning Wanshan's proxies. Of course. At pylon 1, Yin took lead and carved a circle no one crossed. She fought with tight economy, every parry turning into position advantage. At pylon 2, Mu dropped 3 contract tags on the base and rewrote ownership claim from Academy Coalition to Open Challenge. Bureaucratic trick, battlefield use. They cannot invalidate this without admitting forged pylon registry, she shouted. At pylon 3, Suwan tried to plant capture ribbon when a masked archer on the audience scaffold drew on her from above. Outside interference. Qin saw the arrow line and moved. He could not reach physically in time. Spirit Palace. He opened Suwan's door in his core and pushed Phoenix shield outward across distance. A flare of gold-red light snapped around her shoulder as arrow struck. The shaft bounced, scorched black at the tip. Gasps rippled through the stands. Remote protection in full daylight. His chest seized as backlash hit. Blood ran from his nose onto his lip. Suwan planted the ribbon anyway and looked up toward the scaffold. Her eyes had gone cold. I am done treating cowards for free, she said. She flicked 3 phoenix needles. They hit the archer's wrist, elbow, and neck. The man dropped his bow and screamed as numbness spread. Guards dragged him down. Tianjue rose from his seat. Identify sponsor of that shooter. No one answered. Qin captured 2 pylons. Luo's unit held one with ice barricades and refused to hand it over to either Academy or Qin. Smart. She forced a triangular stalemate that prevented Tianjue from declaring a single, dependent winner. Incense burned halfway. Then Ning Wanshan walked onto the arena floor in magistrate robes, carrying a scroll tube with 9 red seals. Crowd noise spiked. Tianjue's face hardened. You were not invited to final adjudication, strategist Ning. Ning bowed deeply, voice smooth as oiled paper. Forgive my intrusion, Your Highness. I bring lawful objection from Ancestral Morality Council and Sect Coalition. All bonded women under Qin Ren are ineligible for military charter and civil inheritance under purity statutes. He turned to the crowd and raised the scroll. No matter who wins this game, law still strips their future. Boos. Cheers. Mixed fury. Humiliation attempt in broad daylight. Again, Qin did not shout back. He looked to Mu. She was already moving. Yen, buy me 30 breaths, she said. 40 if you stop lecturing. Mu sprinted to tribunal rail with 1 recovered tablet from sub-level 9 held high. Princess Lingshu, she called. Permission to submit emergency contradiction evidence under lineage fraud clause. Lingshu did not hesitate. Granted. Mu slammed the tablet onto the judge's stone. Dust burst. Carved text caught torchlight. These so-called purity statutes were amended 70 years ago, Mu said, voice carrying clear. By hidden joint office between court and Widow Sky Temple to classify bonded women as administratively compromised assets. She pointed to the carved signatures. One of these seals belongs to Ning Wanshan's predecessor as Cloud Banner legal envoy. Ning's smile faltered. Mu kept going, each word a strike. You quote law as ancestral morality. It is not ancestral. It is a wartime procurement amendment written to strip women of command rights and transfer bond value to institutional custody. The crowd roared. Tianjue took the tablet, scanned 2 lines, and looked up at Ning with open contempt. Do you contest authenticity? Ning spread his hands. A single tablet from a taboo vault can be forged. Then contested in public audit tomorrow, Lingshu said, eyes bright. Under oath. With your full archive opened. Ning's silence was answer enough. Incense burned to ash. Judge gong struck. Result board lit. Pylon control, Team Qin 2. Pylon control, Team Luo 1. Special merit. Evidence submission, Team Qin. No disqualification. not total victory. Enough. Xianxia stood and spoke into formation amplifiers. By trial authority, Qin Ren's group receives provisional frontier charter pending full audit. Bonded status is not grounds for immediate disqualification. The stands erupted again. Ning Wanshan rolled his scroll back up with precise fingers. You win today, he said quietly to Qin as he passed. Tomorrow still belongs to institutions. Qin met his eyes. Then we'll see who survives daylight. Chapter 60. They should have celebrated. Instead, they gathered in a small courtyard behind the trial halls, eating cold rice from wooden bowls while rain tapped at bamboo eaves. Suwan rewrapped Qin's chest in silence. Her fingers pressed hard when he tried to move. Stay still, she said. I'm still. You're lying by breathing too fast. Yin sat on the wall chewing dried plum and watching the gate. If this is victory, I'd like a quieter version next time. Mu sorted copied tablets into waxed envelopes by destination. No next time in this city. We move before dawn. Luo arrived without ceremony, cloak damp, a rolled military order tucked in her belt. Border convoys are moving, she said. I confirmed with my own scouts. Good, Qin said. I also received this. She tossed him the order tube. He opened it. By decree of provisional charter, Team Qin to report at first light for oath branding before military standard resonance monitor arrays. Yin spat plum pit into the ring. Branding. There's your polished leash again. Mu's mouth went tight. If he refuses, charter void. Suwan looked at Qin, unreadable. If you accept, they map every bond signature we have. Silence settled. Active decision. No delay left. Qin set the order tube down. We don't attend branding. Mu frowned. Then we lose legal cover we bled for. Not if we replace the stage before sunrise. Qin looked at each of them. We call a public tablet reading at first light in front of South Bell Gate. Lingshu moderates. Tianjua forced to appear or look afraid. We present purge records and demand independent charter terms in open hearing. Luo crossed her arms. And if army arrests us before dawn? Yin answered for him. Then we fight through palace cobbles. No, Qin said. If they arrest us quietly, we fail. So we make quiet impossible. Mu's irritation eased into focus. Noise as shield. I can work with that. She began rewriting envelope labels. Need runners in 3 markets and 2 inns. Suwan tied the final knot on Qin's bandage. I'll wake the clinic mothers. They spread news faster than soldiers. Luo hesitated. My priority is still the frontier. Then decide as commander, Qin said. Not as my ally. She studied him, then nodded once. I bring my unit to South Bell Gate for order control, not to protect your romance with chaos. Accepted, Qin said. Midnight found Qin Ren and Mu in sub-level 9 again, copying the last tablets by torchlight, while 2 trusted scribes worked with numb fingers. The black mirror stood silent. Qin's bronze mirror, cracked and warm in his hand, reflected not his face but faint thread lines leading outward like roads. Mu noticed. It never does that around ordinary artifacts. Maybe this place is not ordinary. He tucked it away. When they carried the final copy crate into the corridor, a shadow detached from the ceiling and fell between them without sound. A woman in dark cloth, half her face covered, twin short blades in reverse grip. Not temple gray. Assassin black. She moved for Mu first. Qin shoved Mu back and met the first blade with his forearm guard. Steel scraped bone. He countered with elbow and knee, driving the assassin offline. Yin appeared from the flank, sword already out. You picked the wrong tunnel, she said. The assassin did not reply. She fought with disciplined economy, targeting wrists, tendons, throat. Professional extraction style. Suwan shouted from behind. Alive if possible. The assassin's eyes flicked towards Su's voice. One heartbeat of distraction. Yin took it and disarmed one blade. The woman pivoted, kicked Yan's knee, and lunged toward the copy crate instead of escape. Qin understood too late. Her target was evidence, not kill. He threw himself over the crate as her second blade struck. Wood split. Wax tablets spilled across stone. He caught her wrist. She twisted like rope and broke free, then bit down on a capsule. No. Qin grabbed her jaw, but she had already crushed it. Poison foam touched her lips. Suwan slid in and drove needles into her neck. Breath returned, ragged but present. Not dead, Su said. For now. The assassin stared at Qin with fever-bright eyes and whispered one sentence before seizure took her. Bell Gate at dawn will ring for your funerals. Then she passed out. They bound her and hauled tablets upstairs. First light came gray and wet. South Bell Gate filled fast. Vendors, laborers, refugees, sect observers, soldiers, nobles in covered chairs. Rumor had done its work. People wanted spectacle or truth. Many wanted both. Lingshu stood on the raised platform in plain court robes, jaw set. Tianjue arrived in armor, no crown ornaments, face unreadable. Qin stepped forward with copied tablets in both hands. Before he could speak, the great bronze bell above the gate trembled. No striker touched it. No sound came. Yet every bonded thread in Qin's spirit palace convulsed at once. Suwan cried out and dropped to one knee, hands clamped over her ears. In the crowd, 3 women in widow gray tore off their cloaks and hurled bell metal spikes into the platform posts. Sigils flashed across the stones in a net. Trap. Qin moved toward Suwan, toward Lingshu, toward everyone at once. Spirit palace doors flew open in his core, and pain hit like a hammer to the spine. He projected shields across multiple threads, catching the first wave of invisible bell pressure around the women nearest him. Blood burst from both nostrils. Knees buckled. Yin cut one attacker down. Luo's ice wall rose on the east flank to block a second strike. Mu screamed for runners to preserve tablet crates as people panicked. On the far roof, a tall woman in austere gray robes watched with hands folded. Her head was shaved. Her gaze was calm as winter stone. Abbess silent vow. She did not shout. Her voice still reached Qin across the chaos, carried by the trembling bell that made no sound. Bring him to Widow's Sky Temple, she said. Let the women choose freedom from his hunger. Then she stepped backward into mist and vanished. The bell net flared once, then collapsed under Luo's ice and Yan's blade strikes. People screamed. Soldiers rushed. Rain began again. Qin knelt in blood and water, holding Suwan upright while she fought for breath. Tianjue stood over them, armor splashed red, staring at the broken platform and scattered tablets. So, the prince said hoarsely, we are at open war now. Qin looked at the roof where Silent Vow had stood, then at the crowd of women clutching rescued tablets against their chests like prayer books. No, he said, voice raw. Now we're finally at the honest part. Chapter 61. The second wave hit before the screaming stopped. At South Bell Gate, people were still shoving for exits when 6 hidden bell spikes in the crowd flared blue-white and sent another pulse through the plaza stones. Suwan's body arched in Qin Ren's arms. Blood ran from one ear in a thin line. Qin tasted iron and fear together. Mu, he shouted. Spike map. Mu Qingli was already climbing the collapsed platform beam with a tablet case tied to her back. Left quadrant has 3 anchors under fish sellers' awnings. East lane has 2 under horse troughs. Her voice cut over panic like a whip crack. Don't pull them by hand. They are chain-linked. Luo Meiyun slammed both palms to the ground and spread an ice lattice across the east lane. Frost climbed the posts and locked 2 spike arrays in place. The pulse weakened there. Yan Zixiao leapt into the fish awning, boots skidding on scales and rainwater. She sliced canvas ropes, dropped the whole awning onto one spike cluster, then drove her sword through cloth and bronze into stone. One pinned, she barked. Qin lowered Suwan against a pillar and pressed his brow to hers for one breath. Stay with me. Keep breathing. Her lashes fluttered. Go, she whispered. I hate that word when you say it. Go anyway. He ran. The nearest spike sat under a butcher's overturned table, humming through puddles. 3 women were trapped beside it, wrists tangled in a fallen card axle. Every pulse made them convulse and slam against wood. Trap and rescue in the same place. Of course. He dropped to one knee in mud and forced Spirit Palace doors open. Pain shot up his spine as he projected a thin shield around the women, blunting the next pulse. He smelled singed hair and wet blood. Move when I count, he said. We can't, one woman sobbed. My hand is stuck. He wedged his shoulder under the axle and pushed. Oldwood creaked. Bone in his side screamed. If he stayed here, the other anchors kept pulsing and more people dropped. If he left, these 3 died in front of him. No choice that did not cost. Now, he roared. 2 women crawled clear. The third stayed pinned from the elbow down. Qin grabbed her forearm, braced his feet in mud, and pulled as the next pulse struck. White pain flared across his vision. Her sleeve ripped. She came free with skin peeled raw where the axle had trapped her. Behind him, Tianjue's command horns blasted. Royal Guard. Collapse inward. Kill gray-robed targets. Soldiers finally formed lines and pushed through the mob. Lingshu stood on a cart shouting route instructions to civilians, her court robe soaked and spattered black with ash. The pulse net sputtered once more, then died as Luo froze the final anchor and Yin split it in half. Silence hit hard enough to make everyone sway. Then coughs. Crying. Orders. Stretchers. Suwan was still on her knees, palms shaking as she drew phoenix needles through her own meridians to steady the damage. Qin crouched beside her. She slapped his hand away on instinct, then grabbed his sleeve and held on. Don't tell me to rest, she said through clenched teeth. I wasn't going to. Good. She touched the blood at his nose and looked furious. You're leaking again. A line of shackled prisoners was brought in from the square edge, 2 gray-robed attackers, 1 wounded woman in dark assassin cloth, and a bell technician whose fingers were burned black to the knuckle. The dark-clothed woman lifted her chin when she saw Qin. Same eyes as the tunnel assassin from last night. Suwon followed his gaze. Alive if possible, she said again, softer now. Tianjue strode over with rain dripping from his pauldrons. I can lock this city, he said. No one leaves until I peel this temple network apart. Mu dropped from the beam and landed with a grunt. Locking city gates also traps our witnesses and tablets where your enemies can still reach them. Lingshu jumped down from the cart, breathless. She's right. Crowd panic just gave Silent Vow proof she can trigger mass fear whenever she wants. Tianjue's jaw flexed. I will not release high-value evidence beyond my walls under attack. Then we split custody, Qin said. He pointed at tablet crates wrapped in oilcloth. Half remains in palace vault under your seal. Half moves with us under public escort to frontier courts. If one set burns, the other speaks. Mu nodded. Redundancy as survival clause. Luo folded her arms. My border route is open for 6 hours before roads flood. Decide fast. Tianjue looked from Qin to the wounded civilians to the bound assassins. When he spoke, his voice was flat. You leave at dusk under military escort I trust. If you vanish, I brand you traitors. If your escort turns on us, Qin said, I survived long enough to name who signed it. Tianjue almost smiled. Fair. As medics moved through the square, Qin went to the bound, dark-clothed assassin. She had blood at the corner of her mouth and a pulse that skipped under her throat. Name, he said. She stared at him. Why? So you can put it in a speech? Yin crouched nearby, spinning a dagger by the ring. Give him a fake one, and I'll cut the lie out by joints. The woman looked at Yin, then back at Qin. By Shuin, she said. Widow Sky out her hand. Suwon stiffened at the name. Qin knelt so they were eye level. You tried to destroy purge records. Why are you still here? Bai's laugh came out like a cough. I tried to destroy temple leverage, not your proof. You don't understand what those tablets can activate if read in the wrong hall. Mu stepped in, alert. What activation? Bai's eyes flicked to the bell above South Gate. Read the full names before a consecrated bell, she said, voice thinning. And the temple can mark every surviving bonded woman in hearing range. Qin felt the world narrow. They had planned exactly that at dawn. Silent Vow had not only attacked them. She had guided them toward a ritual trap. Chapter 62 Rain turned the western road to red mud and wheel ruts. By dusk, the convoy stretched half a li. Grain wagons for Luo's garrison, 2 tablet carts under layered seals, 1 prisoner cage with gray-robed captives, and a mixed guard of border riders and Tianjue's black-armored veterans who watched each other like rival dogs. Qin rode near the center on a borrowed bay horse that kept tossing its head at the smell of blood. Suwon sat in the wagon behind him, treating civilians struck by the bell pulse. Her sleeves were rolled to the elbow, forearms dotted with soot and dried blood. Every time the wheels jolted, she bit the inside of her cheek and kept working. Bai Shuin rode in chains on the last wagon bench, back against the cage bars, expression flat. Yin walked beside that wagon with sword unsheathed and patience gone. If she twitches, I cut tendons, Yin said to no one in particular. Bai answered without looking at her. If I wanted out, I'd already be gone. Try me. Children, Mu said from the lead cart, not lifting her eyes from route slips. We are passing a cliff road with 1 guard lane. Save murder for level ground. Luo rode up to Qin's flank. Her horse's nostrils flared white in the cold drizzle. Scouts report movement in Pine Ridge ahead, she said. No banners. Temple. Could be bandits wearing prayer beads. Same difference. Qin glanced back at the tablet carts. 2 copies split. 1 burned already if the palace got compromised. If this half burned too, Silent Vow rewrote history with bells and ash. Formation change, he said. Swap tablet cart to 3rd position between grain and wounded wagons. Decoy box goes rear. Mu nodded once. Done. Tianjue's escort captain rode up, reins sliding off his helm crest. We were ordered to maintain original order. Your order came before ridge movement, Qin said. I answer the prince, not you. Luo cut in, voice icy. You answer terrain if you wish to survive it. Move your line or walk home in pieces. The captain hesitated, then jerked 2 fingers. His men shifted with obvious resentment. Night deepened. Pine scent thickened. The road narrowed between cliff wall and drop. Then a woman screamed from below. Not from the convoy. From the ravine side. Thin and desperate. Qin's horse shied toward the edge. He saw her there through rain. A girl in widow-gray novice robes hanging from a root over black water, one hand slipping. Trap. Obvious trap. His jaw clenched. If he broke line, attackers took carts. If he ignored her, she fell. Fatal flaw with teeth, every time. Don't, Mu said sharply, seeing his shoulders shift. Run. Suwon called from the wagon, voice raw. We can send rope after we secure ridge. The girl's fingers slipped again. She screamed his name. He did not remember telling her his name. That made the trap clearer. He jumped anyway. He threw himself from saddle, slid down wet scree, and slammed into a ledge 2 body lengths below road. Stones cut through his palms. He caught the girl's wrist as she dropped. Above, horns blared. Ambush. Crossbow bolts rained from pine shadows into convoy lanterns. Horses screamed. A grain wagon toppled and blocked the lane. Luo's commands cracked through chaos. Shields up. Ice screen left ridge. Yin cursed from above. He did it again. Qin hauled the novice onto the ledge. She was shivering hard, lips blue. Too light. Not enough callus on her palms for real climbing. Bait planted recently. She clung to his sleeve. Please don't leave me. From the road, Mu shouted. Run. Tablet cart breached. Cost arrived before he climbed back. He pushed the novice toward a rocky notch. Stay low. Then he scaled up with fingers and toes, using cracks slick with moss. By the time he reached the road, the rear decoy cart was burning and one real tablet cart had lost its outer seal. Gray-robed raiders were already retreating into pines carrying a wrapped bundle. Yin pointed with blood on her cheek. 3 runners west. Qin started after them. Suwon grabbed his forearm as he passed, nails digging through wet cloth. You're bleeding through both sides. Later. No. Listen. Her eyes were bright with anger and fear. You chose the ravine. We lost a crate because of that choice. If you chase half dead, we lose you too. He froze one heartbeat. She was right. That made it worse. Luo rode up, spear dark with rain and blood. I can send 4 riders after the runners, she said. You hold line and stop second strike. Qin swallowed rage and nodded. Do it. Capture if possible. Luo kicked her horse and vanished into pine dark with 4 shadows behind her. Mu dropped to her knees by the open tablet cart and tore through bundles with shaking hands. They took 1 wrapped set, she said. Not all. Which set? Registry addendum. Names and transfer routes. Her voice went flat. Enough to target women before we reach safe court. Qin looked at his blood-slicked palms and thought of the girl in widow robes huddled below the road. Rescue bought 1 life and sold a map of many. He climbed back down to fetch the novice. The notch was empty. Only one thing remained on the stone. A bell token pressed into wet moss. Chapter 63. They made camp inside an abandoned relay fort by midnight. Its outer wall leaned inward, and the gate chains had rusted to orange flakes. Rain leaked through roof beams and dripped onto cracked tiles in patient rhythms. The wounded lay on bedrolls in the old drill hall, while Suwon and 2 border medics moved lantern to lantern. The air smelled of boiled herbs, damp wool, and smoke from green wood that refused to burn clean. Qin sat on an overturned grain bucket while Mu spread remaining tablets across a map table. Her hair had come loose from its pins. Ink stained both thumbs. Inventory, she said, voice clipped. We retained main purge lists, signature tablets, and court amendment proofs. We lost route addendum and 3 witness seals. Meaning? Qin asked. Meaning silent vow now has enough route data to strike bonded women we already contacted. She met his eyes. And enough forged fragments to claim we fabricated the rest. He nodded once. Took the blow. Yin leaned against a pillar wrapping her knee in cloth. Say it plain. He jumped for bait. They got a prize. I know, Qin said. Do you? Because next time I'm tying you to the wagon axle. Suwon looked up from a patient, face pale with fatigue. Yan's laugh had no humor. What? He asked me to keep him honest. Honest sounds ugly. Luo entered from the rain, boots muddy to the calf. She pulled off 1 glove with her teeth. No capture, she said. We found blood trail and 1 dead raider. The runners split at Stone Bridge. Any sign of a novice? Qin asked. Luo tossed a small cloth bundle onto the table. Inside lay a fake novice badge, temple-made, edges too clean. No sign except this, Luo said. I told you at night audience. Your instincts are dangerous. Tonight they cost operational security. Qin did not argue. Mu tapped the table twice, drawing everyone back. We cannot undo the loss. So we forced the battlefield shift. She unrolled a route map and stabbed a finger at a marked point. Stonewatch relay. Old Signal Monastery at Fork Road. It has a public bell tower and legal witness registry. If we read our tablets there with neutral witnesses from 3 prefectures, forged fragments lose value. Yin frowned. Public bell tower. After what Bai said. From the prisoner corner, Bai Shuin laughed weakly through chains. Finally someone asks the right question. They all turned. I sat against the cage bars, one shoulder bandaged where Yin had cut her in the tunnel. Not every bell is consecrated to Widow's Sky, she said. Stonewatch's main bell was recast after fire 20 years ago. Temple lost resonance imprint there. She coughed and spat blood onto stone. If you must read names in public, that's your best haul. Mu narrowed her eyes. Why help us? I stared at the floor for a long breath. Because Silent Vow burns apprentices when they age out of usefulness. My sister taught me knife forms. She asked one question in the wrong cloister and got marked as dissonant. Her voice thinned. I carried her ashes in a grain sack. No one spoke. Qin watched her face for lie signs. He saw rage and grief layered so long they had become posture. And because, I added, glancing at Qin, if your records fail, they will hunt every bonded woman in the open. I have seen the rooms where they do the cutting. Suwon set down her needle tray with a soft clink. Cutting what? Bond channels, I said. From women who don't agree fast enough. The fire popped. Rain hammered roof tiles. Qin stood. Then we move at first light to Stonewatch, he said. Luo shook her head. My duty route peels north at dawn. I cannot drag my full unit to your legal theater. Conflict, clear and clean. Take half your riders north with grain, Qin said. Leave 6 for road control to Stonewatch. You asked me to gamble border supply on your gamble. Luo's voice was flat. No. He met her stare. Then choose your people first. I won't call you disloyal for it. She studied him, then looked at the wounded in the hall, then at the tablet stacks. 5 riders, she said. Not 6. And only to bridge crossing. Done, Mu said before Qin could push further. After the others dispersed, Suwon sat beside Qin on the bucket. Their shoulders touched. Both were damp and shaking from exhaustion. I was angry on the road, she said. You were right. That doesn't make it easier. She stared at her stained hands. When I felt your intention drop toward that ravine, my first thought was not strategy. It was, not again, not where I can't reach in time. Qin leaned forward, elbows on knees. I keep choosing immediate life over wider plan. And sometimes that is why people follow you, she said. Sometimes it's why they die. She turned to him, eyes red-rimmed. If you keep doing it, you need systems around your flaw, not apologies after. He let that settle. You're right, he said. I know. She gave a tired, bitter smile. I hate when you're calm about being wrong. By dawn, camp horns blew. As they rolled out, a rider arrived from Tianjue with sealed orders. Mu broke the wax and read aloud. By Prince command, emergency audit delayed. All purged tablets and prisoners to be returned to capital under military custody. Yin spat into mud. Convenient timing. Luo looked toward the north road, then back at Qin. Decision. Now. Qin folded the order and tucked it into his sleeve. We don't turn back, he said. Humiliation from authority answered with visible reversal. Stonewatch first. Daylight witness. Then let Tianjue argue in public why he wanted silence. Chapter 64 Stonewatch Relay Monastery perched above a river fork like a cracked tooth. Its whitewash had peeled off in strips. Moss grew between prayer tiles. The bell tower leaned a finger's width east, held up by old iron braces that groaned in wind. Perfect place for an emergency, hearing no one could quietly erase. By noon, Mu had seated 3 neutral witnesses in the old script hall, a salt guild elder, a district magistrate's clerk with ink-black nails, and a caravan matron who had lost 2 daughters to transfer draft years ago. Lingshu arrived under plain escort, soaked and breathing hard from the climb. Brother sent 3 messages, she said as soon as she saw Qin. First, demanded return. Second, offered private compromise. Third, threatened military seizure. She wiped rain from her brow. I ignored all 3 and came anyway. Yen whistled. Princess plays with knives now. Lingshu gave a tight smile. I learned from excellent company. In the courtyard below, Luo's 5 riders held the bridge while border grain wagons peeled north in a slow line. She had kept her word to the letter. Bai Shuin sat chained beside the bell tower stairs, 2 guards on her, and 1 phoenix needle in her shoulder to suppress escape meridians. She watched everything through half-lidded eyes. You're too visible, she said to Qin as he passed. Silent Vow likes visible prey. Then she can see me clearly, he replied. The reading began in late afternoon. Wind pushed cold mist through broken shutters. Each tablet Mu read made the room colder in a way that had nothing to do with weather. Names, routes, joint signatures from court, sect, and temple hands. Women in witness row pressed fists to mouths or stared at the floor as familiar family names surfaced in transfer columns. When Suwon read the line listing corrective severance procedures, her voice shook once and then steadied. The caravan matron stood without permission and slapped the table hard enough to crack a cup. My girls were not drafted, she said, teeth bared. They were sold. The clerk kept writing with shaking fingers. Outside, a signal horn blew from bridge watch. One long note. Too short. Hostile approach. Luo's shout followed. North ridge movement. Form lines. Qin ran for the courtyard. Temple fighters poured down the ridge in gray waves, shields of bell metal strapped to forearms. They did not charge the hall first. They charged the bell tower. Bai laughed once, bitter. Told you. Yin met the first wave at stair foot. Steel rang against bell metal with a screech that hurt teeth. She fought backward up 2 steps, then 3, forcing enemies into narrow choke. Luo planted array nails across the courtyard flagstones. Frost spread in jagged branches, turning wet stone into a slick trap. First-rank attackers slipped. Border riders speared them before they rose. Qin moved to the bell tower base where 2 temple adepts were already driving tuning spikes into the support braces. If they tuned this bell as consecrated node during witness reading, every bonded thread in range got marked. He crashed into the first adept's shoulder first, drove him into brace iron, and felt cartilage pop. The second swung a bell hammer at Qin's skull. Qin raised forearm. The impact numbed his hand to the elbow. He borrowed Yan's edge intent for one breath and chopped low. Adept knee bent wrong. Man screamed and fell. From the tower stairs, a young woman in widow gray stumbled out with wrists bound by prayer cord. Hostage. Her lips split, eyes wild. She looked no older than 18. Help me. Qin's chest tightened. Trap inside trap. He looked from her to the tuning spikes. If he cut cords now, tower tune completed. If he stopped tune first, she might be thrown from stairs. He moved toward her. Yin swore loud enough to carry over steel. Run? Not now. He cut the prayer cord. The woman sagged into him, then drove a hidden spike toward his throat. Bai screamed from the chains, voice cracking. Down. Qin jerked sideways. Spike tore his neck skin and stuck in tower post. The woman twisted to run. Bai kicked both guards in the shins, grabbed one dropped dagger despite chains, and threw. Blade hit the false hostage in the calf. She fell down the stairs. Idiot, Bai hissed at Qin. Even by your standards. While he had moved for the hostage, one tuning spike seated fully. The bell gave a low vibration felt in bone. In the script hall, 2 witnesses cried out and dropped, clutching their chests as latent bond marks on old scars flared. Cost in immediate flesh. Su-Wan shouted from the doorway. Pulse building. Qin slammed his palms onto the half-set tuning braces and poured spirit palace force through them, trying to jam resonance pathways. Metal burned his skin. The bell's vibration fought back through his arms like a grinding saw. He could hold one channel. Not all 3. Ling Shu appeared beside him, robe torn, carrying a heavy iron wedge from the tool rack. Where? She yelled. Second brace seam. She drove the wedge with both hands and one wild swing from a fallen hammer. Iron split. The bell's vibration staggered. Luo hit the third spike with an ice lance from across the courtyard. It shattered in sparks. The pulse died. Temple fighters at the ridge line pulled back in disciplined retreat, carrying their wounded. At the top of the slope, a gray banner rose for one breath and vanished. No full commitment. Probe attack. Qin turned to thank Bai and froze. One retreating temple archer had not pulled back. She stood on the monastery wall with a black-shafted arrow aimed at Bai's chained chest. Bai saw it and went still. She did not beg. Qin moved before thought finished. Chapter 65. The arrow flew like a line of ink through rain. Qin ran hit by Shuin and drove her off the bench. The arrow meant for her chest punched through his shoulder and pinned his sleeve to a wooden post. Pain burst bright and hot. His fingers lost grip on the world for a breath. Bai cursed and rolled, chains clanging over stone. The archer already knocked a second arrow tipped with bell metal. Yin leapt from tower stairs and cut the bow in half mid-draw. The archer threw the broken limb in her face and vaulted off the wall into river mist. Coward, Yin spat, but did not chase. Good. Holding ground mattered more. Qin ripped the arrow free with a wet sound. Blood ran down his arm and dripped from his fingertips onto Bai's bound wrists. Bai stared at the blood, then at him, expression shifting from contempt to something more dangerous. You had one job, she said hoarsely. Do not die for me. Bad at that job, he said. Before anyone could reset formation, the bell tower shuddered. The half-ruined braces, cracked by tuning spikes and Qin's force, gave way with a groan like an old animal. The upper bell assembly tore loose. 6,000 gene of bronze and beam began to fall, directly toward the script hall where witnesses and wounded civilians still crowded under broken shutters. Luo shouted, "Clear the hall." Too late for full evacuation. Mu was inside with tablet crates and 2 witnesses who could barely walk. She saw the falling shadow, shoved one witness under a table, then tried to drag the second. The second woman stumbled and went down. Qin saw her face. Caravan matron. the one who had slapped the table and named her daughters. Trap or no trap, he was already running. Run no. Suwon screamed. He sprinted through mud, shoulder wound spraying heat down his side. Spirit Palace doors slammed open in his core from instinct more than control. Every bonded thread rang with pressure. If he projected full shield again after Bellgate, meridians might tear. If he didn't, roof crushed women and records together. He leapt through the script hall doorway as the bell frame crashed. Wood beams exploded into splinters. Bronze edge smashed stone where his head had been a blink earlier. He caught the fallen matron around the waist and shoved her toward the table pit Mu had made. Down! Mu threw herself over tablet crates and braced. Sheen raised both arms and released everything he could hold from Spirit Palace. Not one shield. Many thin shields, spread by bond door geometry. A net of Phoenix heat over civilians' nearest impact. A line of sword edge force to deflect beam shards. A contract web tension brace around the surviving roof posts. Power split wide instead of stacked deep. The world changed shape. He no longer felt like one body pushing one wall. He felt like a hall of doors, each opening to a different answer, each answer costing blood. The falling bell hit the shield net and slowed by a breath. Enough for Luo's ice lances to catch the outer rim. Enough for Yin to sever the last hanging beam before it scythed through the witness row. Enough for Suwon to drag two wounded clear by their collars. Then Chin's knees buckled. The shield net collapsed into sparks, and he hit the floor hard, cheek against wet stone, taste of dust and blood in his mouth. The bell settled with a final grinding thud, half crushed into the hall. Survivors coughed under table shadows. No one in the center pit died. Outside, temple raiders blew retreat whistles and vanished down ridge paths. Rain filled the silence. Suwon dropped beside Chin and ripped open his tunic at the shoulder wound. "You're tearing channels faster than I can knit them," she said, voice shaking. "I need clean heat and stillness." "Not yet," he rasped. Because Bai was on her knees nearby, chains tangled, staring at a temple fighter crawling from rubble with a knife. The fighter lunged at Bai's throat. Chin tried to rise and failed. Bai caught the attacker's wrist with both bound hands. The knife edge kissed her skin. Blood beaded. She was losing the angle. Chains pulled her balance wrong. Chin reached without standing. Spirit Palace opened one narrow door toward Bai's position, not as force projection this time, but as shared heartbeat and breath line. He felt the fast staccato of her pulse, the old terror under her anger, the choice point where she could let go and die or lean in and live. "Bai," he said, voice raw. "Take it." Her eyes snapped to his. She understood what it was. Not ownership. Survival pulse. She could reject and keep dying alone. She could accept and carry his mark forever. The knife bit deeper. "Damn you," she whispered. Then she exhaled on his rhythm. "Fine." The world flashed black-violet. A shadow thread shot from her chest to his dantian and lashed with a crack like silk tearing under tension. Chin's Spirit Palace gained a new door. Cold, narrow, precise. Shadow silk martial spirit. Bai moved. Not faster by muscle. Smarter by angle. She slackened one chain to bait pressure, rolled her wrist under the attacker's thumb joint, and used the new resonance pulse to mute her own presence for a half-breath. Knife passed where her throat had been. She drove her forehead into the man's nose, took his weapon, and cut his wrist tendons in one efficient draw. He screamed and fell away. Bond formed. Cost arrived at once. Chin convulsed as four active high-grade resonances slammed together in his injured channels. Blood burst from his shoulder wound and nose again. His back arched off the floor. Suwon pinned him with both hands and shoved Phoenix heat into his chest. "Do not leave," she hissed. "I am done burying men who refuse simple instructions." Bai crawled to his side in chains, face white. "I did not ask for this," she said. Chin forced air into his lungs. Neither did the others. Yin limped over and looked between them, then barked one harsh laugh. "Great. We rescued an assassin and made it permanent." Mu emerged from under a table carrying two intact tablet bundles and one cracked witness ledger. "Permanent is less urgent than immediate." She pointed at the doorway where ridge mist thickened. Temple retreat was too orderly. They got what they came for, or they set next stage already. Lingshu entered, bleeding from a cut above her brow, and handed Mu a sealed tube taken from a dead raider. Mu cracked it and read. Her face hardened. "It's a proclamation," she said. "Widow Sky Temple invites all bonded women to sanctuary and vows to sever coercive male resonance by sacred intervention." Bai closed her eyes. Intervention means surgery tables. Luo planted her spear, but on stone. "Then we stop them before they build those tables in my provinces." From the broken bell rim, water dripped in steady beats. Chin sat up with Suwon's help, every joint trembling. He looked at Bai, at the new shadow thread flickering in his inner halls, at the women around him who were bleeding, angry, alive, and very far from safe. His flaw had dragged them into another war. Again, this time he did not pretend otherwise. "We choose this fight in daylight," he said, voice low. "No more hidden halls. No more private corrections." He pushed to his feet, swaying. "Keep breathing. We settle the debt after dawn." No one smiled. But no one stepped away. Chapter 66. The bell tower burned all night. Rain hissed on broken bronze while Su-won stitched Qin Ren's shoulder by lantern light in a side room that smelled of scorched wood and camphor. He sat shirtless on a grain crate, jaw tight, as she threaded phoenix-heated silk through torn muscle. "If you move," she said, "I will stab on purpose." "Not moving. You're breathing like you're preparing to run." "Maybe because we should run." She tied off the stitch with a hard tug. "Maybe because you don't know how to sit while other people carry weight." "Fair." In the courtyard, Mu and Lingshu argued over sealing protocols. Their voices rose and fell through rain. "Dual custody," Mu said. "3 keys, not 2, Lingshu shot back. "If one of us dies, the tablets can't die with us." Luo stood by the gate with wet hair plastered to her temples, sorting riders into rotating watch pairs. She did not ask anyone for permission. Bai Shuin sat under the eaves with her wrists newly unchained but ringed by black bruises. She stared at her palms as if they belonged to someone else. Qin felt her through the new bond door, sharp-edged guilt, old fear, and a discipline so rigid it had become pain. He did not pry. After bandaging his shoulder, Su-won washed blood from her hands in a wooden basin. The water turned pink, then red. "You said daylight," she murmured. "But temple fights like fog." "Then we drag fog into markets," he said. She looked up. "Plan." Qin nodded toward the hall where witnesses slept. "Public testimony train. We move town to town with tablets and survivors. Every hearing multiplies target count. Temple can kill one hall, not every hall at once." Su-won exhaled slowly. "And they will strike where we are weakest." "They always do." Mu entered carrying a wax-sealed packet and 2 cracked tablets wrapped in oilcloth. "Urgent," she said. Bai identified one code phrase in the proclamation. "Sacred intervention at Moonwell House." Lingshu stepped in behind her, face drawn. Moonwell is a retired convent near the river split. Officially abandoned. Unofficially a transit node. She hesitated. "For women transferred under temple custody." Bai appeared in the doorway, voice flat. "Not transit. Sorting." All eyes turned. She kept staring at the floor as she spoke. "Women judged salvageable are offered vows. Women judged dissonant are sent below stairs." Her throat moved once. "I worked those stairs." Yin leaned against the frame, arms crossed. "How many guards?" "Depends on schedule. If today's raid failed, they accelerate extraction by nightfall." Qin stood, ignoring the pull in his shoulder. "Then we move now." Luo frowned. "My grain route peels north at dawn. If I divert full unit, border camps go hungry. Conflict again, unavoidable." Qin thought in chains. If Luo stayed, frontier losses rose, and she broke her duty. If she left, Moonwell raid ran thin. He looked at her. "Take grain north. Leave me your fastest scout pair and 1 array team." Luo studied him for a long breath. "You are asking for the smallest knife in a butcher room." "It's the knife we have." She gave one curt nod. "Done." Lingshu stepped forward. "I come with you. If Moonwell is temple ground under imperial shadow, my title opens doors before blades do." Tianju's sister. "High risk." Mu said what everyone thought. "If you get captured, this becomes succession war." Lingshu's smile was thin. "My brother already lives in succession war. At least let this one buy something." Bai finally raised her eyes to Qin. "Moonwell has a bell seller. If Silent Vow's inner hand is there, they can trigger silent pulse through stone channels." She swallowed. "I can guide side entry." Yin clicked her tongue. "And run at first shadow?" Bai met Yan's stare without flinching. "Then kill me after we get your women out." Qin nodded once. "We move in 1 hour." As they filed out, Su-won caught his wrist. "Promise one thing," she said. "What?" "When the trap appears, look at me before you jump. Not after." He held her gaze. "I can do that." She squeezed once and let go. "Good. I can work with one impossible habit at a time." Chapter 67. Moonwell House sat above the river like a painted prayer left in rain too long. Its white walls had peeled gray. Wind bells hung from the eaves, motionless despite the storm. Lanterns glowed behind paper screens. Too calm. Qin's team approached from the old orchard slope, while Bai led Yin and 2 scouts through a drainage culvert at foundation level. Lingshu walked openly up the front steps under a court cloak, 2 guards behind her, voice clear enough to carry. "Princess Zhao Lingshu requests sanctuary inspection under emergency law." The gate opened at once. A middle-aged nun in plain gray bowed. Your Highness is welcome. No surprise in her eyes. They expected this. Lingshu stepped inside. Qin and Mu followed half a pace back, legal escorts on paper, blades on soul. The main hall smelled of sandalwood and boiled rice. 40 women sat in neat rows with travel bundles by their knees. Some wore widow-gray novice cloth. Some wore market shawls. Some were women Qin had seen at Bell Gate clutching tablet copies. At the far end, under a blackwood statue of a veiled goddess, Abbess Silent Vow waited. She was taller than Qin remembered from the rooftop glimpse. Her scalp was shaved clean. Her robe was plain. Her eyes were clear and old. No ornament. No pretense. Qin run, she said, as if greeting a guest expected for tea. His spine tightened. You invited bonded women to sanctuary, he said. We came to verify what sanctuary means. Silent Vow folded her hands inside her sleeves. It means choice without your pulse in their blood. She looked at Su Wan, at Mu, at Bai lingering near the side pillar. Some choices require distance from the man who defines every emergency. Su Wan took one step forward. You call surgery tables choice. The abbess did not blink. I call dependency dressed as love a cage. The hall went still enough that Qin could hear rain ticking off eaves. Silent Vow continued, voice even. I have buried 3 generations of women whose lives became orbit around a single resonant male. Men died first. Women followed in pieces. You call that bond. I call that engineered widowhood. Qin felt the words hit women in the hall differently. Some flinched. Some nodded. Some stared at the floor. Truth and manipulation braided together. Then let them choose in open hearing, Qin said. No hidden cellars. No silent bell arrays. Silent Vow's gaze sharpened. Open hearing under your presence is not open. Your very nearness alters pulse confidence. She looked to the seated women. Daughters, stand if you want temple escort tonight. Sit if you want to remain with this man and his wars. Half the hall stood. Su Wan inhaled sharply. Mu's fingers tightened around her ledger until knuckles whitened. Qin forced himself not to step forward. Do not speak for them. Do not turn this into another rescue by force. One young woman in standing row met his eyes and whispered, I am tired of running. Another said, voice shaking, at least here I know the rules. Bai's jaw clenched hard enough to show tendon lines. Then a third woman rose from the seated row and pointed at the abbess. Rules? You took my sister below stairs at Hollow Court, and she never came back. Murmurs rippled. Silent Vow did not raise her voice. Names are often lost in wartime transfers. Liar, the woman screamed. 2 nuns moved to restrain her. Qin stepped in. Hands off, he said. The nuns froze, then glanced to Silent Vow. The abbess nodded once. They released the woman. You may speak, Silent Vow said. The woman trembled all over. Her name was Lan Ru. You said severance would free her from coercion. We heard her scream in the cellar for a whole night. Many seated women went pale. The standing row shifted. Silent Vow's expression did not change, but Qin saw tiny muscle tension at the corner of her jaw. Complications occur, the abbess said. Freedom from parasitic linkage has risk. Su Wan stepped beside the witness woman and put a hand on her shoulder. Complication is a fever after surgery, Su said softly. Not a body that never comes back upstairs. The hall tipped. 3 women who had stood for temple escort sat down again. Silent Vow looked at Qin then, not angry, just colder. You win rooms, she said. I fight centuries. She raised one hand. Below the floor, a low vibration began. Bell cellar. I shouted from the side corridor. She primed channels when we entered. Qin moved toward the floor seam. Silent Vow took one step back toward the rear dais. You rescue individuals and feed systems that consume thousands. I end the system. Her eyes burn now. Even if I must cut your heart out to do it. Then smoke pots burst from hidden vents. Gray vapor flooded the hall. Yin crashed through side door with sword wet and furious. Cellar nodes active. Women screamed and shoved for exits. Qin opened spirit palace doors and projected thin pulse shields over the nearest rows while Luo's array team drove ice nails into floor seams to disrupt resonance channels. Mu hauled tablet crates toward the doorway with 2 witnesses. Lingshu stood on a bench and shouted egress orders like a battlefield captain. When smoke thinned, Silent Vow was gone. So were 12 women from the standing row. And from the dais cushion, she left one folded cloth with temple script inked in black. Meet me where widows are made. Chapter 68. Munwell's cellar smelled of rust, vinegar, and old blood. Luo's array team broke the stone hatch after 2 tries. The hinges screamed. Warm damp air rolled up from below. Qin descended first with Su Wan right behind, and by 2 steps behind her, moving like someone entering a grave she already knew. Lantern light showed narrow tables with leather straps, copper drains, and racks of bell metal needles laid in precise rows. Suwon stopped so hard Qin nearly collided with her. No, she whispered. On one table sat a shallow basin of cloudy fluid and 6 severed spirit thread anchors, translucent as fish tendon. Evidence of force channel cutting. Mu came down last, face tight. We copy this. Every detail. I touched one strap buckle with trembling fingers. I fastened these, she said. I told myself it was mercy because Abyss said resonance made women weak. She laughed once, strangled. Turns out obedience can sound like prayer in your own head. Qin looked at her, then at the drains. No speeches could fix this. Only exposure and stopping the next table. From above came shouts. Riders South Road, one scout yelled. Temple convoy sighted. Luo dropped into the cellar opening, breath steaming. They took the 12 women and are moving toward Widow Pass. If they reach the pass gate, pursuit becomes mountain siege. Qin turned to Mu. Can we move witnesses now? Yes, but if we split too thin, both groups die, Mu said. Lingshu appeared at hatch lip. I can escort witnesses to River Court with my seal. Qin frowned. Too dangerous. She snapped. I did not ask permission. Supporting goal, not his plot. He exhaled and nodded. Take Yin and 2 scouts. Yin cursed. I should be on the raid team. You should keep a princess alive carrying our legal spine, Qin said. Yin glared, then jerked her chin. Fine, but if you die before I get back, I'll drag you out of the afterlife to complain. They split at the monastery gate. Qin, Suwon, Bai, Luo, and 8 riders chased south through Pine Rain, while Lingshu's convoy took East River Road with Mu and witnesses. By sunset, they saw a temple convoy dust ahead, gray cloaks moving fast between cliffs. Luo signaled halt and knelt by hoofprints. 2 decoys, she said. Heavy wagon marks split left and right. One reel carries captives. Bai crouched beside her. Left path climbs to Prayer Ridge. 2 exposed for prisoners. Right path enters Fogstep Narrows. She looked up. Narrows has overhead ledges. Ideal for pulse ambush. Qin's gut tightened. Obvious trap again. Also most likely prisoner route. Suwon saw his face and swore softly. I know that look. He looked at Luo. Can you cut both routes? Not with 9 people. Then we take Narrows, he said. Luo's stare went flat. You are choosing the trap. I am choosing where the women are. She held his gaze, then nodded once with visible anger. Formation wedge. No hero lunges. Fogstep Narrows lived up to its name. Mist hugged the ground knee-high. Cliffs rose steep and wet on both sides. Sound bounced wrong. Halfway through, they found the first captive, one of the 12 women tied to a post at path edge, gagged, eyes wild. Bait and victim both. Qin dismounted. Suwon grabbed his elbow. Look at me first. He did. Rain on her lashes. Fear and fury both there. We do this together, she said. Together, he answered. They advanced with Luo covering left cliff and by scanning mist for thread movement. As Qin cut the gag, the woman sobbed into his shoulder. They took the others to the bell arch. Please. Overhead, bell chimes sounded without wind. Ambush. Gray cloaks dropped from ledges with hooked spears. Bell metal tags exploded on impact, releasing pulse ripples through the mist. Luo's riders formed shield ring instantly. First impact slammed 2 men to knees, blood from ears. Suwon drove phoenix needles into their neck points and shouted breath count. Bai vanished into shadow line and reappeared behind one attacker, knife finding hamstring. Her style was still temple clean, now turned outward. Qin projected pulse shields and bursts to keep riders standing, each burst tearing at his chest. He saw the true target then, not him. A second team sprinting past the melee toward the rescued captive woman. She was no bait. She was retrieval objective. Why retrieve one woman during battle? Because she carried something. Qin dove and tackled her as a raider grabbed for her waist pouch. The raider drove a short blade into Qin's thigh. Hot pain shot up his leg. He elbowed the man's jaw and ripped the pouch free. Inside lay a wax strip sealed with Imperial mark. Lingshu's convoy route. Qin's blood went cold for a different reason. This Narrows fight had been diversion to steal the route from this woman and strike Lingshu's witness train. His flaw had taken the bait lane again. Cost about to land elsewhere. He grabbed Luo's shoulder. Break contact. We ride east now. Luo swore hard enough to make riders blink. We came for captives. And if Lingshu falls, every hearing dies with her. She saw it, hated it, accepted it. Retreat horn. As they pulled back under covering ice spikes and shadow cuts, one sound chased them out of the Narrows. A woman's scream from deeper in the mist, one of the 12 they had failed to reach. Qin's hands shook on the reins. He rode anyway. Chapter 69, they reached River Court too late for clean order. Smoke rose from the outer market. 2 witness wagons were overturned. One horse lay on its side, kicking weakly, harness tangled around its neck. Yin met them at the gate with blood to her elbows and murder in her eyes. "You're alive," she said to Qin. "Annoying." "Lingshu." Yin jerked her chin toward the courthouse steps. Princess Lingshu sat on the stone with a split lip and torn sleeve, pressing cloth to a cut under her ribs. She was conscious, furious, and still giving orders. "Seal the East Archive," she shouted at clerks. "If anyone burns one page, I burn them first." Mu knelt beside her with 2 opened crates. "We held most tablets," Mu said as Qin approached. "Lost 1 witness ledger. 2 civilian witnesses dead." Qin closed his eyes for 1 breath. "Cost counted in names." Lingshu looked up at him. "Temple had my route before we crossed Second Bridge. They lifted it at Narrows," Qin said. Her laugh came out bitter. "Then your rescue instinct did exactly what they wanted." He did not defend himself. "Yes," he said. The blunt agreement stopped her for a heartbeat. She wiped blood from her mouth and spat red into the gutter. "Good. Then fix it with the same honesty." Mu stood, thrusting a surviving ledger at Qin. Attacker bodies carried 1 transfer tag each. Not temple marks. Cloud banner logistics tags. Ning Wanshan is renting bell hands now. Yin kicked a fallen helmet down the steps. Legal snake and temple abbess in bed. Lovely kingdom. I moved through the courtyard examining dead raiders with methodical detachment. At the 3rd body she froze. She turned the corpse's face toward the lantern. A young woman. Shaved head. Burned scar along the jaw. Bai's breathing changed. "I trained with her," she said. No one spoke. Bai closed the woman's eyes with 2 fingers, then stood and looked at Qin. "If we keep reacting to raids, we lose by cuts. We need the command cell." She pointed east. "Widow Pass Relay Crypt. Silent Vows Field Coordinators brief there before every strike." Luo crossed her arms. "Crypt is inside Canyon Fortification. Hard assault with our current numbers is suicide." Mu lifted her chin. "Then we do not assault. We audit." She laid 3 tags and 1 stolen route strip on the courthouse table. Cloud banner tags mean supply records. Supply records mean invoices. Invoices mean scheduled delivery windows. Qin saw the chain. "We enter as delivery team," he said. Yin grinned thinly. "Finally a plan I can stab through." Lingshu pushed herself to her feet with obvious pain. "You are not going without a crown seal." "You can barely stand," Suwan said. "I can sit and stamp," Lingshu snapped. She took Mu's brush and wrote a transit pass in hard, fast strokes, then pressed her signet ring into hot wax. "Emergency temple requisition, bellmetal purification salts, bloodcloth, and bind wire. Route approved to Widow Pass Crypt." She handed it to Qin. "If my brother calls this forged, he must say so publicly and explain why his sister's official seal appears in enemy supply chain." Political blade, cleanly drawn. Qin took the pass. "You'll take blame." "I took blame when I walked into Moonwell," she said. "This at least buys leverage." They moved before midnight. Disguise detail, Mu and Qin as quartermaster pair with covered faces against rain, Bai as chained porter, Yin and 2 riders as hired muscle, Luo's array team hidden under salt sacks, Suwan and medic cart with sedative herbs for plausible inspection. At Widow Pass outer gate, temple sentries checked seals by lantern. 1 sentry sniffed the cart and frowned. "Why bloodcloth this fresh?" Suwan leaned from the medic bench and gave him a tired look. "Because your last batch rotted in transit and your novice ward stinks like infected meat." "Do you want me to write that in your intake notes under your name?" The sentry blanched and waved them through. Inside, the crypt tunnel descended in spirals lined with carved widow knots. Qin felt pressure in his bond lines with each step. Silent bell channels ran through stone veins here. At Chamber 3 they found the command room. Wax maps. Route pins. Lists of women categorized by status. Recruitable, severance candidate, public asset risk. At the top of one board, Princess Zhao Lingshu, leveraged here. Rage burned cold. Mu began copying lists with frantic speed. I moved to a side altar and pulled loose a hidden drawer. Inside lay a stack of confession slips written by temple operatives before missions. She scanned one and went rigid. Silent Vow is moving all severance candidates to High Widow Ridge at dawn. "How many?" Qin asked. 47. Her voice broke on the number. Then bells rang in the corridor. Not alarm from chance. Alarm timed. A door at the far end opened and Silent Vow stepped in with 20 gray-robed guards. She looked at their disguises, at Mu's copies, at by holding confession slips. "Children," she said softly. "You keep mistaking exposure for salvation." Chapter 70. The first guard died before the abbess finished her sentence. Yan's blade took him through the throat gap as she launched over a supply crate. Blood sprayed across carved widow knots and steamed in cold air. "Talk less," Yan said. "Bleed more." The crypt command room exploded into motion. Luo's hidden array team kicked salt sacks aside, and hammered frost nails into floor seams. Ice spread in branching lines that turned one flank into a slick killing lane. Mu shoved copied maps into oilskin tubes and tied them to her waist, then flipped the command table on its side for cover. Suwon dragged Bai behind a pillar and drove 2 phoenix needles into Bai's collarbone points. For shock, she said. I am not in shock, Bai snapped. You are shaking so hard your teeth are tapping. Take the needles. Qin met silent vow at the center aisle. No speech now. Just steel and pulse. The abbess fought with a bellhammer staff, short and dense, each strike carrying resonance tremor through metal floor grates. Qin took the first blow on his forearm guard and felt numbness shoot to his shoulder. She pivoted and struck low. He barely cleared it, boot sliding on wet stone. You could have stayed a symbol, she said between strikes. Instead you became a warlord of attachment. I became visible, Qin said, breath rough. Your system hates visible wounds. He opened Spirit Palace doors in controlled bursts, feeding Yin edge clarity and Luo eye stability while keeping a thin shield on Suwon's position. For bonds active. For costs. His healed shoulder tore again under strain. Warm blood ran down his arm. Across the chamber, Bai broke from cover and moved into shadow between pillars. Her new bond thread pulsed cold. Silent Vow saw her, and her expression changed for the first time. Shuin, the abbess said, almost gentle. Come back. Bai froze half a step. Not from fear. From old command reflex carved into bone. Silent Vow pressed. I carried you out of the ash pit at 8. I taught you breath counts. I gave you purpose. Bai's knife trembled. Qin felt her thread flicker between rage and longing. Then Silent Vow's left sleeve dropped, and Qin saw it. Bell trigger ring on her finger, linked by thin wire to the wall lattice. Deadman pulse. If she lost control, she could dump full silent bell surge through crypt and fry every bonded channel in the room. He shifted stance, thinking in chains. Kill her fast. Ring may trigger in death spasm. Disarm ring. She stalls and guards swarm Mu. Need synchronized move. He sent a sharp pulse through bonds. To Yin, left cut, wrist target. To Luo, freeze wall lattice anchors. To Mu, brace overhead vent and protect documents. To Bai now. Bai moved first. She stepped out of shadow directly in front of Silent Vow, dropped both knives, and knelt. Every guard paused, startled. Mother, Bai said, voice shaking. Order me to surrender. Silent Vow blinked once. Stand and come behind me. Louder, Bai said. The abbess drew breath to command. That breath was the gap. Yan's sword flashed from left and struck Silent Vow's ring hand at the knuckles. Not a sever. A precise shock cut that broke grip without taking fingers. At the same heartbeat, Luo's ice line climbed the wall lattice and locked the trigger wire in rhyme. Qin lunged and slammed his elbow into Silent Vow's chest, driving her back from the circuit post. The ring clattered across stone. Guard line broke. Temple fighters charged in a wedge toward Mu's cover. Qin spun, opened full shield burst to block first impact, and paid with a tearing pain behind his sternum that made his vision spark. Suwon shouted, Run, stop stacking. Can't yet. One guard slipped through and brought an axe down toward Mu's head. Bai caught the axe haft with both hands, redirected it into the table edge, and drove a shadow silk thread around the guard's neck from behind, not cutting flesh, just choking blood flow until he dropped. New capability from her spirit played out in live motion. Shadow restraint that muted presence and pressure, but using it fed backlash through Qin's door. He felt her old panic flash like acid in his own throat. He staggered. Silent Vow recovered faster than expected. She kicked loose from Qin, drew a thin bell blade from her boot, and slashed at Suwon across the gap. Qin saw the angle and threw himself between them. Blade carved across his ribs. Heat. Wetness. Suwon's scream tore through the chamber. You keep paying in blood like that buys absolution, she shouted at him as she pressed her palm to the wound and flooded Phoenix heat in. Silent Vow stepped back, breathing hard, eyes on Qin with something like grief under the fury. Look at him, she said to the room. Every woman near him bleeds sooner or later. Lingshu's wax-sealed pass tube fell from Mu's belt as she moved. It rolled, split, and spilled the royal seal into view. Silent Vow saw it. So did every guard still standing. The abbess laughed once, tired and bitter. So the princess signs your theft now. Good. The court has chosen its confession. She snapped 2 fingers. Rear wall charges blew in a storm of stone dust. A hidden escape tunnel opened behind her guards. Qin tried to pursue. His injured leg buckled. Silent Vow retreated into dust with 5 elites, voice carrying back through the breach. High Widow Ridge at dawn, she called. If you want your 47, come watch them choose without your hand on the scale. Then she was gone. The remaining guards either died in place or surrendered under Yan's blade and Luo's ice pins. When the chamber finally stilled, Mu counted copies twice with shaking fingers. "We have command maps, transfer lists, and confession slips," she said. "Enough to ignite 10 provinces." Suwon kept pressure on Qin's ribs, jaw set. "And we have one man who keeps trying to trade himself for outcomes." I sat against the wall, hands bloody, eyes empty. "She called me daughter," she said softly, as if testing poison. I almost answered. Qin crouched despite pain and met her gaze. "You answered with your own move," he said. Yin wiped her sword on a dead guard's robe. "Emotional reunion later. Rigid dawn now." Luo nodded. "Agreed." Mu rolled the maps and tied them to her back. "If this is a trap, it is also a stage. She wants witnesses for choice. We bring witnesses who survived her tables." Qin stood slowly, ribs burning with every breath, blood seeping through bandage. He looked at his people, furious, fractured, still here. His flaw had dragged them to this ridge. Now choice would have to be real, not slogan. "We go," he said, "and this time nobody chooses in a locked room." Chapter 71. Dawn at High Widow Ridge came in gray bands of fog and bell chimes that had no striker. The ridge itself was a stone shelf cut into the mountain face. Prayer flags snapped in wet wind. 47 women stood behind a line of gray-robed nuns, wrists unbound but ringed by silent bell collars that pulsed faint blue with each breath. Silent Vow waited at the center dais, robe dark with rain, hands folded. Qin Ren and his group climbed the final stair under watch from archers on both flanks. No one drew first. A stage, just as Mu said. Lingshu was not here. She had stayed with River Court witnesses and the copied maps. Political spine separated from battlefield spine. Luo planted array nails along the approach path anyway, subtle and low, insurance against collapse. Mu carried 3 oilskin tubes strapped across her chest. Suwon walked with a medicine satchel heavy enough to bruise her shoulder. Yin kept her sword low and angry. I moved a half-step behind Qin, eyes fixed on the collars. Silent Vow spoke first. "You came armed to a choice ceremony." Mu answered before Qin could. "You put collars on women and call it choice." The abbess tilted her head. "Collars prevent resonance coercion during testimony." One of the collared women cried out as the ring flashed and bit into her neck with a hiss. Suwon flinched. "That is not prevention. That's pain compliance." Silent Vow's gaze moved to Suwon. Pain is often the first honest teacher. Qin stepped forward until he stood at the line between stone slabs marked with temple script. "No speeches," he said. "You promised choice. Then give them 3 doors." Silent Vow raised one brow. 3. Door 1, go with temple. Door 2, come with us. Door 3, leave both sides under neutral escort with supply guarantees and no pursuit. Qin nodded to Mu. Contracted in public. Murmurs spread through the women. Silent Vow's mouth tightened. "Neutral escort to where?" "There is no neutral world in war." "Then we build one caravan at a time," Qin said. The abbess studied him for a long breath. "You still think logistics can out-argue doctrine," she said softly. "I think hungry women with maps live longer than women on altars." A few women behind the collar line laughed weakly through tears. Silent Vow signaled to a scribe. "State your terms." Mu unrolled a prepared contract board on a flat stone and began reading clauses in crisp cadence. No forced severance. No compulsory bond transfer. Independent witness at every relocation point. Breach triggers public release of signed names and assets. Temple nuns bristled. One hissed. "Extortion." Mu looked up. "Enforcement." The choice line began. Women stepped forward one by one. Some went temple side with blank faces. Some came to Suwon and collapsed into her arms. 3 chose neutral and signed with shaking fingers. Then a young widow in gray stepped out and pointed at Qin. "If I come with you, will I become another story where your bleeding means my death?" The question hit harder than any spear. Qin held her gaze. "You don't owe me your life because I saved it. You owe yourself whatever life you choose next." She stared a long time, then walked to neutral column. Not as victory. Real choice. Rain thickened. At the 32nd woman, ridge stones trembled. Luo snapped her head toward the east cliff. Charges. Bell-laced explosives detonated under the far stair. Stone sheared off and took 2 neutral signatory women with it. They screamed as they fell toward the ravine edge where only a narrow ledge remained. Qin moved without thinking. "Run!" Suwon shouted. He was already sprinting. Trap obvious. Rescue unavoidable. He dove to the broken edge and grabbed the nearest woman's wrist while she hung over mist. The second clung to her ankle, both sliding as gravel poured away. Above, gray-robed witness nuns drew hidden blades and turned on the signatory line. Inside attack. Planned sabotage to discredit third door. Yin exploded into motion, sword ringing against short hooks. Bai vanished into shadow seams and reappeared behind a blade nun, cutting tendon knot throat. Luo's array slammed up an ice lip at the broken edge to stop more slides. Qin hauled the first woman up by brute pull. His rib wound tore open. Wet warmth flooded his bandage. The second woman slipped. He reached again, fingers brushing air, then cloth. Got her. A bolt struck the stone beside his hand and shattered. Bell dust sprayed his face. Pulse noise blasted through his bond lines and made his vision white. Suwon crashed beside him and drove phoenix needles into his neck and shoulder points. Don't black out, she hissed. Not while hanging women from a cliff. Together they dragged both women onto solid stone. By the time Qin stood, the ridge had turned into a tight, vicious melee between disguised saboteurs and both camps. Silent Vow herself stood on the dais, staff raised, shouting to her nuns. Hold line. No strikes on choosing women. Her own formation had been infiltrated. Qin saw the emblem on one dead saboteur's inner cuff, cloud banner stitch. Ning Wanshan's hand again. He shouted across the chaos, voice cracking. Your stage is compromised by the same men you call allies. Silent Vow looked at the cuff, then at Qin, fury and shame warring in her face. The fight burned out in minutes. 7 saboteurs dead. 4 captured. 3 women wounded. 1 neutral signatory dead from the fall. Rain washed blood into stone script grooves. Silence settled, broken only by sobbing and wind bells. Silent Vow lowered her staff. I did not order this, she said. She nodded once, chest heaving. I know. She looked away first. Then we have a common parasite, she said. We always did, Mu muttered. Choice resumed with shaking hands. When it ended, 14 chose temple, 19 chose Qin's protection, 14 chose neutral caravan. No side got all. That was the point. Chapter 72. They buried the woman who fell from the ridge before noon. Her name was Qi Mian. She had chosen neutral. Rain softened the grave mound as Suwon pressed a flat river stone at its head. No sect rites. No temple hymns. Just a name spoken in full so it could not be erased. Qin stood with mud to his ankles and blood crusted under his nails. His rib bandage stuck to his skin like wet paper. After burial, Mu gathered all 3 choice columns under a canvas awning stretched between prayer poles. Terms must be re-signed after sabotage, she said. Otherwise, every faction will claim coercion. A temple deacon scoffed. We do not sign merchant paper. Mu met his eyes. Then your abbess can explain in public why women vanished from your custody after refusing severance. The deacon shut his mouth. Silent Vow signed first. She pressed her thumb in cinnabar ink and stamped the contract plank with controlled pressure. I signed for temple column only, she said. No implied alliance. Accepted, Mu said. Qin signed for his side. Lingshu's proxy seal, carried by courier from River Court, sealed neutral transit guarantees. By late afternoon, 3 caravans prepared to depart in different directions. That was when Prince Zhao Tianjue arrived. He rode hard with 30 cavalry and stopped in a spray of mud at the ridge base. His face was carved from anger. He climbed the stairs without greeting and stopped in front of Qin. My sister forged emergency seals and moved state evidence without command approval, he said. You will return all copies and submit to military review. Qin wiped rain from his eyes. Your sister prevented your laws from being buried alive. Tianjue's gaze flicked to Silent Vow, then to the signed contract planks. You negotiated with Temple on imperial ground without warrant. Silent Vow answered before Qin. Imperial ground has been murdering women in private for decades. Your warrant arrived late. Tianjue's nostrils flared. He hated her. He also knew she wasn't wrong. Luo stepped between them, voice flat. If you split command here, armed civilians die before sunset. Choose one enemy at a time, Prince. He turned on her. You overstep. I report from the frontier, she said. Overstep is my job description. Tension held like a drawn bow. Then a rider from the lower road stumbled up the stair, horse lathered and eyes wild. Report, he gasped. River Court Archive attacked again. Princess Lingshu missing. The world narrowed to one hard point. Tianjue grabbed the rider by the collar. Missing means what? Witnesses say gray-cloaked medics evacuated her after smoke bombs. The rider swallowed. No body. No trail. Kidnapped under rescue disguise. Qin's mind snapped through chains. Who benefits? Temple gets leverage over Prince and Qin together. Ning gets legal chaos and missing witness spine. Could be joint op, could be frame. Tianjue let go of the rider and looked at Qin with naked accusation. Did you know? Qin held his gaze. If I had, I would already be moving. He was moving anyway. We split teams, he said to Mu and Luo. Mu secures contracts and departs with neutral column. Luo escorts temple column to first checkpoint under armed witness. Luo frowned. You want me guarding women who chose temple? Yes, because if they vanish now, every choice becomes lie. She nodded once, slow. Understood. Qin turned to Tianjue. You and I track your sister. Together or separately? Tianjue's jaw worked. Together. But if this is your trap, then kill me after she is breathing, Qin said. Suwan stepped in, fury sharp in every syllable. He is barely standing. He does not chase with an open rib. Then patch me on horseback, Qin said. She glared at him long enough to burn. I hate you when you're right for the wrong reasons, she muttered, and started packing bandages. I watched the exchange with unreadable eyes. When Qin mounted, she grabbed his stirrup. The medics who took Ling Shu, she said. If they used temple triage phrase, they'd say quiet breath transfer. How do you know? Because I used that phrase when I kidnapped women for surgery. Her mouth twisted. Let's call this a career correction. Chapter 73. They tracked the fake medics by blood drops no healer would leave. Real medics wiped hands clean before moving stretchers. These had hurried and bled through one side of the litter cloth. The trail cut north into a pine gulch where old avalanche fences leaned rotten against the slope. By dusk, they reached a way station shrine carved into cliff face. The signboard read, Quiet Breath Retreat. Too neat. Tianjue's cavalry wanted to charge the gate. Qin shook his head. If Ling Shu is inside with bell collars, a frontal strike triggers dead man pulse. You assume collars, Tianjue snapped. I spoke from the shadow near the wall. I don't assume. I smell bell oil. Silence. Tianjue looked at her with pure distrust. And we trust a former temple cutter now. I met his gaze. Trust is expensive. Use me because I'm useful. Hate me later. Qin laid out the plan over a mud sketch drawn with spear tip. Team 1. Bai and Yin through roof vents to control collar array room. Team 2. Su and I enter as emergency medic escort with captured supply cart. Team 3. Prince's riders hold perimeter and block exits. Tianjue frowned. Why do you lead the deception team? Because if it fails, they focus on me. Exactly what I dislike, Su once said. He met her eyes. I know. She tied his bandage tighter anyway. The approach worked for 12 steps. Then a novice at the inner gate looked up too fast and saw Qin's scar through the medic hood. Resonance man, she screamed. Alarms hit. No time for subtlety. Qin kicked the gate bar free and charged into the atrium, where 7 collared women knelt in a circle around a bound figure on a chair. Princess Lingshu. Her mouth was bruised, but her eyes were clear and furious. A gray-robed ritualist held a bell chisel to her throat. One more step and her artery opens, he said. Qin stopped. The women in collars were shaking. Not initiates. Hostage anchors. If he lunged, ritualist cut Lingshu and collars might surge. If he stalled, rooftop team might reach array controls. Need time. You want exchange? Qin said. I want confession, ritualist replied. State before witnesses that bonded women cannot choose freely near you. Lingshu spat blood onto his sleeve. State this instead. Your doctrine reeks of cowardice. Ritualist slapped her hard. Qin's hands clenched. From above, one muffled clang. Yin, or by engaging. You need me alive for confession, Qin said. Cut her, and you downgrade your own leverage. The man sneered. Leverage is plentiful. Princes are not rare this season. Wrong answer for a pure temple loyalist. Too cynical. Contract mindset. Ning's paid hand. Qin shifted half a step, intentionally revealing the copied contract tube at his belt. Then maybe you'd rather trade names, he said. I have lists linking cloud banner payments to your operations. The ritualist's pupils tightened. There. Paid man, not zealot. From ceiling vents came a shrill whistle. Bai's signal. Array room secured. Qin moved. He snapped Spirit Palace doors wide and sent a pulse to Bai's shadow thread. In the same heartbeat, the hall lanterns dimmed as she pulled presence light from the ritualist's angle. Yin dropped from rafters and cut the chisel hand clean at the wrist. Ritualist screamed. Qin crossed the space and slammed him into the altar. Suwan rushed the collared women, fingers flying through pressure points with phoenix needles to dampen panic surges. Eyes on me, she said, voice low and steady. Inhale 4. Exhale 4. Stay with my count. Tianjue's riders stormed the courtyard and pinned fleeing guards. Lingshu slumped in the chair, breath ragged but alive. Qin cut her bonds. She grabbed his wrist hard. Don't get sentimental. We still have work. Good to see you're fine. I'm not fine. I'm useful. Move. As they extracted, a novice girl stumbled from a side room screaming for help. Please. They locked my sister below. Qin turned toward the stair. Suwon grabbed his sleeve. Run. We have the primary objective. The girl screamed again. Muffled pounding answered from underground. Trap possibility high. Time low. Lingshu weak. He looked at Suwon first, as promised. Her eyes filled with dread because she knew what came next. 3 breaths, he said. She cursed him and nodded. 3. Then I drag you out. They hit the cellar stairs and found 5 women in cage cells, 1 bleeding from scalp wound, 1 unconscious in bell frame. Qin broke locks while Su stabilized wounds. At breath 5, an outer horn blared. Enemy reinforcements inbound from North Trail. They hauled all 5 out under arrow fire. In the scramble at the courtyard gate, 1 cage key ring slipped from Qin's blood-slick hand and fell back through a grate. Later, they would learn 2 more cells deeper in the complex remained locked when the building burned in the crossfire. His 3-breath decision saved 5 and lost 2. He heard their pounding in his sleep that night. Chapter 74. They camped in a cedar hollow with 3 rings of watch posts. No one celebrated Lingshu's rescue. The 5 freed women lay under blankets while Suwon stitched and dosed and refused to sit. Tianjue sat beside his sister's fire and sharpened his saber in short, furious strokes that made steel hiss. Qin stood alone at the edge of camp looking at the dark line of mountains where High Widow Ridge vanished into cloud. Mud dried on his boots and cracked scales. His ribs burned every breath. Footsteps approached. Tianjue stopped at arm's length. You went below after we secured my sister, the prince said. Because a woman screamed. Qin did not deny it. Yes. Tianjue's jaw flexed. 2 cells were left behind in that delay. We found Char at dawn. Qin closed his eyes once. I know. Do you? Tianjue's voice rose, then dropped. I watched commanders lose cities by chasing 1 banner while the gate burned. He pointed at Qin's chest. Your heart is a tactical liability. Qin met his stare. Maybe. It's also why half the women we moved this week are still alive. Tianjue's laugh held no humor. And the dead half? No answer that could wash blood. Lingshu saved him by arriving between them, wrapped in a fur cloak, 1 arm in a sling. Enough, she said. You 2 can compete in self-righteousness after we survive mourning. She looked at Qin. I need your brain, not your guilt. Plan. He exhaled slowly. Humiliation, accusation, grief. Respond with structure. Qin crouched and drew routes in wet dirt. Silent Vow wants us chasing rescues while she moves course severance operation deeper. Ning wants our evidence tainted by chaos. So we split the equation. He marked 3 points. Point 1. Mu leads contract caravan to 3 prefecture courts with duplicate copies under rotating witness seal. No stopping. Point 2. Luo fortifies border relay and blocks Temple Mountain passes with civilian protection corridors. Point 3. We hit Ning's payment artery at Iron Reed Exchange tonight. If funds freeze, Temple field cells lose transport and pay mercs peel away. Tianjue frowned. Economic strike over direct pursuit. Pursuit without supply collapse means endless rescues, Qin said. I am done playing their tempo. Lingshu nodded. Finally, Suwon approached with blood on her sleeves and exhaustion in every line of her face. I'll go with Mu, she said. Qin turned. No, we need you on strike team. You need a healer, she said. Mu needs legitimacy among frightened women. Right now they trust me more than your promises. Conflict again. Her goal, not his. He wanted her near for survival and bond stability. She wanted to protect the people who chose neutral and keep them from becoming statistics. He nodded, throat tight. Then go with Mu. She touched his hand once. Don't make me regret trusting you to come back breathing. Nightfall found Qin, Yin, Bai, Luo, and a lean detachment from Tianjue slipping into Iron Reed Exchange in trader cloaks. The exchange sat on stilts over black marsh water, lanterns swinging in damp wind. Inside, brokers shouted over abacus clicks and ink brushes. Mu's copied ledgers identified 3 shell accounts funneling coin to temple raids through cloud banner proxies. Qin did not smash stalls. He went to the central gong and struck it once. The hall quieted. He climbed onto an account table and held up a payment tablet. Audit claim under emergency war law, he called. Account 96 black funds illegal severance operations and kidnapping on imperial roads. Brokers erupted in protest. Ning Wanshan stepped from a private balcony, robes immaculate despite marsh damp. And there he is, Ning said, smiling thinly. The man who mistakes noise for law. Qin looked up. I brought law with witnesses this time. Tianjue's officers stepped out and sealed exits. Luo's riders blocked the dock gangways. Yin and Bai moved through aisles cutting purse strings on marked enforcers before they could reach weapons. Ning's smile faded by degrees. You cannot freeze accounts on accusation. Mu's voice answered from the doorway as she entered with 2 magistrate clerks and Suwon at her side. Not accusation, Mu said. Cross-signed confession slips, matching transfer tags, and blood market invoices tied to your shell houses. She slapped the packet down on the gong stand. Welcome to public numbers, she said. Ning took one step back. Then he clapped once. Hidden crossbows popped from ceiling slats. Chapter 75 bolts screamed down through lantern light. Qin shoved Mu behind the gong stand and took 2 shafts in his shield bracer, one glancing off his shoulder stitch and reopening it with a hot tear. Yen flipped a table and used it as moving cover, slicing bowstrings as soon as crossbow arms lowered for reload. Luo planted an ice fan across the central aisle, turning fallen oil into frozen slick that dumped 3 rushing enforcers flat on their backs. Bai vanished under the balcony shadows, climbing support beams with her new thread silence ability. She moved without lantern flicker, without boot scrape, a ghost written in black. Above, Ning shouted, "Burn the records." A clerk in his pay threw a fire pot toward Mu's document packet. Suwon stepped into the arc and took the pot on her forearm guard. Clay shattered. Flames splashed across her sleeve. She smothered it against wet floor and hissed through clenched teeth. "You owe me a new robe," she snarled at Qin. Noted. He opened Spirit Palace doors and fed a focused pulse to Bai's shadow line. Not more strength. Better timing. She appeared behind Ning as his bodyguard turned. One knife kissed the guard's neck tendon. The other hooked Ning's collar and dragged him backward over the railing. He hit the lower table hard, breath knocked out. Qin was on him before he could roll. He pinned Ning's wrist to the floor with a spear haft and pressed the copied confession slip to the strategist's face. "Who ordered High Widow Ridge sabotage team?" Qin asked. Ning smiled through blood on his teeth. "Which one?" Qin tightened the haft until bone creaked. "Names. You still ask like there are only villains and victims." Ning's voice stayed soft. "There are ledgers, Qin Ren. Every side buys survival with someone else's daughters. Names." Ning laughed, then coughed. "Treasury Adjunct 17. Ask your prince why that account was never audited before you arrived." Tianjue's captain heard and went still. Political blast radius widening. A whistle shrilled from the dock. Reinforcements incoming from marsh boats. Mu grabbed Qin's sleeve. "We have account seals and live confession. We do not need to die in a fish market." "Agreed," Luo said. Qin hauled Ning up and shoved him toward Tianjue's officers. "Chain him with arm seals. If he bites poison, you lose your head." As they withdrew, a young broker girl darted from under a desk into the main aisle, frozen by crossfire. A stray enforcer turned and raised a short blade at her. Qin saw her and broke formation. Of course. He sprinted, tackled the girl clear, and slammed shoulder first into a support post as the enforcer's blade carved across his back. Yin cursed loud enough to shake rafters. He did it again. Luo had to wheel her line to cover him, opening a gap on the left dock where 2 marsh boats slipped free with sealed crates. Mu saw and screamed. "There go the account backups." Cost immediate. Qin shoved the broker girl towards Suwon and forced himself up, blood running down his spine. Could chase boats now and risk Ning in custody and records in hand. Could hold extraction and lose some evidence. Choose strategic loss over chaotic instinct for once. He pointed at the docks. "Mark those hull numbers. Do not chase." Luo blinked once, then barked orders. Archers marked boat sterns with blue resin flares instead of pursuit. Ning watched from chains and smiled faintly, like a man taking notes. They exfiltrated into marsh rain and reached Ridge Road before dawn. At first light, they convened in a ruined toll house. Ning sat chained to a pillar under 4 guards. Mu spread seized account books on a crate. Suwon wrapped Qin's back wound with silent efficiency that hurt worse than scolding. Luo scrubbed blood from her spear in a water trough. Yin paced like a caged wolf. I stood near the doorway, eyes on the fog. "The 2 boats we did not chase," she said quietly. "Run to Ledger Marsh Vault." Mu looked up. "You know where that is?" "I used to deliver there." I swallowed. "It stores temple and merchant black books together." Qin looked at the group. His flaw had cost them escaped crates. His restraint this time had preserved core capture and live strategist. Neither clean. Both true. "Next move," he said. "We force Ning's confession in open court while striking Ledger Marsh Vault before those crates disappear into fire." Tianjue's courier arrived then, horse foaming, and dropped to one knee. "By Prince command," he said, voice shaking. "All operations in Widow provinces are now under emergency unification. Princess Lingshu declared acting commissioner. She orders Qin Ren's team to present at Black Reed Tribunal by sunset with prisoner Ning and all recovered records." Yin snorted. "Your princess just promoted chaos to policy." Mu gave a tired smile. "Finally, someone in this kingdom learns fast." Qin flexed his blood-stiff hand and looked east where marsh fog swallowed the road to Tribunal. Then we walk into court with knives and ledgers both, he said, and see which one they fear more. Chapter 76 By sunset, Black Reed Tribunal smelled of wet reed mats, lamp oil, and fear. The hall was packed wall to wall. Magistrates, sect envoys, market guild heads, widows from High Ridge, caravan guards, and soldiers in Tianju's colors standing shoulder to shoulder with civilians who held rolled contracts like weapons. Ning Wanshan stood in iron restraints at center floor, hair still tied neatly, robe torn at one sleeve from capture. He looked like a scholar invited to lecture, not a man brought for kidnapping and murder. Princess Lingshu presided from the high bench with one arm in a sling and a seal stamped by her right hand. Qinren stood below her with bandages across ribs, shoulder, and back. Every breath tugged at 3 separate wounds. Mu Qingli arranged evidence tables in strict sequence. Confession slips, transfer maps, shell account ledgers, signed choice contracts from High Widow Ridge. Su Wan sat with the witness women in the front row, ready with medicine if anyone collapsed under testimony. Yin leaned against a pillar near Ning with her sword flat across her knees, expression promising violence for any sudden movement. Luo remained by the west doors with a detachment of border riders. Her job here was simple: no riots, no exits. Lingshu struck the bench block once. Hearing opens under Emergency Unification Authority, she said. Charges against Ning Wanshan: conspiracy to redirect famine relief, unlawful detention, violent disruption of civil choice proceedings, and collusion with unauthorized temple cells. Ning bowed with almost theatrical grace. I contest all charges and request equal scrutiny of Qin Ren's extra-legal militia. Murmurs rolled. Of course he would turn it. Humiliation as tactic. Qin waited. Ning smiled thinly. This man admits repeated violent interventions, witness tampering, and unauthorized movement of state tablets. He forms private bonds with women under duress and then claims moral authority. If I am on trial for manipulation, why is he not? The room stirred, unsure where anger should land. Lingshu glanced at Qin. Response. Qin stepped forward. Put me on record too, he said. Whispers sharpened. He kept going. I have made choices that cost people. I have broken procedures to stop ongoing harm. If the court wants to judge that, do it in daylight with names and outcomes, not slogans. He pointed at Mu's tables. Start by reading who got paid for each operation. Ning's smile flickered. Mu called the first witness, a surviving broker clerk from Iron Reed Exchange. Then a temple novice rescued at Quiet Breath. Then one of the women from High Ridge who chose neutral. One by one they spoke. Not polished speeches. Broken details. Smells. Rooms. Ropes. Payments. The severance tables had copper drains. The route tags used cloud banners stitching on inner cuff. When we refused temple column, armed men in gray without vows attacked from ridge shadows. Ning cross-examined, each with legal needles. Did you personally see me sign that order? Could smoke have obscured emblem recognition? Are you aware bond proximity can alter emotional confidence? He was good. Smooth. Relentless. Then Mu introduced the shell account ledgers. Account 96 Black, she read. Payments routed through front houses under agricultural subsidies. Recipient alias, Quiet Breath Procurement. She slid a wax token under lantern light. Verification mark matches strategist office courier ring seized at Iron Reed. Ning's expression cooled. Forgery exists, he said. Mu nodded. It does. Which is why we brought 2 independent counterfeit masters under oath. She signaled. 2 old men from opposite guilds shuffled forward and inspected the token on a glass plate. Real press depth, one said. Same hand pressure across 6 years, said the other. Ning's right thumb twitched once. Tiny sign. Kraken mask. Lingshu leaned in. Do you contest both expert findings? Ning smiled again, smaller now. I contest selective framing. Temple extremism and merchant opportunism are old diseases. Why pin this on me alone? Qin answered before bench could. Because you monetized both and called it governance. Ning turned to him, eyes bright. And you weaponize compassion and call it freedom. 2 truths in one exchange. Before either could press further, an aide sprinted in from side corridor, face white. Commissioner, she shouted to Lingshu. Ledger Marsh Vault fires. The hall exploded into noise. Mu went rigid. The escaped boats. Ning's smile returned full this time. And there, he said softly, goes your certainty. Chapter 77 They left tribunal under torchlight and hard rain. Lingshu stayed to keep the hearing legally open in absentia. If we close court, she said, he calls this military kidnapping. So Qin led a strike team east to Ledger Marsh, while tribunal clerks continued reading evidence through the night to a hall that smelled of smoke and panic. Team: Qin, Yin, Luo, Bai, Su Wan, 12 riders, and 2 fire brigades with wet cloth pumps. Ledger Marsh Vault rose from black water on stone pylons, half warehouse, half shrine. Fire punched from upper windows in orange gusts. Reed roofs hissed and spat cinders. 2 marked boats were tied at the rear dock, hull numbers still glowing blue from Luo's resin markers. Good. Not gone yet. As they approached, a woman screamed from inside. Qin didn't wait for order. He jumped from saddle and ran into smoke. Suwan swore and followed with cloth over mouth. Inside, heat hit like opening an oven door. Shelves of wrapped ledgers burned in rows. Ink turned to bubbling black tar. 2 clerks were pinned under a fallen beam, one conscious, one not. Qin lifted the beam end with both hands. Wood char bit into his palms. Pull them, he coughed. Su and a rider dragged the conscious clerk clear. The unconscious one was a young woman with singed hair and a bell-shaped burn scar on her neck. Qin hauled her out as part of the ceiling came down in sparks. Outside, Yin and Luo had split teams, one to secure boats, one to cut fire lines. Bai disappeared into rear archives through a broken shutter, moving in and out of smoke like a shadow stitch. Luo shouted over the roar. Basement hatch sealed from inside. Mu wasn't here to argue contracts. This was pure force and timing. Qin took a hammer from a fire brigadier and smashed the hatch lock. Iron bent. He dropped into the lower vault where heat was lower, but smoke thicker. Rows of steel-bound chests lined the walls. At center stood a single untouched dais with oil lamps still lit. On it, 3 intact black books, each sealed with mixed marks, cloud banner, temple knot, and an unfamiliar coin emblem stamped with a smiling face. He grabbed one book. From the far corner, bolts snapped. An enforcer hidden behind crates fired point blank. Qin twisted. Bolts sank into his side above old rib wound. He hit the floor and rolled behind a chest, breath ripping in his throat. The enforcer ran for the dais with a torch. If he burned the books, all payment chains above this node vanished. Qin could chase and maybe stop him, or pull out now with one book in live. He drove himself up anyway. Fatal habit with no cure. He lunged, caught the enforcer by belt, and slammed him into the stone lip. Torch flew and guttered in water. They wrestled in smoke and ash. The man bit at Qin's hand like a feral dog. Qin headbutted him and took the torch back. Then a second scream from above, same voice as before, higher now, panic breaking it. My child. She's still in the loft. Qin froze for half a beat. Upstairs rescue or downstairs records. He grabbed 2 black books under one arm and sprinted for stairs with the third still on dais. By the time he reached the loft beam, the child was hanging from a rope net above fireline, crying so hard she couldn't climb. Qin climbed after her and cut the net loose as flames licked the support pole. He dropped with the child in his arms. Impact tore the bolt deeper into his side. White paint flashed. They stumbled out through smoke. Suwan took the child and shoved Qin onto a wet cloth pile. You are not made of temple iron, she snapped, ripping his shirt. Stop proving it. He pointed back at the vault door, voice thin. Third book still inside. Bai emerged from side shutter coughing hard, carrying a charred iron coffer. Not anymore, she said. She kicked the coffer open. Inside lay the third black book, edges singed, and a stack of shipping warrants stamped with the smiling coin emblem. Luo leaned over one warrant and frowned. Consignee, golden abacus war supply. Yin spat into mud. New rat. Qin swallowed blood taste. No. Bigger rat. Chapter 78. They returned to Black Reed before dawn with wet boots, smoke-stung eyes, and 3 black books wrapped in soaked cloth. The tribunal hall had not slept. Clerks read depositions by relay. Witnesses dozed upright, waking when names hit familiar ears. Lingshu was still on the bench, pale but unbent. Ning stood where they left him, wrists raw in restraints, smile thinner now that Qin dropped burned books onto evidence table. Mu arrived from archive wing at the same time, hair pinned up with 2 writing brushes and pure focus in her gaze. Open all 3, she said. Under lantern light, pages dried and separated. Payment streams spilled out like veins on a skinned body. Temple cells, cloud banner proxies, relief convoy diversions. And above both, a supplier web with 1 dominant node, Golden Abacus War Supply Consortium. Seal mark, a laughing coin face stamped in gold dust. Mu's voice flattened. Treasurer circuits. Luo looked to Qin. Who holds this consortium? Mu didn't look up. Jean Bouillon. The name landed heavy. Not yet battlefield enemy, but present in every barrel and ration that moved. Ning watched their faces and gave a small bow from his chains. You have graduated from local corruption to architecture, he said. Lingshu slammed her stamp block down. You are in no position for poetry. Mu pointed to 1 paragraph in book 2. Read this aloud, she said to Qin. He read. Memorandum. Widow Province instability projections profitable if maintained below collapse threshold. Maintain alternating rescue and panic cycles to preserve high-margin emergency procurement. The hall went silent. Even Yin stopped pacing. Suwon's hands shook once, then steadied as she reached for another page. They priced our dead by cycle, she said. Ning opened his mouth to speak. Qin cut him off. No more speeches from you. He turned to the hall. You asked whether I should be judged too. Yes. Judge me in daylight for every choice I made. But judge this first. Men who built famine and fear as recurring business. Murmurs became shouts. Guild elders demanded arrests. Widows demanded names read. Soldiers demanded seizure orders. Lingshu raised both hands. Order. The noise broke only a little. Then the west doors exploded inward. A squad in plain reed cloaks rushed the bench with hooked poles, aiming not at Qin or Ning, but at the black books. Document snatch team. Yin hit them head-on, sword ringing in brutal short arcs. Luo's riders locked shields at the table line. Bai vaulted onto the bench rail and dropped behind the lead snatcher, wrapping shadow thread around his elbows to pin his arms, while Suwon swept his legs with a medic stool. Qin reached for Spirit Palace support and felt immediate backlash from the bolt wound and torn meridians. Too much output, and he'd drop in front of everyone. Need strategy, not surge. He shouted, oil lamps. Kill lights on west side. Mu understood instantly. She knocked 2 lamps over with her ledger board. Darkness swallowed half the attacker's sight line, while Bai's shadow movement improved. In dimness, snatch team's coordination collapsed. Within 30 breaths, 5 were down, 3 captured, 2 dead. One dying attacker coughed blood and laughed at Qin. Too late, he whispered. Ridge stores already moved by the Coin Lord's men. Coin Lord. Jin's title in the shadows. Lingshu ordered the body searched. They found a token carved with laughing coin and 3 letters burned into back, JBL. No rumor now. Hard link. Qin sat on the evidence table edge as the pain in his side finally punched through. Suwon pressed fresh cloth to the wound and spoke through her teeth. You save 1 child and bring me 2 new holes. He tried to smile. I brought 3 books too. I noticed. I can hate your methods and still count outcomes. He looked at her, then at the hall full of people who had heard the memorandum read aloud. New kind of enemy meant new kind of war. Not only ideology. Supply. Chapter 79 by noon. Tribunal orders went out in 12 directions. Seize named shell houses. Freeze accounts tied to 96 Black and Golden Abacus subsidiaries. Escort neutral choice caravans under mixed guard. Protect witness women at all 3 prefecture courts. Lingshu signed until wax burned her thumb. Tianjue arrived late with fresh troops and read the memorandum in silence, jaw tightening line by line. When he looked up, his gaze went first to Ning. You served coin before crown, he said. Ning's smile returned, ghost thin. I serve continuity. Crowns and coins merely swap hats. Tianjue backhanded him hard enough to split his lip. Chain him below, the prince said. Qin stepped in. Keep him above for one more hearing. We need his voice confirming account codes before his allies kill him in a cell. Tianjue glared. You don't command my prison. No, Qin said. I protect your leverage from your own anger. A tense beat. Then Tianjue nodded once, short and bitter. One hearing, he said. In that hearing, Mu drove Ning through payment ledgers line by line, while 2 magistrates checked each seal against confiscated wax presses. Ning resisted until Mu produced 1 final page from the charred coffer Bai had saved. Handwritten margin note in Ning's own script. Delay ridge purged to align with golden abacus quarter close. Ning closed his eyes for the first time. Yes, he said softly. That line is mine. The hall exhaled as one. Confession. Not full, but enough to lock legal chains. Then alarms rang from the prisoner corridor. Qin and Yin reached the lower hall first. 2 guards were down with darts in their necks. Ning's cell door hung open. No body. Only broken chain, blood drops, and a tunnel grate forced from inside. Yin kicked the wall hard. He was our spine. Qin knelt by the blood. Too much for a clean escape. Could be dragged. Could be double-crossed by extract team. He found a scrap of reed cloak caught on great edge, stamped with laughing coin mark. Jin's people had moved early. Luo arrived and read the scene in one sweep. Do we chase tunnel now? Qin looked up corridor where civilian clerks still moved records. If they chased blind, they'd leave tribunal spine open for second snatch. If they held, Ning might vanish forever. He hated the answer. Hold. Lock building. We hunt with map, not rage. Yin punched the grate once anyway. You keep saying that, and I keep wanting to stab someone immediately. Both impulses have uses, Qin said. That evening brought another blow. A messenger from Northern Supply Road arrived with torn banner and mud to his waist. Report from Frostcoin Basin, he shouted before the bench. Golden Abacus agents bought out local granaries and halted all release, pending market stabilization. Border ration prices tripled by noon. Luo's face turned to stone. My camps will riot in 3 days, she said. Mu was already flipping pages. Of course, if legal crackdowns hit their shadow channels, they pivot to open-price warfare. Economic war front opened in real time. Qin thought in chains. Silent Vow destabilizes choice and identity. Ning weaponized law and reputation. Jin weaponizes hunger and time. Different blades. Same target. Lingshu looked from Qin to Luo. I can send decrees, she said. Decrees do not fill bowls. Luo nodded. I need convoys, not rhetoric. Suwon stepped forward. And if camps starve, women sell themselves into the first caravan that offers soup. Qin made the decision before the room could fracture. Mu and Lingshu keep tribunal and evidence chain alive, he said. Luo and I move to Frostcoin Basin tonight, with seized account funds converted to emergency grain buys. Yin handles convoy security. Su runs camp clinics. Bai tracks Ning's extraction line toward coin networks. Bai's eyes narrowed. Alone, with 2 scouts. Your shadow line is best for trail work. She nodded once. If I find Ning first. Qin met her gaze. Keep him breathing if possible. If not, bring his ledgers. Yin snorted. That's our new prayer. Breathing if possible. Chapter 80. They departed Black Reed under moonless sky. Behind them, tribunal bells rang the hour over a city still arguing itself awake. Ahead, marsh roads stretched toward Frostcoin Basin, where hunger was already being priced by men with clean sleeves. Convoy order ran tight. Seized grain wagons in center, armed carts front and rear, 2 decoy trains peeling to side roads, burner papers hidden in hollow axle rods. Mu rode with Lingshu on the first day, then split off at Reed Fork to maintain court chain. Their goodbye was brief and practical. Do not die, Mu said. I hate redoing signatures. Do not lose a page, Qin said. I never do. Lingshu gripped Qin's forearm once. Bring me 1 public victory from Frostcoin. I need proof this emergency authority feeds people, not only arrests names. You'll have it, he said. By the second night, frost bit the air. Breath showed white in torchlight. Horses snorted steam. The road climbed between abandoned mills with broken wheel arms creaking in wind. At midnight, Bai's shadow scouts rejoined at a stream crossing. She dropped from a cedar branch with no sound and handed Qin a rolled strip of reed paper. Ning's extraction path, she said. He wasn't rescued. He was purchased. She tapped the paper. Transfer receipt from laughing coin handler to anonymous temple broker. Qin unrolled it. Item line read, strategic consultant, damaged, still useful. Price listed in Wargrain futures, not silver. Even people entered ledgers as inventory. I watched his face. You wanted him breathing. He is breathing for profit now. Luo rode up as Qin passed her the strip. Her jaw set harder with each line. Frostcoin will be worse than we thought, she said. At dawn they reached the first basin town. The market square was full before sunrise. Mothers with empty baskets, old men clutching ration tags, soldiers in patched cloaks trying to keep lines from collapsing into shoves. Granary gates were shut. Golden abacus banners hung above them, gold coins smiling in cold wind. A crier read from a board. Emergency price adjustment due to route instability. Priority sales to military contracts and bonded servitor households only. A woman in line screamed and threw a stone at the gate. Guards beat her down with pole ends. Qin's chest went cold. No masked ideology here. Open arithmetic cruelty. He dismounted and climbed a ration platform. Open those gates, he shouted. A golden abacus overseer in fox fur stepped out with 2 scribes. On whose authority? Luo raised her command seal. Border command. The overseer smiled politely. Our contracts are central treasury backed. Command seal does not void private stabilization clauses. Mu had warned about this legal trap, written scarcity. Qin could force the gate and feed this square for 1 day. Then he becomes raider and loses supply legitimacy for every next town. Need reversal in public, not private smash. He looked at Suwon. She understood and stepped onto the platform with him, voice carrying clear. Anyone with ration tag and no grain in 3 days, raise your hand. A forest of hands rose. Anyone turned away for not belonging to bonded servitor households, raise your hand. More hands. Qin turned to the overseer. Read your clause aloud to the people it starves. The man hesitated. Read it, Qin repeated. Under thousands of eyes, the overseer read. Each line sounded uglier out loud. When he finished, Luo slammed her spear, but on stone. By emergency anti-hoarding statute and war necessity precedent, she said, voice like ice breaking. I requisition 40% of stock for immediate civilian release at pre-crisis rates. The overseer opened his mouth to object. I stepped behind him, so close her knife point touched the first seam at his kidney. Choose your next sentence with care, she murmured. He chose silence. Gates opened. The crowd surged. Yan's convoy team formed lanes with flat sword sides and shouted counts to prevent crush. Suwon moved down the line checking fainting children, while Qin and Luo oversaw distribution, chest by chest. Strength, wisdom, rescue braided in grain dust, and winter breath. By evening, the first town ate. By nightfall, word spread to 3 more basin markets. And with word came a letter. A courier in gold-trimmed gloves delivered it on a lacquer tray, bowed, and left without waiting. Qin broke the seal. Inside, 1 sheet of thick coin-scented paper. To Qin Ren, wrote the unknown hand. You break 1 gate and call it justice. I close 10 gates and call it accounting. We should meet before you mistake arithmetic for morality. Signed with a smiling coin and 1 name in careful brushstroke. Jean Bouillon. Qin folded the letter and looked over Frostcoin Basin, where cook-fire smoke finally rose from homes that had gone cold. Behind that relief, he could feel the next front opening like a ledger page. He tucked the letter into his robe. Keep breathing, he said quietly, more to himself than anyone else. Dead after dawn. Chapter 81. By the 3rd dawn in Frostcoin Basin, bread lines had become war lines. Smoke from cook fires and frozen breath hung low over the market roads. Wagon wheels crunched on rime. Children with split lips clutched ration tags like talismans. Qin Ren stood on a grain cart and watched his emergency releases vanish faster each day. Relief helped. It did not change ownership. Golden Abacus granaries still controlled 80 roads out of basin valleys. Jean Bouillon could choke supply with 1 pen stroke and keep his hands clean. Luo Meiyun came up beside the cart, frost dust on her lashes. Border outpost 2-cent smoke signal, she said. Rations down to 2 days. I need convoy priority north now. Qin looked at the civilian line stretching around the square. If we strip this town, riots spill and roads close. If we don't strip this town, my garrison mutinies and beast tide walks through broken gates. Luo's voice stayed flat, but her grip on spear shaft whitened. I choose my soldiers. Supporting goal, clear and hard. He nodded. Then we split. 1/3 north with your escort. 2/3 stay for basin stabilization. Luo stared at him a beat. I wanted half. I know. She exhaled through her nose. 1/3 buys me 1 night. Then we make 1 night count. Mu arrived from Black Reed at noon with satchels of sealed orders and a face that said she had slept sitting up in a moving cart. Lingshu froze 6 shell accounts, she said without greeting. Tianju assigned seizure warrants for 2 golden abacus branch depots. Yin leaned on her sword. Only 2. Only the ones lock and touch before sunrise without triggering Merchant League revolt, Mu said. Welcome to civilization. Suwon knelt by a fevered girl under a reed awning and looked up. Law is late, she said. This fever isn't. Mu tossed Qin a folded notice stamped with smiling coin. Jean responded to your first gate opening, she said. He invites you to the coin pavilion tonight. Claims he wants a civilized conversation. Yin spat. Civilized men hire crossbows and ceilings. I stepped out of alley shadow, cloak damp, eyes tired. I traced Ning's buyer trail, she said. It ends at coin pavilion too. Qin unfolded the invitation. Gold dust brushed his fingertips. Esteemed Qin Ren, you move grain like a swordsman swings from anger. Come talk numbers before we both bankrupt provinces. Jean Bouillon, he looked up at the square. A woman in line had collapsed. Suwon was already over her, fingers moving, breath count steady. We go, Qin said. Mu's head snapped up. You walk into his house, you walk into his script. Then we bring our own script. Qin pointed at the line. Public need is leverage if we frame it right. Luo frowned. I don't care about elegant framing. I care about grain moving north by moonrise. You'll have your convoy, Qin said. And if this meeting gives us a purchase order choke point, you'll have 10 more. She studied him, then nodded once. I ride at dusk. At dusk snow began to fall in dry, thin needles. Coin pavilion rose over the basin lake on lacquered stilts. All lanterns silk and carved railings. Musicians played soft zither under heated awnings while outside people fought over soup bones. Contrast so sharp it made Qin's teeth ache. Jean Bouillon waited at the end of a long cedar table set, with steaming dishes no famine line would ever taste. He looked older than Qin expected. Round face, careful beard, warm smile. His rings were modest for a man who owned half the basin. Danger wearing hospitality. Qin Run, Jean said, standing to greet him. At last. Sit. Eat. You look like someone stitched by people who love you and ignore your consent. Suwon's hand twitched toward a needle. Qin sat. You wrote that I mistake arithmetic for morality. Jean poured tea. I wrote that because it's true. He slid a ledger across the table. Every forced price cap you impose will close 3 private routes by week end. You feed 1 town, for freeze. Mu opened the ledger and scanned fast. Your numbers assume you keep hoarding reserves, she said. Jean smiled. My numbers assume human panic, weather, wagon breakage, and officials who steal from both sides. Optimism is not a line item. Jean leaned forward. Name your actual offer. Joint Administration Board, Jean said. You, me, Luo 1 imperial seat. I release stock in managed waves. You stop seizures and public shaming theatrics. Yin laughed outright. He wants us to legitimize extortion. Jean looked at her pleasantly. I want predictable scarcity instead of romantic collapse. Suwon's voice went cold. People are not rainfall metrics. Jin's smile dimmed, then returned. People are exactly metrics at basin scale, Healer Su. The cruel part is pretending otherwise while signing orders. Jean looked him in the eyes. You will release 40% basin reserves tonight at pre-crisis rates. Jean sipped tea. No. Then we requisition every marked depot by dawn and publish your margin books in the square. Jean set his cup down. You can requisition wood and doors, he said softly. Can you requisition trust after markets break? From the pavilion lower deck came a scream. Jean was on his feet before thought finished. Chapter 82. The scream came from the debt intake room beneath the dining hall. Jean kicked the lacquer door and splintered the frame. Inside, 5 women knelt on cold tile with iron collars around their necks, each collar chained to a weighing post. A clerk with an abacus rod was branding numbers into their forearms with heated stamp iron. One woman fought and got struck across the mouth. Debt servitor registration. The clerk snapped when he saw Jean. Legal under emergency labor securitization. Mu arrived behind Jean and went pale with rage. Show statute. The clerk shoved a scroll at her with shaking hand. She skimmed and swore. Temporary ordinance slipped through night session with forged quorum seals. Jean stepped into the doorway, still composed. Collateral labor keeps soup kitchens running, he said. No work obligation, no credit extension, no food lines. Suwon knelt beside the bloodied woman and touched the burn mark. Skin sizzled under her fingers. This isn't collateral, she said. This is purchase. Jin's gaze stayed on Jean. Your flaw is famous. Show me. He gestured at the chained women. Break collars now, and you trigger every lender in basin to call notes. Grain stops in 3 valleys by dawn. Trap built from suffering and scale. Immediate rescue versus systemic collapse. Jean's heartbeat thudded loud in his ears. He could rip chains and win this room. He could leave them and lose himself. No clean branch. Again, he turned to Mu. Can we freeze ordnance in this room before chain break? Mu's eyes moved fast over scroll signatures. Maybe if we secure all 3 witnessing seals and issue emergency injunction in front of registered magistrate. How long? 20 breaths, if no one interferes. Yin drew steel. Then no one interferes. Jean looked at Jean. You wanted numbers. Here are numbers. 20 breaths. He stepped into the room and stood between clerk and kneeling women. Any hand moves toward stamp iron. I break it. Jean studied him, then gave a tiny nod to his guards. Not permission. Calculation. Mu ripped the ordnance strip into 3 sections and demanded seal authentication from the intake scribes, who now trembled under tribunal arrest threats. She made them press thumb seals onto witness board, then shoved the board at Jean. Read injunction aloud, she said. He read, voice rough. By emergency anti-coercion statute and invalid quorum finding, debt servitor conversion under Ordinance 9 Winter is suspended pending tribunal review. Existing chains to be removed under witness and returned to contested contract status. Suwon counted breaths out loud as she worked lockpins into collar clasps. 15. 16. Jean watched Jean while speaking each line. Jean watched back with that same maddening calm. At breath 19, the last collar clicked open. The women crumpled in relief and shock. One grabbed Jean's sleeve and wept against it. He looked at the red marks circling their necks. Cost still came. Outside, bells rang from coin houses across basin. Jean did not flinch. There, he said quietly. Credit call cascade. A runner burst in moments later. Master Jean. Lenders at South Basin and Ice Flat demand immediate collateral closure. 2 caravan syndicates halted outbound grain pending guarantee. Jean looked at Jean with almost gentle pity. You saved 5 and starved 5,000 by dawn if you cannot replace credit liquidity. He tucked his hands into sleeves. Can you? Jean's jaw locked. Plan. Not guilt. He turned to Luo. How many seized funds liquid in hand? Enough for 1 day basin-wide at ration floor, she said. Then 1 day buys us bargaining runway. Mu was already writing on a board. Emergency ration notes backed by confiscated shell assets, she said. Issue through neutral guild houses, not state treasury, to bypass coinhouse panic triggers. Jin's brow finally lifted. That is reckless. So are your markets, Mu said. Qin met Jin's eyes. You wanted civilized conversation. Here's mine. We replace your choke with distributed guarantee by sunrise. If we fail, you win publicly. Jin smiled, thin and unreadable. Then race me, he said. Chapter 83. They raced through the night with ink and wagons. Mu set up a makeshift issuance hall in the Basin Mill House, tables lined with confiscated abacuses, 3 magistrate clerks, 2 neutral guild notaries, and a brazier so hot it made everyone sweat through winter wool. Ration notes were cut from rice paper, stamped with emergency seal, and tied to named grain allotments at specific depots. No anonymous promises. Traceable claims only. Qin ran between depot yards negotiating acceptance with teamsters who trusted no one. Luo posted riders at each gate and ordered one rule repeated until her voice went hoarse. No note, no grain. Valid note, immediate release. Yin broke 2 attempted theft rings by throwing their leaders into feed troughs and making them read the note rules aloud to the crowd. Suwon ran clinic triage beside issuance lines, treating collapse and frostbite, while explaining to mothers why paper now meant porridge if they held until dawn. By move through shadow routes, intercepting coinhouse runners carrying panic circulars, ordering note rejection. By first light, 3 wards honored the notes. By second light, 6 more followed when they saw actual grain moving. Jin arrived at mid-morning with a velvet-cloaked entourage and no visible guards. He walked into the mill house with a folded fan and a smile that did not reach his eyes. Impressive, he said, surveying the lines. You built a temporary currency in one night. Mu didn't look up from the ledger. Don't sound pleased. I am never pleased, Jin said. I am interested. He took 1 ration note from a widow's hand, inspected the seal, and returned it with a small bow. You solved day 1 liquidity, he said to Qin. Day 2 requires transport insurance. Day 3 requires trust in redemption at distance. Day 4 requires keeping men like me from buying your note market at discount. He opened his fan. Do you plan that far, Hero Qin? Qin wiped grain dust from his palms. I plan as far as I can keep people breathing. Short horizon, Jin murmured. Expensive habit. Luo cut in, impatient as frost. Name your demand and leave my line. Jin turned to her with polite respect. General Luo, your outposts are 1 snowstorm from ration collapse. I can fix that in 1 signature. At what price? Recognition that Golden Abacus manages Northern War provisioning under protected charter. He looked back to Qin. Stop seizures. Stop public incitement. We build a formal board. Same offer, larger pressure. Qin's answer came without delay. No protected charter. Open bid under oversight. Jin's fan snapped shut. Then we remain adversaries, he said. A runner crashed in from the east road, breath smoking. Report. Snow bridge collapse at Spirit Fort. 1 refugee, cart over edge. Qin moved on reflex. Jin watched him with quiet satisfaction. Fatal flaw as forecastable market event. Luo grabbed Qin's arm. I can send riders. You stay and hold issuance center. If there are women in that cart, there are always women in every cart, Luo snapped. That's the point. Her words hit like a slap. He looked at the line of note holders, at the mill house tables, at Jin waiting for weakness. If he ran, Jin might buy half the notes in 1 panic hour and crush the system. If he stayed, a cart might fall with people he could have reached. Suwon stepped close, voice low and hard. Look at me first, she said. He did. Choose your position, not your impulse, she said. You taught us chains. Use them. Qin exhaled once. Luo, take Yin and 8 riders to Spirit Fort. Su, go with them. Buy on rear shadow. Luo nodded and moved. He stayed. Jin observed him for a long moment, then smiled faintly. Progress, he said. Painful, but progress. Qin wanted to put a fist through that calm face. Instead, he turned to the crowd and raised his voice. Second issuance window open. Notes from Ward 7 onward. Chapter 84. Snow started at noon, wet and heavy. By dusk, Spirit Ford had become a grave of broken timbers and black water. Luo's team pulled survivors from the ravine in relays, rope burns cutting deep into gloved hands. Suwon worked on the bank under a windbreak cloth, palms glowing as she pushed heat into blue-lipped children. Yin hauled 2 men by their collars and cursed them awake. Bai vanished downstream hunting for missing bodies and reappeared with 1 unconscious woman slung over her shoulders. When Qin finally arrived after stabilizing issuance lines, he found the woman laid beside Su's fire tray. She wore a temple novice pendant cracked in half. Around her neck hung a small bronze bell no larger than a thumb joint. No striker. No clapper. Suwon froze when she saw it. Her pupils widened. Her hand shook so hard she dropped a needle. "Juan," Qin said. She backed up one step, then another, breathing ragged. "That sound," she whispered. "No sound. It's the same." Seed paid in flesh. The nameless fear from early chapters had shaped now. Qin knelt and reached for the bronze bell. I slapped his hand away. "Don't," she said sharply. "Temple relic." Too late. The unconscious novice convulsed. The tiny bell flashed once with cold gray light. Pulse slammed through Qin's bond lines and detonated in Su Wan's core thread. She screamed and dropped to her knees, blood trickling from one nostril. Qin grabbed her shoulders. "Juan, breathe with me." "Can't," she gasped. "It's in my head." I ripped her cloak and wrapped it around the bell pendant, then drove a shadow thread through the cloth to damp the signal. The novice's convulsions slowed. Su's breathing steadied by degrees. Luo knelt opposite Qin. "What in the nine hells was that?" Bai's voice went flat. "Temple old tech. Silent bell seed. Used to tag resonance carriers and bonded women by frequency imprint." She looked at the pendant as if it were a snake. "I thought they were all destroyed." Qin felt cold spread through his spine that had nothing to do with snow. If Jin's networks were moving temple relic freight under economic cover, arc lines were converging earlier than expected. He looked at the novice's pendant chain and saw a second tag tucked in her collar seam. Shipping stamp, golden abacus, ritual metals division. Jin again. Su Wan wiped blood from her lip and forced herself upright. "I can still work," she said. "No," Qin said. "Yes." Her voice shook but held. "If that relic can trigger me at distance, we need to know its limits now, not after midnight in a siege." She took a breath and met his eyes. "Don't protect me by staying ignorant." He nodded once. They moved the bell pendant to a lead-line supply chest Luo used for array nails. I wrapped it in 3 shadow thread knots first. At half-watch, the novice woke. She gave her name as Chun and I, and tried to crawl away until Su Wan put a blanket around her and said, "No needles unless asked." Chen and I stared at Qin like he was fire and fled together. "They said you'd chain us by breathing," she whispered. Qin sat back on his heels. "Then keep your distance and listen anyway." He pointed to the lead chest. "Who gave you that bell?" Chen and I swallowed. "Coinhouse overseer in Frostcoin lower ward. Said carrying it guaranteed safe passage through raids." Her face crumpled. "When the cart fell, it started ringing in my bones, and everyone near me panicked. Weapon disguised as protection." Qin looked at Luo. "Lower ward Coinhouse gets hit tonight." Luo nodded. "With warrants?" "With warrants and hammers." I rose from the fire, eyes hard. "I lead point," she said. "If there's a bell locker, I'll smell the oil first." No one argued. Chapter 85 Lower Ward Coinhouse was built like a treasury and staffed like a shrine. Stone walls, iron shutters, 2 lines of guards in fur-collared armor. Above the gate hung Jin's smiling coin banner, clean despite mud and soot around it. Qin's team arrived under official seizure writ from Lingshu and military requisition seal from Tianjua, both copied in triplicate and nailed to the gate by Mu's courier before anyone could claim missing paperwork. The overseer came out furious and elegant in the same breath. "You cannot seize ritual division stock under grain statutes," he said. Mu, present by fast relay and sheer stubbornness, stepped from the second cart with frost in her hair and held up a new writ. "Then good thing this is not grain statute," she said. "It's unlawful hazard distribution under emergency, civilian endangerment law." She smiled without warmth. "Read the part where prison terms apply to managers who mislabeled weaponized artifacts as safety amulets." The overseer read, face draining color. Behind him, guards shifted. Yin tapped her sword against her boot. "Door, please." The overseer swallowed. "This is property of Golden Abacus Central." I was already past him, moving along wall seams. "Basement hatch at rear," she called. Bell oil stench. Luo ordered breach teams and clipped commands. Iron rams hit rear doors. Wood splintered. Inside the cellar they found racks of bronze pendants packed in straw, each stamped as calm talismans for refugee transit. Hundreds. On a side table sat tuning forks etched with widow knots and a ledger of distribution targets. Su Wan touched one fork with gloved fingers and flinched at the faint vibration. "This isn't panic control," she said. "It's panic engineering." Qin took the ledger. Target columns included camp names, clinic routes, and one line that made his throat tighten. Phoenix line subject priority. Su Wan, heightened resonance sensitivity desirable for field amplification. She saw the line over his shoulder and went still. For one heartbeat he felt her fear through the bond as raw heat and old helpless rage. Then she exhaled and straightened. "Burn this network," she said. From the tunnel at back of cellar came running steps. A girl in servant cloth burst through, chased by 2 armed clerks. "Please," she screamed. They're loading more bells to north convoys. Qin moved to intercept and shielded her with his body as one clerk swung a short axe. Blade bit into his forearm bracer and rang. He punched the clerk down and kicked the axe away. Yin cut the second clerk across the thigh and pinned him to a barrel. The girl clung to Qin's sleeve, shaking. There's another room, she sobbed. Downstairs under downstairs. Trap maybe. Could be real. Always this branch. Luo grabbed his shoulder. Main seizure first. We can clear hidden rooms after perimeter locks. The girl screamed again. They're in cages. Qin met Luo's eyes. She swore under her breath. Fine. Fast team only, she said. No hero detours beyond marked turns. They found the subcellar behind a false coal wall. 10 women in wire cages. 3 wearing half-collared bell bands. 2 unconscious. No time for elegant process. Qin ripped one cage lock barehanded, skin tearing across his knuckles. Bai cut wire latches with shadow thread restraint precision. Suwon dropped to the unconscious women and drove phoenix needles to stabilize pulse collapse from bell exposure. A narrow tremor rolled through the floor. Mu yelled from the stair, voice sharp with panic. Ignition lines. They set cellar to burn on breach. Oil fumes hit hard. Qin lifted one unconscious woman and shouted, "Evac route now." They ran the cages empty in 2 waves. On the second wave, a support beam cracked and fell. Qin shoved the last conscious captive ahead and took the beam across his back. Breath punched out of him. Heat and pressure pinned him to dirt. Suwon turned back. No, Qin rasped. Out. She ignored him, of course. Bai and Yin came with her, wedging spears under the beam while Luo's riders hauled from the far side. On 3, Luo barked. They lifted enough for Qin to crawl free as flames licked along oil channels. They burst into snow air as the cellar collapsed behind them with a muffled roar. Women coughed and cried on the ground while Mu counted survivors with shaking lips. 10 out, she said. All 10. Qin rolled onto his back, staring at snowflakes melting on his face. Cost paid in pain again. This time no one died in that room. At dawn they staged the seized pendants and tuning forks in Frostcoin's central square and read the distribution ledger aloud before citizens, soldiers, and guild notaries. Public reversal, visible and hard. By midday, 3 basin towns renounced golden abacus emergency contracts and joined Mu's distributed note system under neutral oversight. By dusk, a courier from Black Reed delivered Lingshu's new decree, Golden Abacus Ritual Metals Division dissolved by emergency authority. Assets frozen. Executives summoned. Missing party, Jean Bouillon. Attached to the decree was a second sheet. No seal, thick coin-scented paper. Qin opened it. You burn one vault and call it victory. Markets remember heat. I remember faces. JB Qin folded the sheet and handed it to Mu. He'll hit where numbers and people overlap, he said. Mu nodded. Then we keep those 2 under the same roof. Suwon stood beside the rescued women by the fire line and watched night settle over Frostcoin. Today felt like a win, she said quietly. Qin looked at the bandaged marks on the women's necks, at the emptied cages piled like broken ribs, at grain wagons still rolling north under Luo's guard. Today was a payment, he said. Not the debt cleared. He touched the bronze mirror in his robe. Its cracked surface reflected not faces, but threads stretching toward roads still burning beyond the basin. Arc done. We're not. Chapter 86 Jean Bouillon answered the coinhouse seizure with paper. At sunrise, counterfeit ration notes flooded Frostcoin Basin. They looked perfect at first glance. Same rice fiber. Same emergency seal impression. Same ward codes. But when Teamsters presented them at depots, counts failed. Fights broke out in line. One driver was stabbed over a forged note worth 2 sacks of millet. By noon, 3 depots had shut gates to verify authenticity, and panic moved faster than wagons. Qin stood in Depot 7 yard with fists clenched while 2 women screamed at each other over one damp note. I got this from your clerk. Liar. That's fake ink. Mu arrived from Blackreed with a portable stamp case and 3 exhausted clerks. He attacked trust layer, she said, scanning a fake note against flame. Microfiber alignment is wrong. Yin squinted. You think starving people inspect fibers? No, Mu said. So we redesigned verification for hungry hands. She slapped a new brass token on the table. Every valid note now pairs with metal byte tags stamped at issue. Paper plus token or no release. Luo frowned. Where do we mint enough tags? Qin thought of one man who could make ugly things that saved lives. Tai Songhai, he said. If he's still breathing and cursing in his forge, we need him here. Suwon was treating a boy with split knuckles near the gate when a runner skidded in. Report, he shouted. Granary 3 roof collapse. Worker crew trapped inside. Qin moved before the words finished. Luo grabbed his sleeve. It could be staged to pull you from verification rollout. Could be, Qin said. Then let rescue team handle rescue. You hold system. From the yard edge came another scream. Then a second. He turned. 2 women in mill aprons were sprinting toward them, faces gray with flour and fear. My sister's under the beams, one sobbed. Please. Fatal branch open, obvious and cruel. If he went, rollout slowed and counterfeit panic spread. If he stayed, women under roof might die now. He looked at Su-Wan. She met his eyes and gave one sharp nod, already knowing. Go, she said. I stay with Mu and lock notes. He ran. Granary 3 leaned like a broken rib against the wind. Half the roof had caved in. Dust and grain husk filled the air, sticking to sweat and blood. Qin and Yin crawled through a side breach while Luo's riders set braces and rope anchors. Inside, 6 workers were pinned under beam lattice. One had a crushed leg. Another was half buried and not moving. Qin shoved splintered timber with shoulder and hip, pain burning through old wounds. On my count, he shouted. Yin slid under a beam and dragged one woman out by the armpits, swearing at her to stay awake. They saved 5. The 6th died before Su-Wan reached her. When Qin emerged, soaked in sweat and flour dust, a courier was waiting with ash on his cloak. Depot 11 burned, he said. Mob fight over fake notes. 3 wagons lost. Cost delivered on schedule. Luo did not soften it. We saved 5 here, she said. We lost enough grain there to feed 4 camps for 2 days. Qin wiped grit from his mouth and stared at the smoking horizon. Then we stop reacting, he said. Tonight we hit the counterfeit press. Chapter 87. The counterfeit press hid beneath a prayer paper mill on Ice Canal. Jin's style showed in every detail. Legal facade above, efficient crime below. Mu mapped shift rotations from seized payroll slips. By confirmed rears some tunnel with shadow scouts. Yin sharpened blades on a whetstone while humming off key, just to annoy everyone. Su-Wan wrapped Qin's hands in thin leather to protect fresh tears in his palms. No grandstanding, she said. No promises, he answered. Wrong answer. Luo laid the assault sequence in crisp lines. Team 1 through sump tunnel cuts press gears and seizes stamp dies. Team 2 holds canal bridge to stop courier escape. Team 3 grabs ledger room and burns counterfeit stock after copies. Qin nodded. I'm in Team 1. You're in reserve, Luo said. He looked up. No. Yes. Her voice stayed flat. You are predictable bait. Jin expects you at first breach. I need one time where your face appears late. He almost argued. Then he saw the logic chain and swallowed pride. Fine. Reserve. At moonrise they moved. Some tunnel stank of rot and ink. Water reached knees. By lead in front, one hand on the wall, reading hidden wire by touch. She stopped at a rusted grate and whispered, alarm thread at ankle height. Yin grinned. I love crafts. She clipped it with a hook blade and caught the slack before bell clapper twitched. Inside the press room, wooden cylinders thumped in rhythm, stamping fake seals on wet paper strips. Workers looked up too late. Luo's squad hit fast and hard, pommel strikes and elbow breaks, no killing unless necessary. Mu rushed the die shelf and started packing stamp heads into oilcloth. Qin stayed in shadow near entrance, jaw tight, forcing himself not to jump every moving body. Then a floor clerk screamed from a side corridor. Fire in dormitory. Smoke rolled under the door. Qin moved. Of course. Luo swore behind him. Run, no. Press first. He kicked the dormitory door and heat punched him in the face. 4 bunk rows. 2 already burning. 3 women trapped behind fallen beam. 1 child under a cot. He went for the child first, rolling low under smoke, shirt sleeve catching sparks. He threw the child out to Yin and turned back for the women. Behind him, in the press room, a hidden fuse line lit. By shouted, secondary vault ignition. Jean had rigged self-burn on dies if dorm fire drew attention. Luo had to divert half her team from seizure to firebreak, losing bridge control for a critical minute. 2 couriers escaped down canal with 1 crate of dies. By the time Qin dragged the last woman clear, his lungs burned and his hair stank of char. He dropped to his knees coughing black flecks. Luo stood over him, furious and shaking. You saved 4 and lost primary objective, she said. Again. He spat soot and nodded. I know. Bai kicked open the surviving die crate and showed what remained. Not total loss, she said. We got master watermark plates and payroll ledger. Mu held up the ledger, pages singed but legible. Courier route to Salt Crown Vault, she said, where Jean stores original issuance matrices. Qin looked at the rescued child wrapped in Yan's cloak, at the smoke rising over canal, at the empty bridge where escaped couriers vanished. Then Salt Crown is next, he said. Chapter 88. Salt Crown Vault sat under an abandoned salt mine 3 valleys east, built into white rock that glittered under torchlight like frozen scales. Approach roads were narrow and exposed. Perfect for ambush, worse for retreat. Sheen's group reached a ridge overlook at dawn and found something unexpected. A camp of petitioners at the mine gate. Hundreds. Mostly women. Debt claimants, displaced widows, dismissed note holders, and former servitor laborers holding paper slips and wooden bowls. Jean had announced a public redemption session at Salt Crown. He had weaponized hope as crowd shield. Luo cursed under her breath. We cannot assault through civilians. Mu scanned the crowd and went pale. If he buys their notes at predatory discount in front of witnesses, he reabsorbs our distributed system in one day. Yin clicked her tongue. So we cut his hand while it's counting. Sheen watched the gate stage where golden abacus clerks set up scales and iron lockboxes. At center stood a raised platform with one lacquer chair left empty for Jean. He wasn't here yet. Plan formed in chains. If they struck violently, crowd panic crushed people and discredits reform. If they watched, Jean reclaims market trust and starves them later. Need public reversal, again. Jean turned to Mu. Can we run counter-auction in real time? Mu's eyes sharpened. If we have liquidity and legal witnesses. We have seized funds and Lingshu's emergency seal copies. Copies get challenged. A voice answered from behind. Then use the original. Princess Lingshu rode up with a lean escort and a grin she wore only when choosing trouble on purpose. She held up her signet hand. I came because your letters were badly organized and emotionally manipulative. Mu almost smiled. You came because you hate being left out. Also true. Lingshu dismounted and climbed a boulder overlooking the crowd. Set a second platform at opposite gate, she ordered. State redemption desk under emergency authority. Full-face public accounting. Within 1 hour, Salt Crown had 2 markets facing each other across a snow-packed yard. Jean arrived to find his stage mirrored. He laughed when he saw Lingshu. Your Highness, he said, bowing. You bring politics to accounting day. You brought accounting to famine, she replied. I adapt. Redemption began. Jin's clerks offered 1 copper on 10 for distressed notes. Mu's state desk offered 6 on 10 in grain credits plus delayed silver tide to seized asset auctions. Crowd swayed, uncertain. Jin's numbers were immediate and small. Mu's were larger and tied to trust in a battered state. Sheen moved through the line speaking to faces, not crowds. You take copper now, you eat 1 day. You take grain credit, you eat a week. A widow with cracked hands shook her head. What if your credits fail? He answered honestly. Then you come find me and throw the bowl at my face. She stared, then laughed despite herself and stepped into Mu's line. Momentum tipped. By noon, Jin's queue thinned while the state desk grew. Jin's smile narrowed. He signaled 1 clerk. A bell tone pulsed through the yard. Not loud. Bone deep. Suwon staggered at once, hand to temple. Jin spun. Under Jin's stage, hidden sound tubes were feeding a low silent bell frequency into crowd clusters to trigger panic and break lines. Women near the front clutched ears and dropped. Children screamed. Trap inside market theater. Jin's body moved before plan finished. He leapt onto Jin's stage and drove a shoulder into the support lattice where the tone resonated strongest. The beam cracked. Stage tilted. Jin stepped back neatly and avoided the collapse. Luo yelled, stabilize crowd lanes. Mu switched instantly from redemption to emergency distribution tags to stop trampling. Suwon forced herself upright through pain and shouted breath counts to the collapsed women. Jin smashed the second sound tube with a hammer from a clerk table. Tone died. Panic ebbed, leaving sobbing and snow churned to gray slush. Jin adjusted his robe as if nothing had happened. You keep turning negotiations into ruin, he said mildly. Jin held the broken sound tube in one hand. You keep hiding knives and numbers, he said. Chapter 89 Night fell sharp and windless over Salt Crown. No one trusted anyone enough to sleep. After the panic attack, crowd shelters ringed the yard. Fires burned in oil drums. Lingshu's clerks kept redeeming notes by lantern while Luo's riders patrolled between tents. Jin remained inside the vault complex under protective detention, which meant an elegant room, 2 guards who liked his bribes, and too many doors. Bai found Sheen near the broken stage supports, hammering a nail back into place just to keep his hands busy. He'll run before dawn, she said. I know. She held out a stolen key ring. I can go in alone and end the problem. Yin appeared from the dark like she'd been listening from the start. End as in capture or end as in blood. Bai's face didn't change. Depends on resistance. Sheen shook his head. Alive if possible. Bai gave him a look that mixed annoyance and old wound. You keep saying that to people who monetized corpses. I keep saying it because dead men stop testifying. She looked away first. Fine. Then we take him alive and his vault codes with him. The infiltration team moved at second watch, Bai, Qin, Yin, and 2 of Luo's silent foot riders. They entered through a maintenance shaft behind salt crushers. Air tasted of mineral dust and metal. At the inner corridor they found 3 unconscious guards, no blood. Bai crouched, touched one neck, and grimaced. Sleep powder darts. Not ours. Third party inside. They pushed deeper. In the code room, Jin's personal clerk lay dead over the lock panel, throat cut clean. On the wall, someone had painted a widow knot in black ash. Silent Vow's hands, or someone wearing them. Jin's mind ran chains fast. If Temple extracts Jin, economic and Bell networks merge under one covert command. If Jin dies, they lose route keys and beneficiary trees. Need him breathing. Ahead, footsteps. A woman's cry. They turned the corner and found Jin at knife point by a gray-robed assassin, while 2 bound female accountants knelt on the floor with gagged mouths. The assassin called out without looking back. Drop blades, or their throats open. Jin saw the angle. One hand on Jin's collar, the other knife drifting between the 2 accountants. He also saw the accountant nearest them, barely 20, wrists raw from rope, eyes wide and fixed on him. Mortal danger in front of him. Obvious trap framework again. Yin whispered, "Take the shot on Jin's side." Bai whispered, "No, she'll cut hostages on reflex." Jin's pulse hammered. He could trade forward and maybe catch the assassin. He could stall and let a second hidden team trigger charges. He chose the women first. He stepped forward and dropped his blade. "Take me," he said. "Leave them." Yin hissed, furious. Bai's shoulders went rigid. The assassin laughed. Predictable. At that exact beat, a fuse hissed behind the code wall. Bai moved first this time. She threw shadow thread across the fuse line and cut it before spark reached powder cask. Yin launched low, blade sweeping the assassin's ankle. Qin lunged high for the knife wrist. The assassin twisted and drove her elbow into Jin's throat, then slashed one accountant's shoulder as she disengaged. Jin crumpled choking. The accountant screamed. Bai slammed the assassin into the wall with a shadow silk garrote and held until she stopped moving. Alive, barely. Koss still arrived. In the chaos, Jin's robe pocket emptied. A small lacquer code cylinder rolled through a floor grate and vanished into crusher gears below. Without it, half the vault locks were now unreadable until brute break. Qin knelt by the bleeding accountant while Su Wan, called in from yard, stitched her fast. Yin wiped blood from her cheek and glared at him. "You offered yourself again," she said. "One day I'll let them take you just to see if you learn faster." "Noted," Qin said. Bai looked at the lost grate and spoke flatly. "Your move saved her throat and lost the cylinder." He nodded. "I know." Jin sat up slowly, voice ruined to a rasp. "Now we all lose time," he croaked. "How inefficient." Chapter 90, they broke Salt Crown at dawn by brute labor and legal theater combined. Luo's riders hauled lockboxes into the yard, while Mu's clerks cataloged each under witness eyes. Lingshu Red Seizure Authority allowed every hour to keep rumors from outrunning process. Without Jin's missing cylinder, 3 deep vault doors stayed sealed. Inside them sat whatever Jin feared most. Jin watched from a chair with his throat bandaged and wrists bound in silk over iron. "You can hammer doors," he rasped. "Can you hammer encrypted trust?" Mu ignored him and kept counting. By supervised interrogation of captured assassin in a side tent. The woman refused names, then bit her tongue when asked about temple command. Su saved her life anyway out of spite. By noon, first inventory totals stunned even Mu. Enough grain futures to manipulate 5 provinces. Enough bell metal stock to arm every temple cell twice. Enough war bond paper to buy and sell armies on schedule. Lingshu read a line from one ledger and went pale. "He's shorting Imperial frontier bonds while holding private supply rights," she said. "If these settle at once, Treasury credibility fractures." Qin looked from ledger to surrounding crowd. People had come expecting one villain's stash. They found a mechanism tied into the state's own arteries. If they dumped it all at once, markets might implode and camps starve. If they hid it, Jin's network regrew under shadows. Need controlled burn. He climbed the broken stage remains and raised both hands. "Hear me," he shouted. Noise fell in ripples. Salt Crown holdings are seized. But full liquidation today would crash grain routes and punish the same families this network preyed on. Boos, shouts, fear. He pushed on. "So we split release. Emergency food assets unlocked now under public oversight. Speculative war papers frozen pending tribunal. Bellmetal inventory transferred to guarded neutral depot with serial marks read daily." A man yelled, "You protect the rich again." Qin pointed at Jin's chair. "I protect your bowl from becoming collateral in a revenge fire." He opened one ledger page to the crowd. "Read the names with me if you think this is mercy." He made them read. One by one. Traitors they knew. Clerks they trusted. Priests. Officers. Anger changed flavor from riot to grim focus. Luo stepped up and added her own promise. Any convoy that refuses emergency allocation under this order loses armed escort and forfeits protection rights. Simple, brutal, effective. Suwon brought forward 3 women rescued from the coinhouse cages. Their neck marks were still raw. You want immediate burning? She asked the crowd. These women need medicine tomorrow too. Don't confuse flame with care. The crowd quieted. Decision held. Then a scout rode in hard, horse foaming. Report from Blackreed, he shouted. Tribunal archive breached. Partial records stolen. Rider left coin-cent papers and widow ash marks. I went still. Mu cursed once, low and precise. Jean smiled through his ruined voice. See, he whispered. While you save bowls, someone audits your blind side. Jean grabbed Jin's chair back and leaned close. Who bought the archive hit? Jean met his eyes, amused despite the bruising. If I tell you, my value drops. Jean straightened, breathing hard through pain. He looked toward the east road where Blackreed lay, toward the north where Luo's starving outposts still waited, toward the west where Silent Vow's gray shadows moved under religious banners. One front never stayed one front. He made the next call. Mu and Lingshu ride for Blackreed with fast escort and frozen copies. He turned to Luo. You keep Salt Crown distribution stable and push north convoys now. Luo nodded. Done. Sue, stay with relief clinics here until day 3 release settles. She frowned. And you? He looked at Jean, then at Bai. Bai and I take Jean to moving custody and hunt the missing archive chain before whoever took it merges coin ledgers with Bell registries. Yin stepped in immediately. I'm coming. No, Jean said. I need your blade in Salt Crown while this place is fragile. She glared, then spat to the side. If you die without me there, I haunt you. Fair. At dusk they rolled out with Jean bound in an iron cage wagon. 2 scouts ahead, snow beginning again in thin white threads. Bai rode beside Jean in silence for a long mile. Then she said, You know this is a trap road. Yes. You'll still stop if someone screams from a ditch. He didn't answer right away. Finally, probably. She gave a sharp, humorless laugh. Then I'll ride close enough to pull you back when possible, she said, and cut the hand that built the ditch. Night swallowed the road. Behind them, Salt Crown fires burned steady and legal clerks counted seized sacks by lantern. Ahead, somewhere between Coin and Bell, the next ledger page waited. Chapter 91. The scream came from the ravine exactly where Bai said it would. Thin. Female. Panicked. Qin Ren's horse had already turned before his mind finished cursing itself. Bai swore and kicked her mount into his path. No. A second scream ripped up from the dark. Please. Jean Bouillon laughed softly from inside the iron cage wagon. Predictable market behavior, he rasped. Qin ignored him, vaulted from saddle, and slid down shale toward the sound. Trap and victim could both be real. That was always the problem. The ravine floor was a ribbon of black ice and scrub brush. He found the woman tangled in rope net between 2 stakes, one ankle twisted hard enough to swell through her boot. She had a courier's satchel and blood at her temple. Above, arrows hissed. Ambush confirmed. Bai appeared on the ridge lip and cut 2 incoming shafts with her knife, then shouted down. 3 on left ridge, 2 on cart. Qin sliced the net, hauled the woman onto his shoulder, and ran upslope while gravel slid underfoot. At road level, chaos was already moving. 2 gray-cloaked raiders had hit the wagon team. One worked the lock on Jin's cage with a wax key. Another drove a hooked spear at the lead ox to block movement. Bai went for the lockpicker first, shadow thread snapping from her wrist to his elbow. Joint popped. Key dropped. The second raider turned his spear toward Bai's throat. Qin dumped the injured woman behind a wheel and took the spear thrust on his bracer, then drove his forehead into the raider's nose. Cart horses screamed and reared. Jin's cage tipped half sideways in the mud. Jean held the bars with both hands and watched everything with bright, hungry eyes. You see, he coughed. Your mercy is logistics debt. Qin slammed the cage door shut with his boot and drove the dropped wax key under his heel until it snapped. The ambush collapsed fast after that. 1 raider dead. 2 captured. 2 fled into Cedar Dark. The rescued woman coughed blood and grabbed Qin's sleeve. Archive runner, she gasped. Blackreed's secondary copy route, attacked. Bai knelt beside her, checked pulse, and stiffened. Bell oil on her collar seam, she said. Tag mark. They wanted her found. The woman shook her head violently. No, I jumped before they collared me. She fumbled in her satchel and pulled out a wrapped packet sealed with Lingshu's private signet thread. For you, she whispered and passed out. Qin broke seal with numb fingers. Inside, a partial archive index, 3 missing pages recovered from breach site. and one note in Lingshu's hurried hand. If these pages are genuine, they reference a pre-purge ledger called World Heart Taxation Map. Do not let Temple or Gene Networks merge this with Bell Registry. Gene leaned against cage bars and laughed until he coughed. There it is, he said. The page everyone starts killing for. Chapter 92. They took shelter at a cliff shrine half buried in snow. One roof beam, one cracked altar, one brazier, trying and failing to warm stone walls. The rescued courier lay wrapped in 2 cloaks, while Bai cleaned the cut on her temple with boiled water that smelled of iron and sage. Qin spread Lingshu's pages on the altar slab. The script was old legal shorthand, dense and ugly. Mu would have read it in minutes. He had Mu's training notes and enough stubbornness to be dangerous. Jean sat chained to a pillar ring with ankle irons and a throat brace. 2 scouts watched him with crossbows loaded. If you ask nicely, Jean said, voice rough, I can read those pages for you. Jean didn't look up. You'll read when I choose, and with your teeth counted before and after. Bai snorted softly. Su-wan was not here, and Qin could feel the absence as a quiet ache through the bond web. She remained in Frostcoin clinics by his own order. Good strategy. Bad comfort. He traced the first page. List of resonant anomalies recorded by old imperial census. Beside each entry, a tax symbol or execution seal. People categorized as taxable risk. Page 2 held route columns linking anomalies to transport depots and templeway stations. Page 3 was stranger, geometric marks around a central glyph shaped like a heart wrapped in rings. At margin, access via primordial resonance mirror only. Qin's fingers stopped. Bronze mirror in his robe warmed against his chest. Seat connecting. Jean watched his expression and smiled without warmth. Your mother's trinket, perhaps? Qin looked up slowly. You know this map. I know of it. Jean shifted chain weight. Old empires taxed land, salt, grain, and eventually relationships. The World Heart Ledger was the final absurdity, trying to quantify bonds as state revenue streams. He nodded at page 3. Then someone broke the engine and burned half the indexes. Bai's knife paused mid-rap. Someone. Jean shrugged as far as chains allowed. Some say rebel widows. Some say your sainted ancestors. Some say heaven itself audited out the category. Jean held up page 3. Where is this heart map physically anchored? Jean looked at him, calculating. Trade me better restraints and hot tea. Jean stood. You get nothing until the courier wakes and confirms your words against independent memory. Jean sighed. You are so bad at negotiation for a man surrounded by merchants. The courier woke near midnight, fevered but coherent. Her name was Deng Fei. She had served archive relay under Lingshu for 2 years. She pointed to page margins with shaking finger. These notations aren't from current tribunals, she said. They're copied from sealed annex beneath old tax temple at Glassbone Ferry. We were extracting when gray cloaks hit. How many survived? I asked. Deng's eyes filled. 2 maybe. They took the keeper alive. Qin felt the old pull in his chest again. Keeper alive meant witness. Trap likely means waiting knives. He looked at Bai. Glassbone Ferry by dawn. Bai cursed under her breath, not in disagreement. Of course by dawn. Chapter 93. Glassbone Ferry wasn't a ferry anymore. The river had shifted years ago, leaving old docks in mud and a temple archive half sunk in reeds. Fog clung low. Frost creaked under boots. Broken prayer bells knocked softly against each other in the wind. Perfect place for an extraction handoff. Qin left Jean with 1 scout in a hidden ravine chapel and took Bai plus a 4-person strike line into the ruin. You are leaving Jean with 1 guard. Bai hissed as they moved. Because we need speed and narrow footprint here. Or because you trust your luck too much. Also possible. She gave him a murderous look and moved ahead anyway. Inside the archive annex, lamp smoke hung thick and bitter. They found fresh boot marks, drag chains, and 1 body of a clerk with ink-stained fingers and throat cut. On the wall above him, someone had written in ash, accounts must close. Jean-style phrase, widow-style medium. Merged signatures. From below came a muffled voice. Help. Qin and Bai descended a stone stair into a vault room where the archive keeper hung from a hook by bound wrists over a dry well shaft. Alive, barely. Around the shaft sat 3 metal braziers linked by bell wires. Trap circle. Qin knelt and checked wire tension without touching. Pressure trigger, he whispered. Lift her wrong. Wires sing. Whole chamber pulses. Bai's eyes narrowed. I can cut in sequence if someone keeps her weight stable. I'll hold. No. Your channels are already frayed. I said I'll hold. She almost argued. Then from above came boot thuds and the scrape of crossbow stocks. No time. Qin climbed onto the well rim, grabbed the keeper under the shoulders, and took her weight against his chest. Her body was ice cold and trembling. Bai moved around the circle, cutting wires one by one with shadow thread precision. First wire. Second. Third. A bolt punched through the stair rail above and shattered stone near Bai's face. She flinched half a breath. Blade nicked wrong wire. Bell braziers lit with gray flame. Pulse wave hit. The keeper convulsed. Qin's bond web screamed through his spine as if hooks had sunk into each thread. He nearly dropped her. Bai lunged, grabbed the final wire with bare hand, and yanked it free. Skin burned to blister in an instant. Pulse cut. Move, she shouted. They got the keeper down and up the stair under arrow rain. Qin took one shaft across thigh meat and kept running. At the outer hall, Yin dropped in from roof beam with two of Luo's riders she had borrowed without permission. You looked like you'd need an adult, she said, slicing a raider across the wrist. You left Salt Crown? Qin snapped. For 2 days. Don't waste my rebellion. They fought through the reed corridor and escaped with the keeper, 2 salvage bundles, and 1 captured raider, missing 2 teeth and most of his courage. The cost waited at the ravine chapel. Qin was gone. 1 scout dead by dart. 1 horse missing. On the chapel wall, carved with ring blade. Thank you for improving my custody conditions. JB Bai stared at the mark, jaw trembling with fury. I told you 1 guard was not enough. Qin said nothing. He looked at the dead scout's open eyes and felt the familiar acid of consequence crawl up his throat. Chapter 94. They made emergency camp in a limestone cave above the old ferry cut. Wind knifed through cracks. Breath clouded. The rescued keeper shivered under 3 blankets while Su Wan arrived at dawn after forcing her own transfer from clinics. Warmed her pulse with phoenix needles and bitter herb steam. Name? Su asked gently. Old Keeper Nuo, the woman whispered. She was 50 if a day, hair white at temples, wrists raw and black from rope burn. Qin sat across from her with the recovered bundles and Lingshu's pages spread on a flat rock. Can you read this map index? Nuo stared at page 3 and went very still. You should have burned this, she said. Too late. She looked from Qin to the bronze mirror at his chest that he had unconsciously pulled half free. Show me that. He handed it over. Nuo turned it in her hands, thumb tracing the crack line. Primordial resonance cut. I've only seen sketches. She looked up, eyes sharp despite exhaustion. Your mother carried this? He nodded. Nuo gave a dry laugh. Then she was braver than the ministers who hunted her. She set the mirror above page 3 and angled it toward firelight. At first, nothing. Then the cracked bronze reflected not flame, but lines, thin silver threads crawling across the parchment and linking 3 hidden marks Qin had read as decoration. The cave walls trembled faintly, as if some buried engine had recognized a key. Qin felt his spirit palace doors resonate in sympathy. New understanding clicked. This mirror did not show current bonds only. It could reveal suppressed relational pathways in old systems. A fundamentally different interaction with the world, reading hidden infrastructure of ties, not just people. The cost hit immediately. Every active bond thread in him flared at once, flooding him with overlapping impressions. Suwon's focused fatigue, Bai's jagged guilt and anger, Yan's restless violence she used as shield, Luo's distant pressure from supply roads like a drawn bow. He staggered and braced on one knee, nose bleeding onto the map. Su moved fast, pressing 2 fingers to his neck points. Too many channels open, she said. Close half now. He forced breath down, shuttered 3 doors to narrow flow, and the room steadied. Nuo watched with something like pity. That relic was hidden because states used men like you as census weapons, she said softly. You could expose hidden obligations at scale. Regimes fear that more than blades. Bai leaned in over the map. What do the lines point to? Nuo touched the silver threads. World Heart Anchor Locus. Not the heart itself. A locator chamber under Ninefold Salt Basin, old name for what you call Frostcoin depths. Qin looked up sharply. Back where they just fought through. The warfront looping inward. Nuo continued. The chamber opens only with 3 keys. Mirror line, living resonance hub, and registry phrase from the pre-purge tax temple. Yin frowned. Say that in language with fewer dead bureaucrats. We need him, Nuo said, nodding to Qin. We need the mirror. And we need a phrase likely stolen in the Black Reed archive breach. Jean had escaped with archive thieves, meaning he might hold the 3rd key. Suwon sat back on her heels, face pale. So we chase Jean not only for grain crimes now, she said. We chase him because he can open whatever old engine this is. Qin wiped blood from his lip. And if Silent Vows Bell registries merge with that engine, they can target bonds at world law level. No one in the cave spoke for a long moment. Outside, wind dragged snow across stone like whispered paper. Chapter 95. They returned to Frostcoin outskirts by night, not through main roads, but through quarry cuts and abandoned or tunnels. Jin's escape had already spread in rumor. Some said Qin sold him. Some said Temple took him. Some said he dissolved into coin dust and rode the market itself. Humiliation traveled faster than facts. Qin answered it the only way he knew. Public reversal. At first light, he called an open assembly at the old Salt Amphitheater, same place where they had read seizure ledgers days earlier. Luo rode in from North convoys with winter ash on her armor. Mu arrived from Blackreed with 3 copied archive indexes and eyes ringed black from no sleep. Lingshu came under heavy guard, arms still in sling, jaw hard. Su Wan brought Old Keeper Nua and kept one hand near her pulse. Bai stood at Qin's left, silent as a knife in cloth. Before the crowd could spit accusations, Qin spoke first. Jean escaped from my custody, he said. Noise surged. That failure is mine. Some stones of anger softened at hearing it plain. Not all, a man shouted. Then why trust you with the next chase? Qin held up the cracked bronze mirror. Because the pages stolen with him are not just about money. They are keys to a buried control system that once turned bonds and bloodlines into taxable state assets. Whoever opens it can map and target every resonant tie at scale. He pointed toward the basin. That includes your daughters, your wives, your commanders, your healers. Murmurs shifted from outrage to fear. Mu stepped in and unrolled copies of page 3. Independent verification by tribunal keeper witness and 2 neutral script experts pending. We are not asking blind trust. We are offering process under armed transparency. Lingshu raised her seal. Emergency decree, she announced. Formation of Joint Salt Commission. Mandate, secure World Heart Locator Chamber, prevent unauthorized opening, and continue food stabilization. Command split across military, civil, and independent witness seats. Luo grunted approval. Finally a structure I can defend. Yin leaned close to Qin and muttered, You're becoming paperwork. Horrifying, he muttered back. Then the amphitheater gate guard shouted. A convoy approached under white cloth flags. Temple White. Silent Vow's envoy. Bows came up. Luo signaled hold. The envoy knelt and presented a lacquer tube. From Abbess Silent Vow, she said. For Qin Ren and the commissioner. Lingshu cracked the seal and read aloud. You are late to a map we spent generations trying to bury. If Jin opens the locator chamber first, he will sell access to every faction. Temporary truce, terms offered, shared interdiction at 9-fold salt entrance. Decline, and we race as enemies. No signature flourish. Just widow not stamp. The crowd erupted again. Trap. She wants leverage. Never trust Temple. Bai's voice cut through the noise, quiet but carrying. She can be enemy and correct at the same time, she said. Choose with eyes open. Qin looked at Su Wan. She met his gaze, fear and resolve braided tight. If that chamber amplifies silent bell patterns, she said, we cannot let Jean test it first. Luo folded her arms. I do not like truce with people who cut women on tables. Neither do I, Qin said. He looked at the envoy. Tell your abbess this. Temporary truce for interdiction only. No custody transfers. No closed-door rituals. Every move witnessed by mixed teams. First betrayal ends terms. The envoy bowed. I will carry it. As she left, Qin felt the bronze mirror warm in his palm. He glanced down. For one breath, the cracked surface reflected not the amphitheater but a deep salt cavern with 3 locked arches and a central stone like a sleeping heart wrapped in metal rings. Then the image vanished. Nua saw his face and whispered, It has started calling you. Qin closed his fist around the mirror until the crack edge bit skin. Arc 5's books and blood had led here, from hunger markets to buried relational engines. He stepped back onto the platform and raised his voice one last time for the day. We move at dusk for 9-fold salt, he said. Anyone coming, come for structure, not glory. Anyone staying, keep bowls filled and records alive. Wind lifted snow from the amphitheater floor in pale spirals. No cheers came. Only nods, curses, and people tightening straps because they understood what kind of road waited next. When the crowd thinned, Su Wan touched Qin's bleeding palm where mirror edge had cut him. You squeeze things too hard, she said softly. Working on it. She gave a tired half-smile. You are. Slowly. He tucked the mirror away and looked west where salt flats met storm clouds. Keep breathing, he said. This time it sounded less like a vow and more like a requirement. Chapter 96. The first crack in 9-fold salt sounded like a bone breaking under snow. Qinren stepped onto the white crust and the ground sighed below him. Salt dust rose in thin ghosts around his boots. Wind carried a metallic tang from fissures that ran like scars across the basin. The expedition line stretched behind him. Luo's riders in staggered wedges. Lingshu's tribunal witnesses with sealed chests. Mu's clerks with map boards wrapped in oilcloth. Su Wan in medic carts in the middle column. by moving shadow to shadow along the flank. And 50 paces to the west, Silent Vow's widow contingent under white cloth flags, keeping exact truce distance and exactly no trust. The abbess herself rode at their head, face unreadable. No custody transfers, she called across the gap. No hidden rituals, Luo barked back, and no bells without declaration. Qin touched the bronze mirror inside his robe. It pulsed warm, then cold, then warm again as if responding to something deep below. Old Keeper Nual walked beside him, boots crunching salt. First lock arch should be under that ridge, she said, pointing to a ring of jagged white pillars. Before they reached it, a woman screamed from a sinkhole 20 steps right of the main line. A tribunal scribe had punched through a thin crust and now hung waist-deep in brine mud, fingers clawing at collapsing edges. Qin was moving before Luo finished shouting, "Hold line." Fatal habit, still breathing. He slid to the hole and grabbed the scribe's wrist. Brine burned through his glove seams. Salt mud sucked at both of them. Bai dropped prone and threw a rope loop around his chest. "You do this on purpose now," she grunted. "No," he gritted. "Just consistently." Two riders halt. Qin and the scribe came free in a spray of mud and salt crystals. The scribe sobbed and clung to his sleeve. "I thought the ground was solid." Qin looked at the crater. White crust hid black slurry beneath. "Exactly like this war." Luo strode up furious. "We almost lost formation for one misstep." Qin nodded. "Then we fix formation for the next misstep." He pointed to the sinkhole edge. "Pro pulls every 5 steps from now. Witness column in the center, not right flank." Luo's anger cooled into command. "Done." They reached the first lock arch by noon. 3 stone uprights rose from salt like teeth, carved with dead legal script and widow knots hammered out by old chisels. At the base stood a recessed panel shaped like a mirror frame. Nuwa swallowed. Primordial key slot. Qin pulled out the bronze mirror. Silent Vow watched from across the truce line, eyes sharp. "Do it carefully," she said. "First arch punishes greed and input." "Helpful," Yin muttered. Qin set the cracked mirror into the slot. For one breath, nothing moved. Then the arch groaned. White salt sheets peeled away. Symbols lit under the crust in pale blue rings. A pulse rolled outward and hit every bonded thread in Qin's core. Suwan staggered and clutched her temple. Bai hissed through her teeth. He felt each of them as simultaneous pressure and color, too much at once. Remote protection instincts flared. He tried to shield all 4 bonds at full spread. Mistake. Meridians in his chest felt like glass scoring under a blade. Blood filled his mouth. He dropped to one knee. Suwan was there instantly, fingers at his throat points. "Too wide," she said. "Narrow channels." He forced 3 doors half closed. Pain dropped from screaming to burn. The arch finished opening with a low hum. Beyond it lay a descending tunnel lined with old salt glass panels reflecting distorted silhouettes of women and men connected by thread lines. Nuwa whispered, "Ledger corridor." Qin wiped blood from his lip and stood. "Then we walk," he said. Chapter 97. The ledger corridor was colder than outside. Their breath smoked in front of them. Salt glass walls sweated mineral tears that smelled faintly like old coins. Every 50 paces, a panel showed a different scene. Market contracts, marriage seals, battlefield casualty tallies, prison registries. Human ties recorded as assets and liabilities. Mu's face hardened with each panel. "Whoever built this thought intimacy was taxable infrastructure," she said. "They weren't wrong about infrastructure," Silent Vow replied from the parallel lane. "Only about ownership." At the second chamber, the corridor split. Left arch etched with widow knot. Right arch etched with coin spiral. Center floor bore a script line. One may pass by sacrifice, one by payment, one by mutual burden. No third arch visible. Trap puzzle. Jin style and temple style both embedded in ancient law. Qin ran the chain in his head. If they choose widow route, temple gains interpretive leverage. If they choose coin route, merchant logic dominates. Third option hidden, likely tied to mirror and bonds. He held up the cracked mirror and angled it toward the floor script. Reflected light revealed a faint seam between the 2 arches, shaped like a narrow door. Mutual burden path. Nual exhaled, half laugh, half fear. "It still works." To open it, for handprints appeared in salt glass at chest height, each marked with a different resonance signature. Phoenix. Sword. Contract. Shadow. Qin's 4 active bonds. He looked back. Suwan stepped forward first, jaw set. Yin rolled her shoulder and smirked. "If this door bites, I bite back." Mu came without speaking, eyes on the symbols. Bai hesitated one beat, then placed her hand in the shadow mark. Qin put his palm on the center plate. The chamber shook. Power did not flood like a single wave. It rotated. Their signatures began orbiting his core in a circular pattern, each feeding and resisting the others. A wheel forming where he had previously stacked lines. New capability implied, not yet stabilized. The cost slammed in immediately. Emotional bleed amplified fourfold. He felt Sue's old bell terror like ice and bone. Yan's buried abandonment rage like steel wire. Mu's control obsession cracking around fear of helplessness. Bai's guilt surge so sharp it tasted metallic. He almost tore his hand away. Sue saw his face. Hold, she whispered. We hold with you. One by one, the four women changed breathing to match his cadence. The spinning in his core steadied from violent whirl to controlled rotation. The hidden door opened. Behind it lay a bridge over a vertical shaft full of hanging bells without clappers, each inscribed with names burned away by acid. Silent Val stared into the shaft and went pale for the first time. This was one of ours, she said quietly. Pre-temple schism. Luo moved her riders into a crossguard stance. No history lesson while standing over Death Pit, she said. Halfway across the bridge, arrows struck from above. Coin mercs and frost capes had taken the upper ledges. Jin's retrieval team. No banners. No speeches. Just kill angles. Qin shoved Sue down as a shaft hissed over her shoulder. Yin drew and charged up the left stair cut. Bai melted into bridge shadow and reappeared behind a merc archer, cutting tendon clean. Mu dropped flat and protected Map chest with her body while cursing every god she did not believe in. Luo's ice arrays climbed the bridge rails, giving cover ridges for tribunal witnesses to crawl. A merc captain shouted, "Take Mirror Boy alive." Qin heard it and adjusted. Alive capture objective meant they'll avoid lethal center mass for one beat. He used that beat to vault the rail, catch a hanging bell chain, swing under the bridge, and come up behind the captain's blind side. He drove an elbow into the man's spine and kicked him into the shaft. No scream, just bells swaying silently as he fell. Fight ended fast after leader drop. 3 mercs dead, 5 captured, 2 jumped and broke on lower salt spikes. On one prisoner's inner cuff, Bai found stitched initials, JB. On another's wrist, Widow Knot tattoo over a burned-over coin mark. Merged faction was no rumor now. Chapter 98. The third lock chamber waited below the bell shaft. Round room, black salt floor, 3 empty pedestals around a central basin, filled with still water that reflected stars no one could see from underground. Nual whispered, "Locator basin." 3 pedestals demanded inputs carved in old script. 1 mirror line. 2 registry phrase. 3 value declaration. They had first key. Second likely in stolen black read archive. Third was dangerous. Value declaration meant ideological wager. Before they could test anything, one captured merc began laughing through broken teeth. Too late, he said. Treasurer already has phrase carrier. Qin crouched in front of him. Who? The merc spat blood. Ning Wanshan. Alive, mobile, and carrying missing archive phrase. Bai's eyes went hard. He's back in play. Ling Shu turned to Qin. We cannot open chamber without phrase, and we cannot let Jin do it first. Luo slammed spear but once. Then we force a swap point. Mu shook her head. Jin does not trade unless he profits from both outcomes. Silent Val stepped into the chamber circle, white robe brushing salt dust. He'll choose a public site where panic and leverage scale together, she said. Old Salt Theater above this complex. Yin frowned. How do you know? Because I taught him once, Silent Val said. Everyone went still. Suwon stared at her. You what? The abbess held her gaze. Before he was treasurer god, he funded widow shelters and sat through doctrine lectures pretending to care about liberation. He learned our language, then sold it back to power. Her mouth tightened. I created one of my own future enemies. Unexpected truth, ugly and useful. Qin absorbed it and moved. We go to Salt Theater now. Luo looked at the injured, the witnesses, the long tunnel behind. We cannot move full column fast enough. Qin made another split call. Luo, you take witnesses and non-combatants back to Arch 1 defensive ring. Mu with you. Mu snapped. No, I need to hear the phrase exchange. You need to keep copies alive if we fail, Qin said. She glared, then cursed, then nodded once. Suwon stepped up. I'm with forward team. I was already checking knives. So am I. Yin grinned without humor. Finally, a meeting where everyone admits they're monsters. They climbed to Salt Theater by a vertical service shaft. The theater was a collapsed amphitheater cut into salt cliff, open to slate sky. Wind screamed through broken seats. At center stage stood Jean Bouillon in a fur cloak, throat still bruised, smile intact. Beside him, Ning Wanshan, pale and thinner, one arm in a sling, holding a lacquer tube. Around them, coin mercs with crossbows and 3 gray-robed temple defectors. Jean raised a hand in greeting. Qin Ren. Abbess. Princess's dogs. Welcome to transparent negotiation. Ning gave Qin a brittle smile. You keep surviving audits, he said. Qin didn't return it. Phrase for passage, he said. Jean laughed. No. Phrase for partnership. He pointed to the sky, where storm clouds pressed low like a lid. World Heart Locator can map social stress lines across provinces. With my distribution network and your mirror, we could stabilize civilization. He spread his hands. Or dominate it. Depends who writes policy. Silent Val spat on the stage. You still call cages stability. Jin's smile chilled. And you still call mutilation liberation. Qin stepped forward one pace. Choose your real demand. Jin's eyes narrowed. You surrender mirror custody under shared board. I return archive phrase and release 3 captured tribunal scribes. He clapped once. Guards dragged 3 bound women onto the stage edge, bruised but alive. Qin's jaw tightened. Trap with hostages again. Chapter 99 Wind and Salt Theater tasted like blood and old minerals. The 3 bound scribes knelt at stage edge, ropes cutting wrists purple. One had a split brow, one a swollen jaw, one could not stop shaking. Qin's muscles coiled to move. I touched his sleeve once, barely. Think first, she whispered. He did. If he rushed, crossbows open and hostages die. If he bargains from weakness, Jean gets mirror custody and control of locator future. Need a third angle. He looked at Ning's sling. The man held the lacquer phrase tube with his good hand too tightly. Fear in fingers. Ning was wounded, leveraged, and not fully aligned with Jean. Potential fracture line. Qin raised his voice. Ning Wanshan. Do you trust him to keep you alive after phrase transfer? Ning's smile twitched. Do you trust anyone to keep anyone alive? No, Qin said. I trust incentives. You're worth more testifying than dying, as his footnote. Jean sighed theatrically. Don't recruit my assets on stage. Qin ignored him and spoke directly to Ning. You liked institutions because they outlived men. Work with him, and your name becomes one margin line in his quarter report. Qin pointed to the 3 scribes. Work with us, and you stand in daylight admitting what you did and what he ordered. That's legacy, ugly but real. Ning's throat moved. Jin's smile flattened. Enough, Jean said. He signaled a crossbowman toward the nearest scribe. Fatal flaw flared like fire in Qin's chest. He moved. I moved with him, already cursing. Qin slammed a salt bench upright as improvised shield and sprinted downstage. Bolt struck wood with wet thuds. Yin vaulted from left flank and cut the first crossbowman's wrist before reload. Su Wan threw phoenix needles that burst in bright sparks against 2 more bowstrings, buying breaths. Silent Vow did not stay neutral. She struck a temple defector with her staff and shouted, No shots at bound women. Truce lines shattered into close-quarters chaos. Qin hit stage edge, took 1 scribe under his arm, and kicked rope knots free with knife point. A second bolt punched through his side near old wound line. He flashed white. He kept moving, shoved the rescued scribe towards Su Wan, and turned for the second. Ning saw him, looked at Jean, looked at the tube in his hand, and made his choice. He threw the lacquer phrase tube toward Qin. Jean screamed, No. I intercepted midair, caught the tube, rolled, and tucked into her vest. Jean drew a short bell pistol and fired at Bai. Qin stepped into the line and took the bell slug on his chest guard. The impact rang through ribs and dropped him to 1 knee, breath gone. Cost immediate and brutal. Yin reached Jean a beat later and slashed his forearm deep. Jean staggered back, blood on fur. Ning tried to run and got tackled by Luo, who had ignored orders and brought a reserve strike line anyway. Thought you'd need cavalry, she said to Qin as she pinned Ning's good arm with her knee. You were right, Qin wheezed. The 3rd scribe was still bound, near a collapsing stage pillar, now cracked by crossfire. As Qin pushed up to go for her, Su Wan grabbed his shoulder. You can't even stand straight. Pillar groaned. Scribe screamed. He looked at Su Wan first. Her eyes flashed fury and terror, and then hardened into decision. Fine, she snapped. Together. They ran together, cut ropes, and rolled as the pillars slammed down where the scribe had knelt. Salt dust blasted the stage in a white cloud. When it cleared, Jean was gone through a rear chute with 2 surviving guards. Ning remained captured, bleeding and coughing. All 3 scribes alive. Phrase tube secured. Qin collapsed to sitting, chest ringing from bell slug, side wound leaking hot down his hip. I knelt and held up the lacquer tube with shaking hand. We got it, she said. He managed a ragged laugh. Then this was expensive and worth it. Chapter 100 They opened the phrase tube in the first lock chamber under guard rings and witness eyes. No private reading. No hidden interpretation. Mu returned from Arch 1 with copies intact, read the script aloud, while Ling Shu's clerk transcribed every line. Registry phrase. Debts of blood are void where consent renews. Access granted to reciprocal bonds only. Silence followed. Even Silent Vow seemed caught off guard. The old system's own key rejected coercion language. Nuaw stepped to the second pedestal at the locator basin and spoke the phrase in the dead dialect. Stone groaned. Water in the central basin blackened, then cleared to mirror bright. 2 keys seated. Third pedestal awaited value declaration. The room felt the weight of it. Jean had wanted to declare market stability. Temple might declare severance salvation. State might declare social order. Jean looked at his people. Suwan, pale but steady. Yin with blood drying on sleeve. Mu clutching ledger board like a shield. By breathing through old panic with knife hand still. Luo standing guard at the tunnel mouth while snow blew in behind her. He looked at Silent Vow. Say your declaration, he said. The abbess held his gaze. No woman treated as transferable asset, she said. He nodded once, then stepped to the third pedestal. No bond without ongoing choice, he said. No protection that becomes ownership. No system that prices people above themselves. The pedestal did not accept instantly. It flashed red-gray, then dimmed. Nuaw frowned. Needs energetic proof, not only words. Jean understood. The chamber demanded enacted resonance pattern aligned with declaration. Question held for chapters now. Could he hold multiple bonds without turning them into a single axis of control? Answer had to happen now. He placed both palms on the pedestal and opened all 4 bond doors fully. Not stacking. Rotation. Wheel. He invited each thread to move without center lock, letting Su's phoenix heat, Yan's sword edge, Mu's contract logic, and Bai's shadow restraint orbit in exchange at equal intervals instead of feeding his core first. The chamber reacted. Salt walls trembled. Water and basin rose into a rotating ring. Air distorted in visible spirals around his body. New understanding broke through. Skywheel. Not bigger force. Dynamic domain fusion in motion. He could now harmonize multiple bonded signatures into a shared rotating field that preserved their individuality while generating stable composite effects across space. The cost came savage. Meridian screamed as if flayed from inside. His knees hit stone. Blood ran from ears and nose. Emotional bleed hit like storm surge, for minds colliding with his own. He almost blacked out. Suwan dropped beside him and pressed her forehead to his. Stay, she whispered. Yin put one hand on his shoulder despite grumbling. Don't make me carry you again. Mu grabbed his wrist and forced a rhythm count. Clause 7, idiot. Sustainable pacing. I knelt on his other side, voice rough. You don't get to die before apologizing properly for everything. Their voices anchored him. Rotation stabilized. The pedestal flashed white gold. Access granted. The basin water split down the middle, revealing a descending spiral stair of black salt glass. Cold wind rose from below, carrying a distant tone like a bell rung underwater. Suwan flinched, then steadied. Luo peered into the opening. How deep? Nuaw whispered. Deep enough to change eras if opened wrong. From the tunnel behind came horn blasts. Scout voices echoed. Contact rear. Jin's mercs returning with heavy rigs. Of course he was not finished. Sheen pushed to his feet, swaying, skywheel still spinning unstable in his core. He looked at Lingshu. You and Mu hold arch one with witness chain. Lingshu's jaw tightened. I hate splitting now. I hate everything now, Sheen said. Still doing it. He turned to Luo. Can you hold upper chamber against siege? She gave a hard grin. Try me. He looked at Silent Vow. Truce holds. She raised her staff. Until betrayal. Good enough. Sheen looked at Su, Yin, Bai, and Nuaw. Forward team descends. We secure locator core and lock it before Jean reaches this room. Suwan squeezed his hand once. Keep breathing. He nodded. Together they stepped onto the black salt stair as war sounds rose above and the hidden world heart path opened below. Chapter 101. The first step into the black salt stair felt like stepping into a throat. Air grew colder with every turn. The walls sweated clear mineral drops that hit stone in slow ticks. Above them, battle noise thudded through the shaft. Luo's horns, steel on steel, someone screaming orders in widow dialect. Sheen Ren led with the mirror in one hand and a short spear in the other. Skywheel still spun raw in his core, unstable and hungry. Suwan walked at his right shoulder. Yin covered rear. Bai moved in front when shadows deepened, then fell back when open space demanded blade reach. Old Keeper Nuaw counted stair rings under her breath like a prayer she didn't trust. At ring 32, the stair opened into a wide antechamber cut from black glass. 3 women in tribunal clerk robes lay on the floor amid broken lamp shards. 1 dead, 2 alive and bleeding. Trap and rescue, immediate. Sheen ran. Yin cursed behind him. You never even pretend to hesitate. He dropped to the nearest living clerk, rolled her onto her side. and found a bell shrapnel fragment buried under her collarbone. Sue slid in with needle kit. Hold her still. From the left gallery, bolts flashed. Coin mercs had used the wounded as lure. Bai yanked Qin down by the back of his belt as a bolt tore through his sleeve and buried in the clerk's satchel. Yen answered with a blade throw that hit a crossbowman's throat at 20 paces. Nuo dragged the second wounded woman behind a salt plinth, while Sue worked the shrapnel out with shaking fingers. If she spasms, she bleeds out, Sue said through clenched teeth. Qin looked at the gallery and thought in chains. If he charged now, Sue lost cover. If he stayed, mercs pinned them and upper chamber team got flanked. Need suppression without exposing medics. He opened Skywheel one notch and sent rotating pulses through the four-bond doors. Not full force. Precision. Phoenix heat to stabilize Sue's hand. Sword edge to sharpen Yan's sightline. Shadow damp to mute Bai's footfall. Contract tension from Mu's imprint still in his core to read weight-bearing floor lines. New capability clicked cleaner than before. He could assign microfunctions across active bonds mid-fight. Cost arrived in the same breath. His vision doubled. Blood ran from one ear. Emotional bleed flared, for currents scraping at his nerves. He held anyway. Left beam, he shouted to Yen. Hollow. Yen slashed the support. Gallery section collapsed, taking 2 mercs down in white-black dust. Bai vanished into the falling cloud and reappeared behind the remaining archer, ending him with a silent cut to the hamstring and a choke hold. The chamber quieted except for Sue's breath count. Inhale. Hold. Exhale. Stay with me. The wounded clerk on the floor grabbed Qin's wrist with surprising force. He went deeper, she rasped. Who? Coin Lord. With the sling man. Her eyes rolled. They took Bell spine key. Ning and Jean both below. Qin looked at the blood on his hand, then at the descending passage where faint bell tones rose like distant whale song. Fatal flaw had pulled him into the ambush and cost time again. But the women were breathing. He accepted the ledger entry and stood. Sue, can you move them? One can walk. One needs a litter. He turned to Bai. Can you escort them back to Arch 1? Bai's jaw tightened. You want me off point now? I want living witnesses and no repeats. She held his gaze, anger and understanding in equal measure. Fine, she said. But if you die before I return, I haunt you worse than Yen. Noted. Chapter 102. The passage below the antechamber narrowed into a corridor of salt mirrors. Not smooth reflections. Distorted angles that showed futures, failures, and faces from wrong years. Qin saw himself once with white hair and empty eyes. Sue saw a hand wrapped in ash touching her cheek. Yin saw herself alone on a cliff with no sword. They did not speak about any of it. At corridor end stood a circular door with 9 concentric rings. In the center, a slot shaped exactly for Qin's cracked mirror. Nuo touched the ring text and frowned. This is not just locator access. It's a pre-crucible threshold. Meaning? Yin asked. Meaning if opened wrong, it doesn't kill you. It rewrites you. Comforting. Qin set the mirror into the slot. The rings began to rotate on their own with a grinding hum. One ring stopped on Widow Knot. One on Coin Spiral. One on an empty glyph like a circle with a missing bite. Nuo whispered. Mutuality mark. The door opened inward. Inside lay a chamber too large to fit under any mountain. Sky above was black and full of moving stars. Ground below was polished obsidian marked by 6 pathways leading to 6 archways, each carved with one word: possession, sacrifice, pity, worship, guilt, mutuality. At center, a figure stood with back turned. Not human, not spirit beast. A tall silhouette of dark metal with joints too smooth and a bell frame fused where a spine should be. It turned. Its face was blank silver with no eyes, only a vertical slit that opened when it spoke. World Heart Crucible acknowledges unauthorized descent, it said in a voice like struck iron underwater. Identify governing pattern. Sue's phoenix thread recoiled through Qin's core so hard he staggered. Silent bell lineage fear, ancient and specific. Nuo dropped to one knee, shaken. It's one of the old jailers. The figure took one step. Obsidian rippled under its foot. Resonance male detected. Composite female-linked architecture detected. Risk, recursive autonomy. The slit widened. Containment protocol review. Qin gripped his spear. Name yourself. Designation obsolete, it said. Current external title in upper systems. Lord of 9 extinguishments. The words landed like winter water down the spine. Not a rumor. Not distant myth. A mechanism speaking in front of him. From the left path came footsteps. Jean Bouillon entered, coat torn, forearm bandaged from Yan's cut. Ning Wanshan limping beside him with sling dark from fresh blood. Jean stopped dead when he saw the metal figure. Then he smiled. Well, he said hoarsely. The myth keeps appointments. Ning went pale enough to show through grime. The Lord's silver slit turned toward Jean. Economic pattern bearer detected. Opportunistic optimization profile. It paused. Utility potential high. Ethical weight negligible. Jin's smile flickered. I prefer pragmatic. The Lord ignored him and addressed Jean. Conflict pattern unresolved. Crucible entry allowed only by chamber sequence. Complete tests or be archived. The 6 archways lit one by one. Jean took a half step back toward the exit path. Too late. The door behind all of them sealed with a deep, final boom. Chapter 103. Jean Bouillon ran for the nearest side wall and slammed both palms against obsidian. No seam. No give. He turned, breathing hard, and tried to smile his way through cosmic imprisonment. Negotiation, he said to the Lord. I can provide network access, logistics, resource routing across 4 provinces. The Lord's slit pulsed with dim blue light. Offer logged. Ning gripped his sling and backed away from both Jean and Qin. This is not a court, he said, voice thin. We should not be in this room. Yin barked a humorless laugh. First correct thing you've said in months. The Lord raised one hand. Thin bell metal filaments extended from its wrist and connected to the chamber floor. External combat suspended. Chamber order mandatory. A pressure wave slammed outward. Everyone dropped to one knee except the Lord. Qin forced himself back up using Skywheel to redistribute force through rotating bonds. He tasted blood. What happens if we refuse your chambers? He asked. Archival disassembly. Suwon muttered. That's a fancy phrase for dying weirdly. The Lord's slit turned toward Jean again. Economic bearer requests utility exchange. Jean spread his hands. I request sanctioned participation in non-disassembly terms. Granted with modification. Bell filaments snapped from floor and stabbed into Jin's forearm wound. He screamed. Dark gold lines raced up his veins and across his neck like molten script. A coin-shaped mark burned into his sternum through cloth. The smell of scorched skin and metal filled the air. Ning stumbled back, horrified. What did you do to him? The Lord answered flatly. Apostolic interface. Partial celestial branding for local agent function. Jean fell to both knees, shaking, sweat freezing on his brow. When he looked up, one eye had a faint metallic ring in the iris. Not controlled. Not free. Weaponized partnership. Qin felt a surge of furious clarity. If the Lord could brand opportunists into agents, then every merchant, magistrate, or sect elder could become distribution nodes for cosmic control. He lunged at the Lord on instinct. Yin moved with him, blade low. Su threw phoenix needles at its joints. Bai returned to chamber at the worst perfect moment with 2 rescued clerks and a cut across her cheek, vanished into shadow, and struck from behind. Their attacks landed, and did nothing that mattered. Needles bent against a silver skin layer that rippled like water and reset. Yan's sword carved a bright line that closed at once. Qin's spear thrust hit center slit and rang like temple bronze. The recoil shattered his grip and numbed his fingers. The Lord did not counterattack. It only watched. Direct overpower path invalid, it said. Humiliation, mechanical and public. Qin swallowed rage and stepped back. Plan not pounding. Then we play your sequence, he said. On our terms. The Lord inclined its head a fraction. Terms irrelevant. Execution required. The arch-marked possession flared. Chamber 1 ready. Jean staggered to his feet, still shaking from branding, and laughed through pain. You hear that, Qin? Even heaven likes process. Qin met his eyes. Heaven just put a chain on your throat. Jin's smile twisted. Chains are tools if you hold the key. The metallic ring in his eye flashed once. The Lord pointed to the arch enter. Qin looked at his people. Su's fear was there, but not retreat. Yan's impatience, sharp as always. Mu's absence felt like a missing tooth in the strategy line. Bai's gaze held steady despite blood at her jaw. Ning hovered at edge like a man already writing his own defense in his head. Qin made the call. We go in together, he said. No one alone. The Lord's slit narrowed. Incorrect. Chamber rules assigned by resonance profile. The floor lit beneath each of them in different colors. Assignments began. Chapter 10 for the Crucible did not open doors. It swallowed people. 1 heartbeat. Qin stood beside Su and Yin under black stars. Next heartbeat. He stood alone in a circular hall made of polished bone-white stone with no seams and no visible ceiling. His voice echoed when he shouted their names. No answer. A figure appeared across the hall. Qinren. Same face. Same scars. Same spear. Different eyes. Cold. Possessive. You call it rescue. The other Qin said. I call it efficient retention. Possession chamber. It attacked without warning. Spear arcs came fast and familiar. Each strike aimed at disabling rather than killing. The other Qin fought exactly how he would if he wanted to keep someone alive for control. Qin parried, slipped, and countered with skywheel pulses, only to find the hall reflecting his own force back at him with a half-beat delay. Fight your pattern, lose by recursion. He switched, dropped spear, closed distance barehanded. The other Qin smiled like a mirror crack. Good. Admit what you are. Qin took a punch to the ribs and answered with an elbow to the jaw, then locked the other's wrists and drove him down. No, he said through his teeth. Admit what I can become if I stop asking. He released and stepped back instead of finishing. The other Qin dissolved into salt dust. A door appeared in the wall. Chamber passed. He staggered through and found himself back at the central crucible floor, gasping. Sue emerged from another door at the same moment, eyes wet, jaw hard. Worship hall, she said before he could ask. It offered me a world where everyone I saved kneeled and never argued. She spat blood. I broke its altar with my own hand. Yin came out limping, laughing breathlessly. Sacrifice chamber tried to make me die pretty for meaning. I told it to choke and took the ugly route. Ning stumbled from a fourth door, white as paper. Pity, he whispered. It showed me every person I ruined asking for kindness I cannot afford. He looked at his shaking hands. I hated them for needing it. Jean emerged last among them, ringed eye brighter now, branded chest visible through torn robe. Mutuality chamber rejected me, he said, almost amused. Apparently my relationships are all contracts and no reciprocity. Who knew? I did not emerge. Her assigned door still glowed. Guilt. Qin moved toward it. The Lord stepped between, silent and absolute. Interference invalid. Qin's hands closed into fists. She's been inside too long. Duration is not failure metric. Sue grabbed Qin's forearm. If we force entry, we might break her trial and her mind with it. His chest tightened. Fatal flaw roared at him. Go in, save now, consequences later. He took one step anyway. The door flashed blood red and threw him backward with a shockwave that cracked stone under his heels. The Lord spoke. Second interference attempt triggers disassembly. Qin stood, shaking with rage and fear. He looked at the door whereby had vanished and tasted helplessness like iron. Chapter 105 by Shuin's scream came through the gilt door in fragments. Not loud. Worse. Thin. Ragged. Human. Qin paced 3 steps, stopped, paced back, then slammed his fist into a pillar hard enough to skin knuckles. How long? He demanded. The Lord answered with mechanical indifference. Chamber time does not map to external sequence and stable ratio. Useless answer. Sue sat cross-legged in front of the door and began slow breath counts, voice low. Inhale 4. Hold 4. Exhale 6. Not for herself. For Bai, maybe. For Qin, certainly. Yin leaned against a broken stone edge, wiping blood from her mouth. You jump in there, and we lose her anyway, she said. She hates being saved from choices. Ning sat with back to a column, staring at nothing. Guilt halls don't test innocence, he whispered. They test whether you can live after certainty breaks. Jean laughed once, bitter and cracked. How philosophical we're getting while cosmic jailer grades us. The metallic ring in his eye pulsed at irregular intervals. Each pulse made his branded chest twitch. Jean noticed. Does it hurt? He asked before he could stop himself. Jean looked up, surprised. Always, he said. Like a coin edge under the skin turning every time I lie. Then maybe stop lying. Then I stop being me. No answer to that worth giving. The gilt door flared black. Inside, I stood in a room of hanging knives and ash mirrors. She saw herself at 8 holding a severance clamp. At 12 carrying a basin of blood down temple stairs. At 16 watching a woman die while reciting doctrine to drown the sound. At 19 cutting her own sister's name from a transfer ledger because writing it made it real. The chamber voices were hers and not hers. You are only redeemed by pain. You are only useful as weapon. You live because better women died. I fell to her knees, hands over ears. Outside. Qin heard her choke and took 2 strides toward the door. Sue stood and blocked him with one palm on his chest. No, she said. She's drowning in there. Yes. Her eyes shone with anger and grief both. And for once, not everything that drowns can be dragged out by force. He shook with the need to move. If she dies. If you break this chamber, Sue snapped. You teach her again that she cannot survive without you making the choice. Is that what you want? The words hit like a spear butt. Core flaw exposed in open air. He backed 1 step. Then another. He sat down hard where he stood and pressed bloody hands to his face. I hate this, he whispered. So do I, Sue said softer. She sat beside him. Stay anyway. Inside, Bai lowered her hands. The ash mirrors shifted. This time they showed not her crimes, but the faces of women she had helped escape later. Women she had lied to for safety. Women who still hated her and were alive enough to hate. The chamber whispered, pain is your only penance. Bai spat blood and stood. No. she said to the empty room. Penance is staying useful when the guilt would be easier as a coffin. She walked toward the largest mirror. Inside it, her sister appeared, not accusing, not forgiving, just looking. I can't undo you, I said, voice breaking. I can stop making more of you. She touched the mirror with both hands. It shattered into black snow. Outside, the guilt door opened. I stumbled out on shaking legs, face streaked with tears and ash, but upright. Sheen started up on instinct, then stopped, waited. She walked the last steps herself and dropped to sit opposite him. Neither spoke for a breath. Then she gave him a raw, crooked look. You stayed out, she said. Almost didn't. I know. She laughed once, broken and alive. Thanks for almost. The Lord raised one hand. Chamber sequence 1 complete. The 6 archways collapsed inward, revealing a new central aperture descending deeper into the crucible. Far below, something bell-like tolled once without sound. Nuaw whispered from where she had been praying to no god in particular. That is not this machine. Sheen looked into the new darkness and felt every bond thread tighten. Jin's branded eye pulsed bright. Ning flinched. Silent Vow gripped her staff until knuckles whitened. And Sheen, bleeding and exhausted and more afraid than he wanted to admit, stood first. Keep breathing, he said, voice rough. We're not done learning what we're standing inside. Chapter 106. The second descent ended at a chamber shaped like an empty treasury. Black shelves climbed the walls. On each shelf sat contracts carved from bone, wax tablets, marriage seals, debt rings, and oath brands suspended in clear resin. At center stood a circular table with 1 chair. The Lord of 9 Extinguishments did not enter this room. Its voice came from everywhere at once. Possession review for contract Lotus Carrier, Mu Qingli. Mu stepped forward before anyone else moved. Figures, she muttered. A cosmic engine with a bureaucracy fetish. Sheen caught her sleeve. If this goes bad, call out. Mu gave him a look that mixed affection with annoyance. If this goes bad, you'll run in and make it worse. So don't. She sat in the chair. The room sealed with a smooth hiss. Sheen, Su, Yin, Bai, Nuaw, Ning, Jin, and Silent Vow were pushed to the perimeter by invisible pressure. They could see Mu through a wavering screen, but no sound crossed for 3 breaths. Then the screen sharpened. Mu now sat across from another Mu. Same face. Same ledger fingers. Different eyes, colder, satisfied. The false Mu spread a stack of contracts across the table. Sign these, and you never lose your place, she said. 1 guarantees Qin Ren chooses you first in all strategic and personal matters. 1 prevents bond withdrawal by any party without your consent. 1 grants veto over his deployments. She smiled thinly. Security is love with signatures. Real Mu stared at the pages. Qin felt a sting in his own chest through the bond, not from attack, but from recognition. Temptation tailored too well. The false Mu slid another contract forward. You've watched women die because he ran toward screams. Sign this, and he cannot move into mortal risk without your formal approval. That one hit hardest. Mu's hand hovered over the brush. Outside the screen, Yin muttered, "Don't you dare." Her voice was low, almost a prayer. Su said nothing, eyes fixed, jaw tight. Mu picked up the brush. Ink trembled at the tip. Qin's stomach turned. She wrote 1 character. Void. Then she crossed through every contract line with the same symbol. No, she said to the false version of herself. I will not own him to feel safe. The false Mu smile sharpened. Then accept uncertainty forever. Mu leaned forward, voice steady. Yes, that's what free people call tomorrow. The table cracked down the center. All the contracts caught fire from inside, blue and silent. Wax seals ran like tears. Mu stood, dropped the brush, and walked through the flames toward the exit seam. The chamber opened. She came out pale, sweat damp at her temples, but upright. Qin started toward her and stopped himself 1 pace short. She noticed and gave the smallest nod. Good restraint, she said, then added with dry bite. Don't look smug. I did this for me, not for your character development. Yin barked a laugh of pure relief. The Lord's voice returned. Possession chamber complete. Consensual pact authority unlocked for contract Lotus Carrier. Mu blinked, feeling the change settle. I can now bind only agreements both sides affirm in full awareness, she said softly. No hidden clauses. No coercive seals. New power. New ethic built into mechanism. The floor shifted. The next arch lit. Worship. It opened for Su Wan. Chapter 107. Su Wan entered a hall made of shrines. Thousands. They filled the room like a stone forest, each with her face carved in different ages. Child healer, battlefield medic, phoenix-crowned saint. Candles burned without smoke. The air smelled of sandalwood and blood. At the center stood an altar where kneeling figures stretched beyond sight. They were all people she had treated. Some real, some possible. all looking at her with the same expression. Need. A chorus rose, soft and relentless. Save us. Tell us what to do. We are yours because you kept us breathing. Sue's shoulders tightened. Through the bond, Qin felt old fatigue and fear press like wet cloth over fire. A shrine bell rang once. No sound. Only pressure. The nameless silent bell seed reacted. Her phoenix spirit flared in defense, then recoiled. A saint-robed version of Sue stepped from behind the altar. She wore white ash marks and carried a bowl of glowing blood. Accept this, the false Sue said. Become the fixed mercy they need. No arguments. No betrayal. No lovers who die in your hands because they choose wrong roads. The kneeling crowd bowed lower. Sue stared at them, throat moving. Outside the chamber, Qin took one involuntary step forward. I caught his wrist hard. Stay out, she whispered. You heard her in the clinic lines. She hates worship more than pain. Inside, the false Sue offered the bowl. Drink and remove uncertainty. Sue took the bowl. Qin's heart slammed. She lifted it, held it, then hurled it against the nearest shrine. The bowl shattered. Bloodlight sprayed over stone and hissed out. Love without argument is a shrine, Sue said, voice shaking but clear. And shrines eat women first. The kneeling crowd began to rise. Faces changed. Need turned to anger. Ungrateful healer. You owe us obedience for every life you kept. They rushed her. Sue did not run. She drove phoenix needles into her own forearm points and pulled heat inward, then outward in controlled rings that broke the crowd illusions into ash silhouettes. Each strike hurt her too. Qin felt burn pain echo through the bond. She fought through it, breath count steady. Inhale. Hold. Exhale. At altar center, she slammed both palms down. I will heal because I choose it, she shouted. Not because your worship cages me there. All shrines cracked at once. Stone faces split from brow to chin. Candles died. A phoenix cry rang across chambers, not loud but piercing clean. Sue stepped out through falling dust, knees buckling for one beat before she caught herself. Qin met her halfway, and this time she let him take one elbow. Did you win? He asked quietly. She gave him a fierce, exhausted smile. I argued with an entire religion and kept my temper. Barely. The Lord's voice rolled through the hall. Worship chamber complete. Phoenix needle evolution acknowledged. Sue blinked as new heat lines mapped in her meridians. I can now separate reverence from resonance in field healing, she said, surprised. I can cut dependency loops while mending injuries. Mu laughed once, amazed and tired. You just invented anti-saint medicine. The next arch lit. Pity. It opened for Qin. Chapter 108. The pity chamber was a ruin market at dusk. Collapsed roofs. Begging hands. Women with hollow eyes lining alleys. Every face turned toward Qin as soon as he stepped in. Help me. Help me first. If you leave, I die. He knew this battlefield too well. He moved from one to another on instinct, lifting beams, bandaging wounds, giving water, carrying children. For every one he saved, two more appeared. The alley stretched longer. Night deepened. His breath got ragged. Hands shook. Still he ran. Still the line grew. Then he saw it. At a crossroads stood himself again. Not cold this time. Just empty-eyed and relentless, carrying one woman while stepping over three others. Keep moving, the false Qin said. If you stop, they die. If you choose wrong, they die. So choose all and burn. Qin froze for one beat. The chamber shifted. Every rescued woman he had ever carried appeared in flicker images around him, some smiling, some crying, some accusing, some simply there. A voice whispered from all sides. You rescue because you are good. Another voice under it, quieter, truer. You rescue because being needed makes your own emptiness bearable. It hit like a knife he had already swallowed. He dropped to one knee in market dust. Yes, he had done good. And he had also fed himself with need. Both could exist. Naming the second did not erase the first. Pretending purity did. He stood slowly. I'm not your saint, he said to the crowd. I'm a man who chooses and fails and chooses again. The false Qin sneered. Then leave someone to die right now and prove it. At the alley end, a woman screamed from under a cart axle. Trap or real didn't matter to the chamber. It wanted reflex confession. Qin started forward. Stopped. Not to abandon. To plan. He turned to the crowd and shouted. You with unbroken legs, lift this beam. You with cloth, make pressure wraps. You with water jars, line up here. No one moved. He walked to three nearest figures, put tools in their hands, and looked each in the eyes. I can't be everywhere. Help anyway. One moved. Then two. Then 10. The alley transformed from supplication line into working line. The woman under the axle was lifted out by 6 hands, not one. The false Qin dissolved into dust with a sound like a tired exhale. The market ruin brightened as if dawn had cut in. Qin felt something in his core unlock beyond Skywheel. Not a full realm jump yet, but the threshold. His rotating bond field expanded from body radius to environment awareness. He could sense not only bonded threads now, but emergent cooperation lines among unbonded people in crisis. Domain intuition at the edge of becoming. The cost hit with equal force. He felt every pain signal in the chamber network for one brutal heartbeat and almost blacked out. When he emerged, he was on hands and knees, blood on the floor beneath him. Su knelt beside him. What happened in there? He wiped his mouth. I admitted I'm not pure. Yin snorted softly. Congratulations on discovering adulthood. The Lord spoke. Pity chamber complete. Domain threshold acknowledged. Qin looked up. Not enough, he said. Not yet, the Lord replied. The next arch lit. Outer alarm horns blared through the chamber roof at the same time. Luo's voice echoed faintly from above. Upper ring breach. Heavy engines, incoming. Chapter 109. While Qin's team faced inner chambers, Zhao Tianjue held the world above from splitting in half. Snow drove sideways across ninefold salt. Jin's mercenary engines hammered at Arch 1 with bolt throwers and drilling rams. Temple defectors tried to peel Silent Vow's rear line. Frost-coined civilians who volunteered as carriers huddled behind salt walls with shaking hands and stubborn jaws. Tianjue rode the perimeter with blood on his cloak and no crown marks on his armor. A captain shouted over wind. We can push and kill Jin's center if we abandon civilian Lane 3. Lane 3 held non-combatants and witness carts trying to retreat through a narrowing pass. Tianjue looked once. Children, old men, women carrying ledger chests bigger than their torsos. Glory path and duty path separated by one order. He made the order. No push, he said. We hold corridor for evac. The captain stared, stunned. But we lose tactical advantage. Then lose it, Tianjue snapped. I am done winning fields made of civilians. He dismounted, grabbed a fallen beam, and helped build a shield tunnel for evac line with his own hands while arrows struck salt around him. Princess Lingshu, still wounded, arrived with reserve carts and shouted ledger priorities while ducking bolts. Sealed chest blew first. Witness names second. Don't die with original copies. Mu moved beside her like a storm held in human form, passing contracts and reroute orders between military units and civilians. If Lane 3 falls, Mu shouted at Tianjue, our legal spine dies with it. Then it doesn't fall, he said. He meant it enough to bleed for it. At the third wave, a Merc bolt engine broke through East Berm and targeted the evac tunnel. Luo's ice arrays were overextended. Tianjue rode straight at the engine with 12 guards, cut the winch team down in close quarters, and took a spear through his side for the effort. He stayed in the saddle long enough to burn the bowstring bundle with oil flame. Engine died. Evac line lived. From below, a shockwave rippled up through salt bed, making everyone stumble. The crucible shifted. Lingshu looked down the open shaft and whispered, Brother, whatever they are doing down there, it's changing this mountain. Tianjue pressed cloth to his side wound and barked new orders. Civilian convoy out first. Military fallback in rings. No one breaks for personal glory. A young noble officer protested. If Qin Rin dies below, we lose symbolic center. Tianjue grabbed the officer by the gorget and dragged him nose to nose. Symbolic center is worthless if people burn while we worship it, he snarled. Move the carts. The officer moved. By dusk, Lane 3 cleared. Tianjue stood in the storm at the mouth of the descent shaft, blood freezing on his armor, and looked down into black, where Qin had vanished. Rivalry still burned, but enemy shape had changed. He spoke into the wind, half prayer, half threat. Come back alive, Qin Ren. I am not finished arguing with you. Chapter 1:10 The Lord of Nine Extinguishments met them at the threshold between Chamber 2 and Chamber 3. No room this time. No tailored illusion. Just the metallic figures standing in a corridor where walls were made of moving script, each line a law from dead eras. Jean stood to one side, branded eye pulsing. Ning to the other, pale and shaking. Su, Yin, Bai, Nuo, and Qin faced forward together. The Lord spoke. External instability exceeds projected tolerance. Offer issued. The corridor stilled. Resonance male Qin Rin may choose immediate severance of all active bonds. In exchange, upper world casualty cascade will be reduced by 63% over 7-day horizon. Su's breath caught. Yin went still as a drawn blade. Bai's face emptied. Nuo whispered, horrified. It is bargaining with apocalypse arithmetic. The Lord continued. Severance yields singular saint profile. Containment feasible. Population survival probability improved. Jean laughed weakly. There it is. Clean tyranny with excellent metrics. Qin stared at the figure. And if I refuse? Continued conflict. High mortality. Unmodeled relational evolution risk. A new voice entered from the side corridor. Silent vow. Blood on her sleeve, staff cracked. Take it, she said to Qin, eyes burning. If severance saves women from your gravitational hunger, take it. Su spun on her. You don't get to decide my life by theory. Silent vow's jaw tightened. I decide by graveyards I have walked for 40 years. Ning spoke unexpectedly, voice thin. If he severs now, who governs whatever comes after? This machine? The branded merchant. He looked at Jin's eye ring and shuddered. I'd rather gamble on flawed humans. Qin looked at each of them. Su's fear and love and defiance. Yan's anger and loyalty she pretended wasn't loyalty. Mu absent but present through contract imprint. Bai's hard-won will to live without becoming weapon. Luo and Tianjue above bleeding to keep civilian lanes open. He thought in chains. Severance now might reduce immediate deaths. It would also centralize authority in the machine's terms and erase negotiated choice. A clean future built on coerced amputation. No, not his call alone anyway. He raised his voice. I don't decide this alone, he said. The Lord's slit narrowed. Collective input increases delay. Good. Qin turned to the women with him. What do you want? Su answered first. I want pain with choice over peace with cages. Yin spat blood and grinned. Risk. Always risk. Bai's voice shook and held. I want exits that stay exits. Not one holy lock. From above, through bond lines and messenger thread, Mu's voice crackled in through a contract relay token at Nua's belt. If you sever under threat, every future pact is extortion. Refuse. Luo's brief signal followed from surface horn code translated by Nua's relay slate. Hold line. Civilians clear. Choose your road. Qin looked back at the Lord. We refuse severance, he said. The Lord's head tilted. Decision logged. The corridor's scripts accelerated, then peeled away from walls like flocks of metal birds. Proceed to next sequence, it said. Consequences accepted. The floor opened ahead to a vast chamber where bell chains hung over a sea of dark water, and a bridge of rotating rings led toward a distant core of white gold light. World heart depth, and the war above still raging. Qin drew one long breath. Keep breathing, he said. This time, everyone echoed it. Even Yin under her breath. Even Bai with a cracked laugh. Even Silent Vow who did not smile. Then they stepped onto the rotating bridge together. Chapter 1:11 The rotating bridge over the black sea moved like clockwork built by grief. Rings turned at different speeds. Step wrong, and the gap opened beneath your foot into water that reflected stars and faces that were not yours. Qin led with spear low and mirror tied at his chest. Su matched his cadence. Yin drifted left flank, blade ready for betrayal. Bai moved right, eyes on Jin's branded pulse. Ning limped in the center, as far from everyone as possible. Silent Vow and Nua followed, both reading wall scripts as they passed. Halfway across, the Lord's voice filled the chamber. Decision audit for refusal branch, it said. Each bonded participant must state risk preference regarding severance alternative. The bridge slowed, forcing them to stand on separate rings. One by one, light circles appeared beneath each woman. Qin looked up. We already answered. Insufficient granularity, the Lord replied. So it wanted specificity. Fine. Yin answered first, because silence annoyed her. I choose risk over severance, she said. And if I die on my feet, not pre-cut into obedience. Her ring flashed red, then green. Mu's voice came through a relay token at Nua's belt, crackling through static and distance. I choose delay for information before irreversible decisions. Emotional certainty without data is just theater. She paused. And yes, that's me being romantic. Her ring lit pale gold through the relay channel. Bai swallowed, then spoke. I choose freedom with the option to leave, even if leaving hurts everyone. Her voice shook and held. Any bond that cannot survive refusal is a collar. Her ring flashed shadow violet. Suwon's turn. She stared straight at the dark water where ash-faced reflections tried to mimic her mouth. I choose no severance by threat, she said. If we ever separate, it is because we choose, not because heaven extorts us. She drew one breath. And I choose to keep arguing with him when he deserves it. Her ring flared phoenix gold. Luo's voice came from above through horn code relay translated by Nua in real time. I choose strategic delay while civilian lanes clear. If forced now, refuse severance. Her ring lit ice blue. The Lord processed, then spoke. Inputs divergent. Cohesion not uniform. Qin answered before it could continue. Exactly. That's consent, not programming. The bridge resumed motion. Ning laughed weakly, surprised and bitter. You people are impossible to model. Jin looked at each glowing ring and his expression tightened. No, he said softly. They're expensive to model. Different problem. They reached the far platform, where 6 pillars rose around a central altar of black glass. Each pillar bore one woman's sigil. Empty, waiting. The Lord's voice lowered. To proceed, Resonance Hub must manifest full partner archetypes without suppression. Jean felt what that meant before Nua translated. Full manifestations, not borrowed traits. Whole martial spirit presence from each bonded line through one body channel. He looked at Sue. She met his eyes and nodded once. "We'll hold you if you split," she said. Yin rolled her neck. "And if your brain leaks out your ears, I'll mock you while plugging it back in." Bai's mouth twitched. Comforting team culture. Jean stepped to altar center and placed both hands on black glass. "Let's pay for this," he said. Chapter 112. The first manifestation was heat. Suwon's phoenix needle spirit unfurled behind Qin as a winged outline of gold-red fire, not consuming stone, but bending air around it. Feathers formed from needle light and rotating breath sigils. The second was edge. Yan's sword swallow spirit coiled around his right arm as a silver serpent made of blade lines and cut reflections. Every exhale produced a thin keening note, like steel leaving a sheath. Third came Law. Mu's contract lotus bloomed at his feet in pale green geometry, petals covered in script that rewrote itself with each heartbeat. Fourth arrived as absence. Bai's shadow silk spirit spread behind his back like a dark veil stitched from moving thread, swallowing stray light and muffling sound. For full manifestations at once. Qin's body bowed under the load. Meridians tore open in hot white streaks across chest and spine. Blood ran from nose, ears, and the corners of both eyes. He screamed once and bit it off. The spirits did not merge into one. They stayed distinct and orbiting. Saint Vessel Threshold demanded exactly that. Coexistence without domination. He had to anchor all four without making any a servant. The Lord watched with blank-faced patience. Stability window, 12 breaths. Sue moved to Pillar 1 and pressed her palm to Phoenix Sigil. "Breath with me," she called. Yin slammed her sword into Pillar 2, grounding edge feedback. "Don't drift, run." Nua stood by Qin's left side calling counts. 3, 4. At breath 5, the shadow silk veil convulsed. Bai staggered and caught herself. "He's taking too much of mine," she hissed. Qin forced redistribution, less draw from shadow, more from contract lotus. At breath 7, Mu's relay token sparked and went dead. Distance strain cut one anchor. The lotus projection flickered. Qin almost lost the orbit. He made an ugly decision. He redirected through his own core to mimic Mu's consensus logic from memory. It held imperfectly. At breath 10, the four spirits aligned in a single rotating wheel above the altar. Black glass cracked in a ring. The chamber floor split, revealing a white metal vessel suspended in midair, shaped like a heart cage with open ribs. The Lord spoke. Saint Vessel state achieved. The words landed, and something in Qin's dantian restructured. Skywheel did not disappear. It nested. Now he could host full manifestations temporarily and deploy them as independent vectors without suppressing their owners. New capability. New scale. Cost refused to be ignored. He collapsed to one knee, then both. Blood pooled under his hands. His muscles trembled so hard his spear clattered away. Sue and Bai caught him before his forehead hit stone. "He can't do this often," Sue said, voice clipped and clinical. "I know," he gasped. "No," she snapped. "Say it like you heard me." He met her eyes through blood blur. "I can't do this often and live." "Good." She pressed a needle into his neck and heat flooded back just enough to keep him conscious. Yin pulled her sword free and looked at the opened heart cage vessel. "Worth it." Qin coughed and nodded toward the next corridor now unlocked. "Ask me after we're not dead." From the dark ahead came the rattle of chains. Jean smiled despite pain. "You made a bigger hammer," he said. "Now let's see what it breaks first." Chapter 113. The chain chamber smelled like wet iron and old vows. Thousands of bell metal links hung from ceiling arches, each etched with promise fragments. For your safety. For your family. For your debt. For your salvation. When Qin stepped in, the chains lifted as if smelling blood. The Lord did not intervene. This was not a lesson hall now. This was execution by pattern. Jean Bouillon stepped forward before anyone else, branded eye shining. At last, he whispered, almost reverent. The chains answered him first. They wrapped his wrists, chest, and throat in a flashing lattice that looked almost like armor. Then they spread outward and latched onto the others. One line around Sue's forearm, 2 around Yan's ankles, a noose thread near Bai's neck. Contract hooks aimed for Mu's absent relay signature and found Qin's core instead. He felt every link as obligation pressure, not force. Debt. The chamber weaponized promises into shackles. Jean laughed as chains tightened. "You see? Obligation moves worlds." Then his laugh cut off when one chain around his chest flashed red and burned inward. He screamed. The links were not serving him. They were auditing him. Ning, half hidden behind a pillar, muttered in horror. It's reading his agreements. Mu's relay token crackled back to life in Qin's belt. Her voice came sharp as glass. Those are obligation chains keyed to promise fulfillment probability. Jin's network ran on structurally unwinnable contracts. If we expose contradiction, chains reject him as non-credible node. Qin bared his teeth against pressure, crushing his ribs. How? Read his core promises aloud and force reconciliation in witness field. Yin cursed. In combat. In combat, Mu said. Su clamped her chain with a phoenix-heated hand and burned slack long enough to breathe. I slipped one wrist free by letting shadow thread flatten her pulse profile for a heartbeat. Qin stood in the center, Saint Vessel still unstable, and shouted. Jin Bouillon promised famine relief and profited from famine prolongation. One chain on Jin flashed black-red. Jin Bouillon promised risk distribution and sold single-point failures as stability. Second chain burned. Jin thrashed, skin blistering where links tightened. Jin Bouillon promised voluntary markets and used forced servitor conversion under forged statutes. Third chain snapped with a sound like bone. Mu's voice cut in again. Final contradiction. Say it. Qin pulled breath through crushed chest and roared. He promised every counterparty a winnable path while drafting all exits to his own account. All chains on Jin ignited at once. They did not free him. They branded him deeper. The metallic ring in his eye cracked. Jin fell to his knees screaming, hands clawing at links fused into his chest. The Lord stepped forward for the first time. Apostolic contract invalidated, it said. Asset unrecoverable under current model. Jin looked up, terror finally naked. I can still be useful. Use value below threshold, the Lord replied. A trapdoor iris opened beneath Jin's knees. He grabbed for the floor edge. Qin moved on reflex to catch him. Fatal flaw, again. I slammed into Qin's side and stopped him. No, she snarled. This one chose every chain. Jin met Qin's eyes as he slid. No gratitude. No repentance. Only fury that the ledger had closed against him. He dropped into darkness. The chains around everyone else fell slack and then dissolved into iron dust. Silence held for one long, shaking breath. Then the mirror at Qin's chest burned hot enough to scorch cloth. A hidden panel in the chamber wall opened. Inside waited a bronze frame wrapped in old cloth and sealed with a single strip of faded red thread. Nual whispered, voice breaking. That's your mother's knot. Chapter 114. Qin's hands trembled when he untied the red thread. The cloth inside was thin as old skin. It smelled of smoke and bitter herbs. Wrapped in it lay a second bronze plate shaped to lock against his cracked mirror. On the back, etched in his mother's hand, one line. If you found this, I failed to keep you hidden. The chamber around them dimmed. The Lord did not interrupt. Qin fitted the plate to the mirror. Cracks aligned. A pulse of warm light spilled out, not blinding, but intimate. A woman's voice filled the space. Not echo, not machine. Memory preserved in resonance. Run, she said, and the single syllable took every guard he had left. He dropped to a knee without realizing. Su's hand found his shoulder. The voice continued. If you're hearing this, then the bell found us anyway. I told you stories about kind sect elders and fair judges because you were 6 and deserved sleep. The truth is uglier. A breath, shaky and fierce. Heaven once outsourced relational law to an artifact the temples call the Bell of Widow's Skies. It sorted souls into separable units so empires could tax loyalty, marriage, grief, and lineage as clean accounts. Ning made a strangled sound. Mu's relay token crackled with static from above as if even distance was listening. Resonance men and bonded women broke that accounting model, the voice said. We made ties that could not be priced without killing choice. So the Bell's keepers called us errors and open purges. Her tone hardened. Do not romanticize me. I helped hide the world heart, and I helped burn records with people still in them. There were no clean hands. Qin closed his eyes, tears hot against cold skin. The message shifted. The Lord of Nine Extinguishments isn't evil in the human sense. It is a jail function built to suppress non-compliant relational architectures. You cannot beat it by force alone. You must feed it patterns it cannot classify. A softer breath. Consensual, reversible, mutual ties. Su whispered, that's what we've been crawling toward. The voice continued, urgent now. If Jin or any empire captures the locator, they will try to rebuild tax law around bonds and call it stability. Don't let them. Another pause. And Ren, when you save, ask whether you're helping them breathe or helping yourself feel necessary. Both can be true. Don't lie to yourself and call that virtue. His own hardest thought reflected back from a dead woman's memory. The light flickered. I couldn't keep you safe. So I left you a mirror that shows paths, not chains. Use it to choose with people, not over them. The voice faded. No grand final words. Just quiet. Qin sat very still. Yin looked away, jaw tight. Bai wiped her face angrily as if tears were an insult. Silent Val bowed her head for a brief, private moment. Nuan knelt and touched the floor. Your mother rewrote history with blood and honesty, she said. The Lord spoke at last. Memory packet integrated. World Heart route update available. A new map of light unfolded in the air, showing upper battle lines collapsing under pressure. Luo's position flickered red. Civilian evac paths narrowing. Nual pointed. They're close to being overrun. Qin stood, grief still raw and unresolved, and made the only available move. Then we stopped thinking this is an underground puzzle alone. He turned to Silent Val. You wanted proof I don't center myself? Give me your field command routes and I'll hand them to Luo without edits. She studied him, then nodded once. Done. Above them, the mountain shook with a distant impact. Chapter 115. The route back to the surface was no longer a route. Collapsed salt arches blocked the main stair. Mercenary drilling rigs had broken through side galleries. Smoke from burning pitch seeped downward in greasy threads. Luo Meiyun's horn code came through cracked relay stones in bursts. West berm gone. Witness column split. Need hardcover now. Qin read the map from his mother's restored mirror and saw something he had not seen before. Not just paths. Structural resonance lines through the mountain itself. Old fortress arrays buried in salt strata, inactive because no one had aligned their node logic in centuries. He looked at Luo's red position markers. There are dormant bastion lines under Arch 1 and Lane 3, he said. If activated, they can raise ice salt shield walls and reroute impact force. Nual blinked. Those are pre-purge military arrays. No one has full key set. Qin turned to the relay slate and shouted into it. Luo, can you hear? Static. Then her voice, breathless and hard. Talk fast. I can feed node positions. You and your array team execute. Do it. He began calling coordinates in plain terms anchored to visible battlefield objects. From your command post, 7 spear lengths east to cracked salt obelisk. Dig 1 arm deep. Bronze plate with triangle notch. That's node 1. Node 2 at collapsed witness cart axle line. Node 3 under old temple marker with half widow knot. On the other end, Luo relayed to her team with machine precision. Shovel. Plate found. Array nail in. More pressure. The first shield wall rose with a sound like ice groaning under river current. White-blue light surged from the ground and formed a curved barrier in front of evac lane 3. Incoming bolts shattered against it in sprays of sparks. Civilians screamed, then cheered, then ran harder. Again, Luo snapped over relay. Next line now. Qin fed the next node chain, while Su stabilized wounded couriers in the corridor, and Yin held the rear choke point against a wave of mercs trying to break in. Bai disappeared and reappeared wherever a line needed cutting. Shadow threads severing fuse wires before they reached powder kegs. Silent Val sent her widow's topside through a side ascent, with Qin's node map copied on cloth. No speeches. Just execution. At node 5, the relay crackled with panic. Can't place anchor. Ground too hot. Qin checked mirror lines and swore. Bell spill beneath it. If you force anchor now, array backfires into evac lane. Luo's voice came back clipped. Alternative. He scanned again and found a narrow workaround using temple ward geometry Silent Val had shared. Unexpected alliance paying in real time. Shift to widow hex pattern over node 5. Then tie into military square at node 6. A pause. Luo said, that creates mixed doctrine grid. Yes. It might hold or explode. Yes. Another pause. We hold, she said. Moments later the relay carried a roar of impact, and then, miracle of ugly engineering, the mixed grid stabilized. Overhead, a continent-scale shell of translucent ice salt facets rose in sections over the main evacuation corridor. Not pretty. Effective. Arrows, rocks, and blast fragments rained off it harmlessly. Civilians moved through undercover with ledger chests, children, and wounded. Luo came on the relay breathless, but laughing once in disbelief. Shield line holds. You just turned tax ruins into fortress bones. Qin leaned against a salt wall, suddenly dizzy. Using the mirror at this scale had burned him hollow. His hands shook hard enough to rattle spear shaft. Su shoved a tonic vial into his mouth. Drink before you faint dramatically in front of everyone. He obeyed. From deeper in the crucible, the Lord's voice returned, softer than before. Observed. Mortal cooperation across incompatible frameworks produced non-classifiable defensive lattice. Ning, sitting chained and forgotten by most, laughed weakly. There it is. Pattern it can't classify. Qin looked at the mirrored map, where evac lines were now green instead of red. He thought of his mother burning records and leaving paths. Thought of Luo above turning coordinates into shelter. Thought of Su, Yin, Bai, Mu, Lingshu, even Silent Vow, all refusing clean cages in favor of messy choice. He touched the mirror once. We're not done, he told it. Up above, horns shifted from panic to controlled withdrawal. For the first time since entering Ninefold Salt, the coalition was not losing ground. They were holding. And that changed what came next. Chapter 116. The first region went silent at dawn. Not quiet. Silent. No bird call. No cartwheel. No wind over banners. The relay slates from East Millet Plain went blank mid-message while the scribe's mouth was still open on the last word. By noon, 2 more sectors vanished from sound maps. By dusk, the silence had shape. Circular zones expanding from bell-marked fault lines, erasing not life first, but the ability for voices to cross distance. The Lord of 9 Extinguishments stood in the crucible corridor and watched the map dim with mechanical calm. Containment Layer 7 engaged, it said. Unregulated resonance spread suppressed. Qin felt rage rise and forced it down. You call this suppression? People in those circles can't call for help. Correct. Suwon froze at the map as phoenix threads in her core started vibrating like plucked wire. Then she gasped and doubled over. Wan. She grabbed Qin's wrist hard enough to bruise. I can't hear them, she choked. Not by ear. Through phoenix line. They're trapped and I can't. Her eyes flared gold red. Heat rolled off her in waves that made frost pop from the walls. She tried to stand. I can answer all of them if I open full pulse. She knew what that meant. Full pulse, through current strain, would burn her channels to ash. She lunged toward the central basin where world heart currents intersected. He caught her from behind. She fought like a wild thing, elbows and fire and tears. Let me go. No. They're screaming. I know. You don't know. Heat blistered his forearms through cloth. He held anyway. Yin and Bai moved in to pin her shoulders without hurting her more. Su shook all 3 off for a breath, then stumbled again as feedback hit. I can save them, she whispered, desperate and furious. Qin put both hands on her face and forced eye contact. Not by killing yourself in one move, he said, voice rough. We answer them by opening corridors, not by burning you into a signal torch. She sobbed once like a child who hated him for being right, then went limp in his arms, shaking. I hate this, she said. So do I. He kept holding her until her heat dropped below lethal. The Lord watched and recorded. Emotional override event logged. Qin turned on it, exhausted and violent in tone. Log this too. We will break your silent circles. The Lord's slit pulsed blue. Attempt expected. Above them, Luo's relay cracked with static and then came through in clipped bursts. Outer coalition holding but blind in silence zones. Need pathing now. Mu's voice followed on secondary token. We can route signal through witness mirrors if we anchor one alive node inside each silent circle. Qin looked at Su, at the map, at the silent dark rings growing. Plan formed. We move strike teams to ring edges. Punch temporary resonance tunnels with Saint Vessel rotations. Nual paled. That will rip your channels. Then patch me between punches. Su wiped tears with a scorched sleeve and stood, still trembling. You don't go alone, she said. If I'm hearing them anyway, I guide where to strike. He opened his mouth to refuse. She cut him off. No saints. No martyrs. Partnership. Her voice steadied with each word. You taught that. Live it. He nodded. Together. Chapter 117. The first strike team entered the silence ring at Stone Grain Hamlet. The boundary felt like walking through thick glass. Sound snapped out. Boots hit dirt with no noise. Mouths moved and nothing carried. Inside, people were alive and panicked in mute terror, waving, crying, unable to hear their own voices. Su pointed, eyes unfocused with phoenix line perception. She couldn't hear sound there either, but she could feel distress pulses like needles under skin. Qin set Saint Vessel rotation to low spread and drove a narrow resonance spike into the ground, node nuance marked. White light cracked up through the frozen soil. For 3 breaths, the silence thinned. Children screamed. Men shouted. Relief and fear crashed together. Then the ring tried to reseal. Bai cut sabotage wires from a nearby bell stake, while Yin held off gray-robed defectors, trying to keep the circle closed. As the reseal pushed, a familiar figure appeared at the ring edge. Silent Vow. Scar from cheek to collarbone, robe torn, blood on one sleeve not her own. Behind her came 50 widow survivors in mixed armor and patched robes. Not ceremony. War-worn. She did not ask permission. She slammed her staff into the bell stake and shattered it. The circle lurched open wider. For the first time since dawn, the hamlet could hear itself fully. People collapsed crying at the return of sound. One widow beside Val took a spear through the shoulder and kept fighting, then laughed when a child she had shielded started yelling nonsense just to hear noise again. Qin met silent Val in the center lane. "You came back," he said. She looked at the rescued civilians, then at him. "I told you I count graves," she said. "Today I chose fewer." She drew a breath. "My doctrine broke under the bell's real face. I won't defend it anymore. No speech of forgiveness. Just action and blood." Bai watched her with guarded eyes. Silent Val turned to Bai and handed her a pouch of engraved tokens. Names of widow cells still inside Bell's service lines. "Use them or kill them as you decide." Bai took the pouch. Said nothing. Apology by surrendering leverage. It mattered more than words. Across 3 more rings, the same pattern repeated. Qin and Su punched corridor nodes. Luo's outer units opened evacuation lanes. Mu's mirror witness network carried instructions when voice failed. Silent Val's widows took the worst close fights at Bell stakes and died without asking for songs. By nightfall, 6 silent circles were fractured into unstable corridors. Not victory. Breathing room. At the final ring near Ninefold's outer rim, Qin hit overload. Saint Vessel rotation wobbled. Blood poured from his nose. His left leg gave out. Su caught him and drove emergency heat into his spine. "You get 1 more strike, then you're done," she said. "Need 2. 1, she repeated. Before they could argue further, the World Heart basin below erupted in white gold columns. The Lord's voice rolled across every relay at once. "Core transition imminent." Nuaw screamed through static. "Now or never." Qin looked at Su. No words needed. They ran back toward the crucible heart. Chapter 118 World Heart Core looked nothing like a heart. It was a suspended lattice of white gold ribs rotating around a void sphere filled with floating spirit shards. Bell chains fed into it from every direction, each carrying bundled fate links like braided light. The Lord stood on a bridge above the core with arms spread, as if conducting a hymn no one else wanted. Jean, scarred and burned, still alive, knelt nearby in broken chains with branded eye flickering. Ning hung from a restraint ring, conscious and terrified. The core pulsed once. Bell chains tightened around thousands of distant signatures. Su screamed and dropped to one knee. "The dead Phoenix women," she gasped. "They're in there. Still bound." Qin saw them, then in the shards. Women reduced to repeating flame loops, trapped by old severance math. His mother's voice echoed in memory. Consensual, reversible, mutual ties. Not force. Pattern the Lord couldn't classify. He stepped onto the central bridge and raised the restored mirror. "All active bonds. Willing affirmation now," he shouted. Su answered first, through pain. "Affirmed." Yan's voice came like steel. "Affirmed." Mu over relay, clipped and furious. "Affirmed." Bai, quiet and absolute. "Affirmed." Luo's horn code, translated by Nuaw. "Affirmed." Silent Val stood behind them, bloodied staff planted. "Widow witness affirmation," she said. "For the dead we misnamed." Qin drove Saint Vessel to maximum and fed the mirror through World Heart's rotating seams. The mirror cracked again, then sealed itself with lines of molten gold. New law ignited through his core. Void mandate. Not raw power. Jurisdiction. He could now sever imposed fate links and rewrite coercive bindings if consent vectors aligned. The cost was brutal enough to blur the world. Every severance attempt burned through his nerves as if cutting his own tendons one by one. He screamed and kept cutting. First chain snapped. A phoenix shard burst free and became a woman's silhouette of fire that bowed once towards Su before rising. Second chain. Third. Dozens. Hundreds. The chamber shook. Bell ribs cracked. Silent Vow dropped to one knee laughing and crying at once. "Go," she whispered to the rising flames. "Go where we couldn't." The Lord moved for the first time with something like urgency. "Unauthorized liberation destabilizes prison lattice," it said. "Cease." Qin did not cease. He cut until his hands went numb and his voice went hoarse, and Su had to hold him upright from behind. When the last visible phoenix bundle broke, Su collapsed against him and sobbed into his shoulder, not from weakness, from release. The freed spirits spiraled upward through the core shaft, like meteors of memory. Void mandate settled in his dantian as a cold, clear ring around the Saint Vessel wheel. He swayed, barely conscious. Su held his face and made him look at her. "Stay," she whispered. He managed one cracked smile. "Trying." Chapter 119 The Lord adapted before their breath steadied. Core ribs reconfigured with a shriek of twisting metal. Bell chains pulled inward and formed a new lattice over the void sphere, tighter and sharper. Released spirit count exceeds stability budget, the Lord said. Containment failure probability rising. Greater entities in outer prison lattice may breach in future horizons. Ning choked out a laugh that sounded almost like panic. So your argument is we should have left them enslaved for neat bookkeeping? Argument irrelevant. Forecast factual. The Lord turned to Qin. Immediate option, reseal release channels. Recapture possible at 42%. Su went rigid. No. Silent, Val raised her cracked staff. No, she echoed. Jean, half-dead and spiteful, whispered from the floor. Take the option, Qin. Save the structure. You always choose structure when the count gets big enough. The taunt hit because it touched fear. Qin looked at the core map. If they resealed now, world stayed more stable in short term. If they didn't, future breaches might kill more later. No clean choice. He saw every face this story had dragged through fire and law. Women in cages. Women at choice lines. Widows on broken stakes. Phoenix, dead, waiting centuries. He made the call. No recapture, he said. The Lord's slit narrowed. Choice logged as high-risk liberation bias. Choice logged as no more clean tyranny. Qin shot back. The Lord raised both arms. Then witness consequence. The chamber roof peeled open like a mechanical iris, revealing sky, not ninefold storm sky, but a deeper mirrored vault where a gigantic bell shape began descending through cloud and light. Bell of widow skies, no longer rumor. Every living person in the chamber felt it. No sound. Total pressure. Su grabbed Qin's arm and gasped. It's looking at us. Outside relay stones exploded with reports. Continent-wide sky distortion. Bell reflection over coast and plains. People dropping to knees, hearing nothing. Luo's voice cut through static. What did you break down there? Qin answered honestly. Everything that was already broken. The Lord remained standing under the descending reflection, unreadable as ever. Final sequence transitions to open sky theater, it said. Prepare for cross-realm adjudication. No one knew exactly what that meant. Everyone knew it was bad. Chapter 1:20 The bell of widow skies touched the mortal heavens without touching ground. Its surface was mirror-dark, rimmed with white fire, wide enough to eclipse half the visible sky through the crucible aperture. Every reflective surface in the chamber, water, mirror, polished blade, even tears on skin, caught its image and doubled it. People above screamed in relay bursts. Then many went silent, staring upward. Qin stood in the center of a world suddenly too small, void mandate ringing in his core like a new bone still settling. Su swayed beside him, phoenix thread frayed but blazing. Yin wiped blood from her mouth and grinned like a woman meeting a storm with knives. I held the pouch of widow cell names and watched the sky with old fear and new fury. Silent Vow knelt, not in worship, in recognition of a doctrine's true source and its betrayal. Jean laughed weakly, then coughed red. Congratulations, he rasped. You made markets cosmic. Ning said nothing at all. The bell's mirrored surface rippled. A shape appeared inside it. At first Jean thought it was Su reflected wrong. Then the details sharpened. Same face. Older. Skin traced with ash lines like cooled cracks in kiln clay. Phoenix wings behind her made of cinder and ember, not gold. Eyes tired in a way no young fighter should ever have. Su stared up, frozen. No, she whispered. The figure in the bell lifted a hand toward them. When she spoke, the words arrived directly in their bones. If he saves us all, she said, voice like burned silk, he loses us all. Ash Phoenix echo. Future warning made flesh. Qin took one step forward on instinct. The bell pressure doubled, shoving him back to one knee. The future Su in the mirror did not look at him. She looked at present Su. You still think love survives center gravity, she said. In my line, it became orbit law. We chose him first because pain punished descent. We called it devotion until we forgot our own names. Su's hands shook at her sides. Are you real? Real enough to hate what I became? The ash echo's gaze flicked to Qin now, sharp as shattered glass. You think your flaw is rescuing too much. That's not the end state. The end state is building a world where everyone chooses you before themselves because the system hurts them when they don't. Qin's throat tightened. His mother's warning. The Lord's metrics. His own hunger to help. The pieces clicked in a pattern that made him cold. The Lord spoke as if to confirm the nightmare. Dependency optimization remains available for rapid stability gains. Su spun on it and screamed, Shut up. Phoenix fire erupted around her in a wild ring. Qin grabbed her wrist before it consumed the bridge supports. She didn't pull away. She trembled and breathed and slowly brought the fire down. The ash echo watched with an expression somewhere between pity and hope. Good, she said softly. You still argue. Behind them, above them, across the world, the bell's reflections spread further. Relay stones carried fragments, cities seeing mirrored skies, temple towers ringing without sound, children crying at nothing, widows laughing and sobbing on the same breath, soldiers dropping spears to cover their ears. Luo's voice came in clipped bursts through static. Coalition holds for now. Sky event destabilizing lines. Need direction. Lingshu's voice layered over hers. Councils demanding immediate doctrine statement. Mu's voice followed, furious and focused. Do not let anyone codify this in panic. Qin stood, every muscle screaming, and looked from the bell to the woman he loved to her ash-wreathed future warning. Arc 6 closed not with victory, with a question sharpened into a blade. What kind of center can hold without becoming a cage? The ash echo began to fade into mirror ripples. Before she vanished, she said one final line. Choose structure that lets them leave, or I am what remains. Then she was gone. The bell remained. Huge. Silent. Waiting. Qin drew one breath and did not look away. Keep breathing, he said, voice raw and steady. We settle this before dawn takes our names. Chapter 121. The bell stayed over the open roof like a second sky that had forgotten mercy. Every polished surface in the crucible held its dark curve. Every pool on every mountain held it too. Relay stones screamed with reports from the plains, the delta, the ice harbors, the dust caravans. Farmers dropped hoes and wept beside irrigation ditches. Temple stewards struck bronze gongs that made no sound. In the southern docks, crews jumped into black water because they said they could hear dead wives calling from under the hull. Qin did not look away from the bell when he spoke. Luo, give me line status. Luo's voice came hard and clipped through static. Fortress belt stable at 61. Pilgrim roads unstable at 30. Markets gone feral. 3 sec patrols redeploying without orders. Mu cut in before he could answer. Councils ask one question. Does bond refusal still trigger punishment? They are drafting emergency decrees. Burn the drafts, Su said. I don't burn paper, Mu replied. I replace bad law with better law. Yin spat blood over the edge of the bridge and laughed once. Do both if it helps. The Lord stood under the bell image with both hands folded. It looked like a clerk at the end of the world. Cross-realm adjudication remains pending, it said. Interim recommendation. Enforce unified center authority to lower panic spread. Qin turned to it. Interim rejection. Jean coughed against the cracked floor and grinned through red teeth. Still saying no to easy power. You're a romantic with a death wish. You sold people by weight, Qin said. Don't diagnose me. He called everyone close to the center ring where the world heart channels pulsed under shattered bronze. Bai came carrying the pouch of widow names like it weighed more than steel. Silent Vow planted her broken staff beside the ring and knelt, spine straight, eyes level. Ning came last, sleeves burned, expression thin as old paper. Qin drew 3 lines across the cracked floor with void mandate light. One line linked his own position to the world channels. One linked the bonded signatures gathered around him. The last line cut across both and opened outward into empty space. This is the only thing that matters now, he said. Center. Bond. Exit. We keep all 3. Ning barked a dry laugh. You built your own noose and called it architecture. Maybe, Qin said. Watch me test it. He pressed his palm into the world heart groove. Saint vessel pressure climbed his spine and filled his vision with white sparks. In that pressure he could feel each bond as a living note, different in color and weight and grief. Su was flame over iron. Bai was a blade wrapped in cloth. Yin was bright salt wind over blood. Mu was a writing brush dipped in thunder. Lingshu was river glass hiding knives. Luo was siege stone and patience. He breathed once and opened the 3rd line. Exit clause, he said. Any bonded woman can leave by her own word. No backlash. No hidden tax. No pain by design. The bell's mirrored skin rippled. A white line of pressure dropped from the sky image and struck the channel like a spear. The floor split. Silent Vow's sleeve caught fire without flame. Bai stumbled and clutched her chest. There, the Lord said, almost gentle. System resistance to decentering. Shut your mouth, Su hissed. Qin slammed void mandate into the descending pressure. He did not block it. He bent it. He shaped it into a spiral that wrapped around his own core and dug inward. Pain carved through him in bright hooks. Blood ran from his nose and ears. His knees hit stone. Mu was beside him at once, 2 fingers on his wrist pulse. You are absorbing distributed penalty. If this continues, you will collapse into chi ash. Then speed up, Qin said through clenched teeth. Need a witness test. No one moved. Then Ning stepped into the ring. She raised both hands, palms out, like a gambler proving she hid no cards. I'm not one of your bonded saints, she said. I'm one of your liars who live because your women refused to let me rot. If I speak this clause first, every council jackal can't call it a harem vote. She looked at Qin, then at the bell. I choose to stand outside his bond radius. By my own will. The third line flared. Her soul signature shifted half a step away from Qin's resonance web. No whip of pain followed. No spirit chains bit her throat. The bell struck once more with pressure, harder than before, and Qin took it into his core spiral until his vision dimmed. Ning stayed upright. She blinked, swallowed, and laughed with raw disbelief. No lash, she said. No hidden hook. Damn. Relay stones crackled with watchers who had seen the test through mirrored conduits. Harbor witness confirms. North Council requests repeat. Temple squares demanding clause recitation. Luo's voice sharpened. Panic drop beginning. Not full. Enough to hold lines. Qin wiped blood from his chin and forced himself to stand. His core felt like cracked glass packed with molten iron. Transmit wording, he said. No ornament. No shrine language. Mu already had a tablet slate open. Drafting now. Clause 1. Any bond may be dissolved by explicit declaration of the bonded party. Clause 2. Dissolution incurs no punitive spiritual feedback. Clause 3. Any attempt to engineer punitive feedback is a capital doctrine offense. Yin grinned. Now that sounds like law with teeth. The roof aperture screamed. A seam opened above the bell's lower rim, thin as a hair at first, then wide as a gate. Cold silver wind poured out carrying voices that were not made for mortal throats. In that wind floated pale figures wrapped in chain script and ash robes, each face blurred like wet ink. The Lord looked up and, for the first time, took half a step back. Outer prison interface breach, it said. Adjudication entities arriving early. One figure leaned out of the silver seam and pointed at Qin with a hand made of mirrored bone. Center claimant, it said in a chorus of widow tones. Prepare testimony. Chapter 122. The first adjudication entity did not descend. It divided. Its mirrored bone hand broke into 30 bright shards, and each shard flew toward a different city reflection in the bell skin. The shards passed through mirror images and entered real streets. Relay stones lit like a storm map. Shard manifestations on ground. Luo reported. 3 at Iron Gate. 2 at River Markets. 7 in Eastern Widow Courts. They are indexing pressure points, Mu said. If they map faith clusters before we secure doctrine language, they will weaponize consensus. Qin pushed himself upright with shaking arms. The ember brand in his chest pulsed black-red under torn robes. Or, he rasped, we stop pretending freedom survives catastrophe and we lock the center tight. He pressed 2 fingers into his own chest wound and pulled out a thread of dark light. It was not blood. It was a count script from the bell lattice, a credit line written in grief. I kept a key, he said, smiling at Qin. Because unlike you, I planned for ruin. He snapped the thread. Across the relay network, people who had been kneeling in fear rose all at once with blank faces and moved toward shrine squares. Not running. Marching. Thousands. Their shadows stretched wrong under cloudlight. Su cursed and seized Qin's shoulder. He just lit a herd brand. Bai's eyes went hard. Target is children first. Shrine courtyards are where families gather. Yan, Qin said. Already moving, she replied. She jumped from the bridge before he finished and caught a broken chain midair. Su launched beside her in a burst of red-gold flame. Phoenix wings tearing heat trails through silver wind. They vanished into the mirror seam leading toward the eastern courts. Qin turned to Mu and Luo. Can we cut Jin's herd channel without blacking out city arrays? Mu's jaw tightened. Yes, if we rewrite authority from devotion to contract. No single target for coercion. How long? If everyone obeys, 20 minutes. If anyone argues theology, forever. Ning gave a harsh snort. Then let me argue for you. I speak fluent hypocrisy. Qin nodded. Do it. Pull every council mouthpiece into one circuit. He dropped to one knee at the World Heart Groove and opened his inner vision. City lines spread under him like a net of veins, each node carrying fear, prayer, hunger, rumor, old promises to dead gods. Jin's thread rode those lines by mimicking reverence. It felt like soft music hiding a blade. Qin did not attack the music. He fed Mu's draft clauses into the network one phrase at a time, each phrase anchored by a witness signature. By for widow courts, silent vow for doctrine sanctity, Ning for neutral survivor testimony, Luo for coalition enforcement. No single voice held total weight. The script became a braided rope. The bell pushed back. Pressure rose in waves that made mortar dust rain from the roof. Qin laughed and staggered closer, chain light crawling over his forearms. You're sharing authority while the sky is on fire, he said. You really are your mother's child. Qin opened one eye. And you're still a broker in love with cages. Qin lashed out. The chain light cracked across Qin's shoulder and drove him across stone. He rolled, came up low, and answered with void mandate arcs that cut chain links from the air without touching Jin's heartline. He could kill the man if he aimed deeper. He did not. Jin read that mercy and bared his teeth. There. That's your weakness. No, Qin said. That's my budget. He widened the dual ring and pulled Jin away from the world heart channels, forcing him onto unstable bridge plates where each heavy strike risked collapse. Jin favored brute pressure, each chain swing built to fracture stone and nerve. Qin answered with angles, low steps, short bursts, every movement designed to spend Jin's borrowed bell credit faster than Qin spent core blood. Below them, through relay feed, Su and Yen reached the Eastern Widow courts. Children with blank eyes were lining up at a dried fountain, walking toward a mirrored shard hovering over the basin. Su landed between them and the shard, flame mantle roaring. Back! Behind me! The children did not react. Yen hit the shard with twin crescent blades. Steel met mirror and screamed. The shard split into 3 and each fragment fired chain script toward the children's throats. Bai's voice came over the network, sharp as command iron. Not the throats. Cut shadow anchors. Yen shifted mid-strike and carved the children's shadows at ankle height. Chain script snapped like wet rope. The children collapsed, gasping and crying alive. Su punched Phoenix fire into the fountain basin and fused the mirrored fragment into slag. One courtyard clear, she said, breath rough. How many left? Too many, Luo answered. Keep moving. Back in the crucible, Mu's rewritten contract script reached critical nodes. She spoke each clause aloud with courtroom precision while Ning repeated it in street language that even drunk dockhands would trust. No person is obligated to spiritual submission under emergency decree, Mu said. No one gets to draft your soul while you're scared, Ning translated. Any ritual enforcing involuntary allegiance is void and punishable. If they trap you with prayer math, break the bowl and run. The network shifted. Marching civilians faltered. Some dropped to their knees, not in obedience, in relief. Others ripped prayer cords from their wrists and threw them into drainage canals. Jin's herd channel flickered. Qin saw the opening and stepped inside Jin's guard. He slammed a palm into Jin's sternum, not to destroy, to dislodge the dark account thread embedded there. The thread tore loose in a shower of black sparks. Jin screamed and swung wild. Qin caught the wrist, twisted, and pinned him against cracked bronze. Yield, Qin said. Jin stared at him with hate and exhausted wonder. You still won't kill me. Not today. Jin spat blood into Qin's face. Then I'll keep coming. Qin did not flinch. I know. Above them, the bell seam widened again, and 3 larger adjudication figures leaned through, robes covered in script for verdict, debt, and inheritance. Their chorus rolled over the chamber. Interim hearing denied. Full tribunal convenes now. All bonded parties present. Chapter 123. The tribunal did not ask for chairs. It built them. 6 stone seats rose from the cracked floor in a circle around the world heart groove, each seat carved with old widow script and new fracture lines. A 7th seat formed at the center, lower than the rest, facing outward in every direction at once. The bell reflection poured down in thin silver rain and hardened into walls of mirror around the chamber edge. Proceed, said the tallest adjudicator, face hidden behind a veil of moving names. Center claimant Qin of Resonance Physique. Bonded parties and associates. Present your doctrine against dependency collapse risk. Mu stepped forward before Qin could answer. Objection to framing, she said. Dependency collapse risk assumes dependency as required architecture. We reject premise. The adjudicator tilted its head. Noted. Premise retained. Figures, Yin muttered. The tribunal called witnesses not by rank, by wound pattern. First came Bai. A mirror opened beside her and showed the version of Bai from a failed branch line. Eyes hollow, wrists wrapped in silver cords, lips reciting devotion liturgy to an altar built from Qin's bloodline sigil. In that line, she had become commander of a widow inquisition that punished women who asked to leave. Present Bai looked at the mirror and did not look away. That is me with my fear in charge, she said. The adjudicator asked, what fear? That if I stop guarding him, we all die. And now I guard people first. He stands with us or he stands alone. The mirror Bai hissed and struck at the barrier. It cracked, then dissolved. The second witness was Su. Her mirror showed the ash phoenix echo in full. Crown of cinder, wings of ember, Qin kneeling at her feet with chains around his own throat while millions bowed behind him. The image hurt to see. The tribunal voice dropped to a low bell tone. Would you accept sovereign center status if it preserved your bond cluster survival probability? Su laughed once, bitter and bright. I'd rather lose every title than become a shrine caller. Would you leave him if doctrine demanded? Su turned to Qin then, eyes wet and furious and alive. If staying made me less myself, I'd leave and punch him on the way out. Yin barked delighted laughter. That's my phoenix. The mirror ash reached toward present Su and whispered, do not trust tenderness under law. Su answered the mirror, not the court. Then I won't make law out of tenderness. The ash image shattered into sparks. Third came Mu. Her mirror branch was colder than the others. In that line, she had built perfect protective statutes around bonded women, and each statute required unanimous center approval from Qin. Safety rose. Agency died by increments. Mu studied her own mirror self like a scholar reading a rival paper. Efficient, she said quietly. Monstrous. The tribunal asked, can law protect without central coercion? Mu lifted her chin. Only with revocable consent and distributed enforcement. If one hand can override all others, it will. Confidence level. Not confidence, Mu said. Commitment. The mirror Mu faded with a sigh. Luo testified next, then Lingshu, then silent vow. Each mirror showed a future where fear became ritual and ritual became chain. Then came Ning. The chamber went still. Ning had no formal bond signature to Qin in the old schema, only rescue adjacency and witness marks. The tribunal still summoned her mirror line. Ning is high broker of Bell debt, running auctions where widows bid for temporary access to Qin's resonance, as if buying breathing rights. Present Ning stared at that version of herself for a long time. You're not fake, she said to the mirror. You're me if I decide despair pays better than trust. The tribunal asked, do you claim right to depart center influence in current doctrine? Ning looked at Qin. He nodded once. She faced the court and spoke clearly. I invoke exit clause. Full withdrawal from his active resonance field. A silver hook of pressure dropped from the bell to punish the declaration. Qin stepped into it before it struck her. Void mandate spiraled around his arms and back. His skin split in thin red lines. He grunted, but held. Mu shouted, document this. Penalty redirected to center volunteer, not departing party. Luo repeated the line over every relay channel in the coalition network. Ning's signature slid cleanly out of Qin's resonance web and settled in independent position. She did not scream. She did not collapse. She took one breath, then another, and smiled without humor. Well, she said, voice rough, I'm still here. The tribunal did not let the moment pass in silence. 3 narrow mirrors opened around Ning at ankle height, waist height, and eye height. Each mirror showed a different departure future. In one, she walked away and was murdered by old creditors for refusing Bell debt. In one, she survived but returned years later wearing another master's chain. In one, she built a free market charter that fed cities without spiritual collateral. Select forecast preference, the adjudicator demanded. Ning stared at the futures and bared her teeth. I don't pick from your menu, she said. I pick from work. Give me tools and witnesses, not prophecy theater. Mu lifted her tablet. Recorded. Departure rights require material transition protections or coercion returns by poverty vector. Luo echoed it across relay channels at once. Harbor guilds, widow courts, and grain syndicates began posting temporary shelters and labor guarantees for anyone invoking exit clause before sunset. The lowest mirror flickered, then went black. City relays erupted. Exit witnessed. No death backlash. Repeat confirmation from 3 provinces. The tribunal's mirrored walls flickered. For the first time, the adjudicators conferred among themselves in a language that sounded like bells struck underwater. Qin nearly fell. Su caught him by the elbow and kept him upright. You keep spending blood like coin, she hissed. Better mine than theirs, he said. Idiot. Known issue. The tallest adjudicator faced them again. Preliminary determination. Doctrine viability, not 0. Residual threat remains from released outer entities and unresolved center accumulation risk. Yin crossed her arms. That means maybe. That means battlefield, I said. As if summoned by the word, the bell seemed tore wide across half the chamber roof. Something enormous rolled behind the silver tear, scales of mirror black and bone white, eyes like drowned moons. Its breath carried the smell of temple ash and old sea graves. The Lord named it in a quiet voice. Widow Leviathan, prison echelon 3. The creature turned one eye toward the city reflections and opened its mouth. Inside that mouth were not teeth. Inside were prayer chains. Chapter 124. When the Leviathan exhaled, the world coughed up its hidden kneelers. Across mirrored city lines, people who still clung to coercive shrine scripts dropped to all fours and crawled toward the nearest reflected bell image, hands bleeding on stone, mouths chanting names they no longer meant. The creature fed on that posture. Every bow gave it mass. Every fear-lit prayer hardened another scale. It eats dependence, Mu said, pale but steady. If we let forced devotion spike, it ascends to full realm body. Then we starve it, Qin answered. With what? Luo demanded through static. Half the coalition still runs on old doctrine oaths. Qin looked at the women around him and made a decision that would have sounded insane 10 chapters earlier. No central command formation, he said. Cell network. Independent leaders. Shared objective. Yan's grin flashed. Finally speaking my dialect. He drew a map in light across the broken floor. 5 sectors. 5 strike cells. No cell linked by obedience chain. Only by mission and witness. Sector East Widow Courts. Su and Yin. Rescue first. Shard suppression second. Sector North Archives and Legal Halls. Mu and Ning. Public recitation and emergency contract broadcast. Sector West Harbor Mirrors. Buy and silent vow. Evacuation corridors and anti-Neil intervention. Sector Sky Relay Towers. Luo and Lingshu. Communication integrity and anti-rumor control. Center Sector Crucible Seam. Qin alone. Intercept Leviathan head and prevent full descent. Su grabbed his sleeve. No, not alone. If one of you stands in center with me, Leviathan can recode the fight as devotion swarm, Qin said. We need proof we can win without orbiting me. I stepped forward and put the widow pouch into Qin's hands. Then hold this, she said. Not us. He closed his fingers around the pouch and nodded. The cells launched. Su and Yin tore through the eastern mirror lanes like twin comets, one red gold, one steel white. They moved rooftop to rooftop, cutting prayer chains before they tightened around throats. Yin fought like an argument with knives, always one angle no one expected. Su fought like fire that had learned restraint, burning script from skin while leaving flesh intact. At the North Legal Halls, Mu climbed the tribunal steps and seized the emergency bell cord from stunned magistrates. Hear this in plain law, she shouted, voice amplified by relay glyphs. Any order requiring kneeling as proof of loyalty is void. Stand and remain standing. Ning grabbed a market drum and hammered a beat between Mu's clauses so street crowds could echo the rhythm while repeating the words. People copied what they could remember. It was enough. At the West Harbor, Bai walked into a square full of kneelers with silent vow at her side. Bai did not preach. She raised her sword and cut the stone prayer circle itself, breaking the geometry that fed the Leviathan's mouth. Silent vow drove her cracked staff into the center and sang an old widow chant rewritten on the spot. We mourn standing. We choose standing. No grave gets our knees while we breathe. Harbor workers rose one by one, shaking and crying, and formed human walls around children and elders. High above, Luo and Lingshu fought rumor spirits riding relay static. Each false report was a blade. Su defected. Qin crowned himself. Exit clause failed in the north. Luo cut these lies at source with brutal efficiency, broadcasting raw witness footage instead of speeches. Lingshu laced channels with mirror checks that marked altered messages in red. In the center, Qin met the Leviathan's head as it forced itself through the seam. Its scales reflected all his worst possible futures. Qin enthroned, Qin chained, Qin alone over a city of kneelers, Qin dead while others wore his face as doctrine. Each image tried to hook his mind. He bit his tongue hard enough to taste iron and anchored on pain. Not center, he told the monster. Conduit. He opened Saint Vessel and let every active cell feed through him without obeying him. Power came in jagged streams. Su's flame precision, Yan's feral timing, Mu's legal certainty, Bai's grave steadiness, Luo's siege rhythm, Lingshu's cold pattern sight, Silent Vow's stubborn chant, Ning's survivor calculus. None asked permission. None waited for command. The Leviathan lunged. Qin split Void Mandate into 12 arcs and threaded them through its open prayer chains. Instead of severing outright, he reversed directional flow so each chain carried choice declarations from the city's back into the creature's throat. I stand. I decline. I leave. I stay by will. I owe no kneel. Millions of voices, uneven and hoarse, surged through the chains. The Leviathan convulsed. It could digest devotion. It could not digest autonomy. Its scales cracked from inside with white light. The seam above buckled. Then Qin moved. He had crawled from the dual ring and reached the Lord's discarded kernel, a fist-sized black prism half buried under rubble. He pressed it to his chest wound and screamed as script burned into his skin. If no one owns the center, he roared, then I will own the audit. The prism fired a spear of verdict light toward Qin's exposed core. I saw it first through harbor mirrors. Left, she shouted across 3 relay hops. Qin twisted. The spear missed his heart by a finger width and ripped through his side. He dropped to one knee, breath gone. The Leviathan surged again, mouth wide, ready to swallow center and seam. Su's voice slammed into every channel. Qin now. He stood on one shaking leg, lifted the widow name pouch, and ripped it open. Paper slips flew into the storm like white birds. Each name on each slip flared as witness record, not ownership mark. The names became a net of memory over the Leviathan's skull. Not prayer, not command, testimony. The monster hit the net and stalled. Qin drove both hands forward and spoke the only technique name that fit. Hollow crown, open hand descent. Void mandate erupted upward, not as a spear, as a ring with no center point. It wrapped the Leviathan's head and pulled it sideways into the seam. The creature thrashed, tore half the chamber roof, and vanished into silver fracture with a sound like mountain glass breaking. The seam slammed shut. Qin collapsed flat on the cracked floor, blood spreading under him, eyes open but unfocused. Across the world, kneeling rates dropped. Not to zero, low enough for dawn to matter. Chapter 125, they carried Qin to the center seat the tribunal had built, and he hated how much it looked like a throne. It's a chair, Mu said when she saw his face. It's a trap shaped like furniture, he murmured. Yin snorted. Then don't sit pretty. He sat anyway because standing made the chamber spin. The bell still filled half the sky aperture, darker now, edges lined with pale fire. The adjudicators reformed in a straight line, robes torn where Leviathan backlash had burned verdict script from their sleeves. Crisis interval nearing end, the tallest said. Submit codified architecture for provisional acceptance. Mu was already unrolling fresh tablets. Name of doctrine? She asked without looking up. I answered first. Open hand covenant. Su nodded. No cages in the title. Luo added. No poetry that hides enforcement. Ning raised a finger. And no saint words. Markets weaponized saint words. Mu wrote while they spoke, voice turning each line into stone. Clause 1. Bond initiation requires explicit voluntary assent by the bonded party. Clause 2. Bond dissolution may be invoked at any time by the bonded party without punitive backlash. Clause 3. Emergency conditions do not suspend consent requirements. Clause 4. No office, sect, court, or center claimant may compel kneeling, worship posture, or spiritual allegiance as legal compliance mechanism. Clause 5. Enforcement authority is distributed across bonded councils, neutral witness councils, and civic defense councils. No single actor holds override rights. Clause 6. Center claimant function is defined as conduit duty with revocable mandate, subject to scheduled public audits. Lingshu stepped forward from relay station shadow. Add anti-rumor protocol. Doctrines die by forged messages. Mu nodded and wrote. Clause 7. All major doctrinal orders require mirror-verified publication across 3 independent channels. Silent Val lifted her cracked staff. Add mourning protection. Widows have been stripped in the name of purity for centuries. Mu wrote again. Clause 8. Grief rights are protected practices and cannot be converted into coercive recruitment mechanisms. Qin raised his head. Add one more. He looked at Su, then Bai, then the others, then at Ning who had stepped outside his bond and stayed by choice anyway. Clause 9. Anyone may leave center proximity or associated institutions without retaliation, resource denial, or reputational blacklisting. Ning smiled sideways. Now that one hurts the right people. The tribunal listened. The bell surface rippled. Across the world, relay stones repeated each clause in market dialects, sect legalese, dock slang, widow chants. Jean lay propped against broken bronze at the chamber edge, half conscious, the black prism fused to his chest like a second heart gone wrong. He laughed weakly when he heard Clause 6. Public audits, he coughed. You made paradise into paperwork. Mu did not glance at him. Good governance bores predators. The adjudicator extended a mirrored hand. Submit covenant with seals. Seals were a problem. Old doctrine expected one supreme seal from center authority. That path was dead. Qin reached for his own sigil, then stopped. Not first, he said. He handed the stylus to Bai. Bai stamped widow witness seal. She handed it to Mu. Mu stamped legal seal. Mu handed to Luo's relay projection. Luo stamped coalition defense seal from afar. Then to Silent Vow, to Lingshu, to Ning as neutral survivor witness, to Su as bonded representative by explicit self-declaration, to Yin as independent combat authority. Only then did Qin stamp conduit seal last, smaller than the rest. The tablets rose from Mu's hands and floated into the bell light. For 3 breaths, nothing happened. Then every clause lit at once and shot across the mirrored sky in lines of white fire. On distant horizons, People lifted their heads and watched words burn overhead like a new constellation. The tallest adjudicator spoke. Provisional acceptance granted. Open hand covenant recognized under emergency continuity statute. Audit window established. Mu narrowed her eyes. Define window. 100 days, the adjudicator replied. At day 100, High Arbiter from upper lattice descends for compliance review. Failure triggers forcible architecture replacement. Yin clicked her tongue. So we bought a war schedule. We bought time, I said. Same thing, Yin answered, not unkind. The bell began to rise, inch by inch, back toward cloud and fracture. As it lifted, the Lord's body flickered. Its chest was hollow now where kernel logic had been ripped out. It looked at Sheen with unreadable calm. Center claimant, it said. Outcome diverged from highest probability slavery path. You disappointed? Sheen asked. I do not contain disappointment, the Lord said. I contain records. It turned its head toward Jean. Unauthorized kernel merge detected. New hostile actor forming. Jin's fused prism pulsed once, then again, dark lines racing up his neck. He smiled through cracked lips. Audit in 100 days, he whispered. I can do a lot with 100 days. Sue stepped forward with fire gathering in her palm. Sheen lifted 2 fingers. Not now. Sue glared, then lowered her hand by a fraction. You keep postponing this, she said. I keep choosing battlefields, Sheen answered. Jean laughed, dragged himself backward into a mirror shard pile, and vanished when the shards collapsed into smoke. No one cheered. They were too tired for cheering. Dawn light crept through the broken roof and struck the cracked floor where blood, ash, and Claw's script mingled in one long stain. Outside, cities did not kneel in unison anymore. Some prayed standing. Some cursed. Some went back to hauling water. Some argued law in tea houses before breakfast. Ordinary noise returned in ragged waves. Sheen tried to rise and failed. I caught his shoulder. Sue caught his other side. He looked at both women and gave a tired laugh. Still here, he said. Still complicated, Sue replied. Mu rolled the covenant copies and slid one into Sheen's hand. Sleep 6 hours, she said. Then we build enforcement. Paper without teeth is prayer. Luo's relay voice came softer than usual. Coalition requests direction for day 1. Sheen stared at the broken sky where the bell had hung. Day 1 order, he said, voice hoarse and steady. Open every bonded institution gate. Publish exit paths at every door. Anyone who wants out walks out under guard. Anyone who stays signs again by choice. Ning gave him a long look, then nodded. That, she said, will terrify everyone worth terrifying. Sheen closed his eyes for one breath, then opened them as dawn widened over a world that had not ended yet. Good, he said. Let terror change sides. Chapter 126. By noon, every bonded institution gate in the central provinces stood open. Not symbolic open. Bolts removed. Guard chains cut. Exit maps nailed to pillars in waterproof ink. Widow courts posted shelter lists by district. Grain guilds posted meal queues. Coalition runners read the open hand covenant in market squares until their voices cracked. People still expected a trap. They came to the gates with packed bundles and children tied to their backs, stared at the guards, and waited for the old lash that always came when someone tried to leave sanctioned devotion lanes. No lash came. At Eastern Ember Court, a woman in gray who had served 12 years in ritual kitchens crossed the threshold with shaking knees. She stopped 3 steps outside and clutched her throat, waiting for pain. Nothing. She looked back with wild eyes and whispered, I'm still breathing. That single sentence moved faster than relay stones. Sheen sat on a stretcher in the temporary command hall, left side bound in spirit gauze, blood still seeping through. Mu had forbidden him from standing unless the building was on fire. It is on fire, he told her. Then burn while sitting, Mu answered. Luo pinned fresh map tiles to a wall board and struck each with a bronze nail. Day 1 exit flow, 41,000 filings across 9 provinces, she reported. Shelter capacity at 68%. Water strain in 2 corridors. Ning leaned over the board, hair tied back with black cord, voice dry as old ledgers. Predatory brokers already circling shelters with fake transport contracts. We need witness teams at every sign table. I nodded. Widow squads can cover half. Half gets people sold, Ning said. Then we cover all, Sue snapped. She was pacing the room like caged lightning, phoenix aura flaring at every bad report. Her knuckles were raw from breaking shrine anchors all morning. Sheen raised a hand. No panic orders. Sequence it. Luo, priority water first. Ning, anti-fraud teams paired with legal readers. Mu, emergency writ for voiding coercive contracts signed within 24 hours of shelter entry. Mu was already writing. Draft done in 7 breaths. Enforceable in 12 if magistrates stop grandstanding. A runner crashed through the command doors, mud up to his knees. North Glass District, he gasped. Exit queue attacked. Men in audit masks dragging women into mirror carts. Sue moved before the sentence finished. Yin with me. Yin was already at the window, rolling her shoulders under patched armor. Race you to the first throat, she said. Race you to the last rescue, Sue shot back. They vanished in opposite streaks across the courtyard roofline. Sheen tried to stand. Mu pushed him back down with 2 fingers to his chest. You collapse here, policy collapses there. Stop pretending martyrdom is management. He hated that she was right. So he fought seated. He opened inner sight and stretched hollow crown through relay channels, not to command, to synchronize witness streams. Dozens of viewpoints flooded him. Gate lines, crying children, angry guards, laughing fraudsters, old women reading clauses by lamplight, men burning old oath tokens in cook fires. North Glass came through in jagged bursts. Audit-masked riders in gray lacquer had split the queue with smoke beads. Their carts were mirror-lined inside, built to disorient captives and hide direction shifts. They carried forged tribunal seals. Wisdom first, Sheen told himself. Ning, he said, voice tight. What's the one thing fraud crews need before transport? Identity capture. She did not pause. Without a witness-signed identity strip, buyers discount hard. Good. We poison that step. He routed a command to all shelter scribes. Immediate protocol. Mark every new exit filer with rotating ink sigil keyed to hourly mirror verification. Unverified strips void at market by sunset. Ning grinned like a knife finding an artery. Now they can kidnap bodies and sell nothing. Mu broadcast legal confirmation across magistrate channels. Any buyer accepting unverified identity strips becomes accessory to covenant sabotage, punishable by asset seizure and prison labor. Luo layered enforcement routes over street maps and fed them to patrol captains. Interception arcs sent. Seal all bridge toll points. In North Glass, Sue hit the first mirror cart with a phoenix palm and peeled its lacquer shell open like wet bark. 3 women tumbled out, coughing and kicking. Run to blue flags, Sue shouted. Don't stop for anyone in a mask. Yin came down from a roof beam, blades flashing in tight circles. She cut reins, not riders, and sent cart beasts bolting sideways into drainage channels. Riders spilled in curses. Heads up, Yin yelled. One masked captain tore off his helmet. Underneath was a former shrine enforcer by had spared 2 arcs ago. Open hand, he sneered, blood on his teeth. Open season. He triggered a mirror flare that split his body image into 6 copies. Sue cursed. Illusion lattice. Sheen saw the pattern through shared vision and barked through relay. Yin, the real one has no left shadow. Strike high right on my mark. Mark, Yin said. Now. Her blade took the captain's wrist off at the elbow before he could fire chain bolts. The illusion copies burst like bubbles. The queue broke into chaos, then reformed behind Bai's arriving widow squad. Shields locked, exit banners held high. By dusk, North Glass was secure. By nightfall, the first day numbers came in. 58,000 departures filed. 23,000 chose to remain and re-sign by explicit consent. 7,000 requested neutral waiting status. No punitive backlash deaths recorded. Sheen exhaled and almost believed the day might end without new catastrophe. Then Lingshu's relay glyph flashed black. Urgent, she said. Unknown broadcaster hijacked Western channels. Message repeats one line. Exit paths lead to the ledger court. Ning's expression turned to stone. Jean, she said. He's building a market state in our blind spot. Outside, rain began over the command courtyard, thin and stubborn. Gate runners kept reading clause slips under leaking eaves while evacuees stamped mud from their boots and argued over routes. One woman who had re-signed by choice carried hot millet porridge to the same exit queue she had left that morning. No one ordered her where to stand. She chose a place by the door and served bowls to both levers and stayers. Sheen watched that through shared witness feed and held it like a talisman against the coming dark. Chapter 127. The hijacked message did not threaten anyone. That made it worse. Exit paths lead to the ledger court. Transport guaranteed. Food guaranteed. Debt forgiveness guaranteed. The line repeated in calm voices borrowed from dead kin, old mentors, lost lovers. Whoever built the broadcast knew how to pry open grief and call it logistics. By midnight, 3 shelter corridors in the west had emptied into unregistered caravans. No broken doors. No blood. Just people vanishing with signed forms that looked legal at first glance. Ning slammed a stack of confiscated contracts on the command table. Read Clause 11, she said. Mu read aloud, face hardening with each word. Participants grant provisional guardianship to ledger court adjudicators for 99 days, pending audit stabilization. Guardianship includes movement rights, labor scheduling, ritual attendance, and disciplinary compliance. Su swore. He rebuilt cages with polite verbs. And with my old formatting, Ning said quietly. This syntax is mine from 8 years ago. Sheen looked up from the stretcher where healers were resetting fractured meridians with silver needles. Can you break it? Ning's laugh was bitter. I wrote it to survive wolves. Of course I can break it. Luo pushed a map shard forward. Problem is location. Ledger caravans vanish after the 3rd toll gate. Scouts lose them in mirror fog near Salt Marsh Basin. Lingshu tapped 3 black dots on the map. There are old tribute vault tunnels under that basin, pre-sect era. If Jean got Lord Colonel indexing, he can reopen them. Moo's brush snapped in her hand. He is collecting people under forged consent before we establish audit inspectors. If he presents those contracts to Upper Lattice Review, he will claim our doctrine failed in practice. Jean sat up despite the needles. Then we make practice bite back. Strategy came in layers. Layer 1. Public warning broadcast that identified the forged clauses and listed safe corridor seals. Layer 2. Immediate freeze on unverified caravan movement through western toll roads. Layer 3. Bait. Ning drafted a fake high-value transfer notice using her old broker cipher, advertising transport of 3 former shrine treasurers with access to hidden reserve vaults. Jean would not ignore that. He likes leverage more than gold, Ning said. But gold gets him to show his face. Who plays treasurer? Yin asked. She was sharpening one blade with the calm of someone preparing tea. I set her cup down. I do. Su shook her head. Too exposed. That is the point, I said. Jean looked at her for a long breath, then nodded once. I go too, he said. Mu glared at him. You can barely stand. I can sit in a cart and bleed strategically. That is not a sentence any physician should hear, Mu muttered. They rolled out before dawn in a 3-cart convoy painted with fake tribunal sigils and guarded by 8 fighters dressed as paid blades. Jean and Bai rode in the middle cart behind layered mirror cloth. Su and Yin vanished into ridge shadows on flank routes. Luo coordinated pursuit squads 2 valleys back to avoid tipping the trap. Fog swallowed the road by first light. At mile marker 19, toll bells rang twice with no visible gate. A voice floated through the mist. Ledger Court welcomes compliant travelers. The road split into 4 identical lanes where only one had existed. Mirror maze, Lingshu whispered over relay. Do not follow sight. Follow pulse count. Sheen closed his eyes and counted world heart beats through the mud. 1, 2, 3, pause. 1, 2, 3. The true lane vibrated on the 3rd beat. Left center, he murmured. The cart driver pulled hard. Wheels caught stone. The other 3 lanes collapsed into black water pits lined with bone stakes. Charming, Yin said from somewhere above. The convoy reached a sunken arch of old tribute stone half buried in reeds. Ledger banners hung from it. Black cloth, white ink, no symbols of sect or shrine. Practical. Mark it clean. Men and women in audit masks stepped out with clipboards, chains hidden under sleeves. Their leader bowed toward the cart. We honor your choice to transfer, he said. Ning's coded reply came from Bai, flawless. Choice travels faster with profit. The leader smiled. As it should. He raised a stamp rod. That was the trigger. Su dropped from fog like a falling star and kicked the rod into the reeds. Yin cut the leader's sleeve and exposed chain script before he could deny coercion. Sheen tore the cart curtain and projected the contract clauses across the arch in bright void ink for every captive inside the compound to read. Clause 11 is guardianship slavery, he shouted. Any signature obtained under false seal is void under Covenant 8 and 9. You are free to leave now. Inside the compound, dozens of civilians hesitated, clutching bags, children, blankets. One old man called back, voice shaking. If we leave, who feeds us? Ning stepped out from behind a post, dropping disguise hood. I do, she said. With your own labor charter, not your throat on a ledger chain. She tossed open a crate of stamped grain vouchers backed by coalition stores and Widow Guild credit. Ledger enforcers lunged to seize the crate. I met them head-on, swords sheathing and unsheathing in short pulses that knocked weapons from hands without opening arteries. She fought like measured rain. The compound erupted into motion. Captives ran for the side gates. Children were passed over fences. Audit masks shattered under Yan's elbows and Sue's heel strikes. Then the marsh itself rose. Mirror water climbed into human shapes, each wearing Jin's smile. You think you can regulate hunger? The water voices mocked. Sheen tasted Colonel logic in the mist. Not Jean alone. The black prism had merged with remnant lord routines and grown a distributed proxy mind. Back to the arch, he shouted. Don't let them surround the civilians. The water figures struck with chain lashes that froze skin on contact. Sue's fire flashed and sputtered in marsh damp. I took a lash across the shoulder and staggered. Qin reached for hollow crown and found static in every direction. No clean channel. So he changed tactics. Lingshu, he barked. Can you invert mirror index here? For 7 breaths, she answered. Maybe 8 if the towers don't melt. Do it on my count. He waited until the water figures committed to a full ring around the captives. Now, mirror index flipped. For 7 breaths. Every reflective surface in salt marsh inverted direction. Water figures targeting captives found themselves striking their own anchor pools instead. Chain lashes wrapped around marsh posts, carts, and each other. Move, Qin roared. The captives burst through the opening and ran toward coalition banners rising on the ridge as Luo's delayed squads charged in. By the time mirror index snapped back, the trap had failed. Not broken. Failed. That distinction mattered. As coalition troops secured the arch, Qin found a carved slate sunk in mud at the compound center. It held one line in Jin's hand. Audit begins now. See you at Chapter Dawn. Chapter 128, they brought back 317 civilians from Salt Marsh Basin. 26 needed immediate spirit stabilization. 9 had chain burns carved into meridians from forged guardianship rituals. 2 were missing. That number sat in the command hall like a blade on the table. Names, Bai said. A scribe swallowed. Rue Fun, age 12. Dai Miao, age 10. Siblings. Last seen near the tribute vault stair. Sue slammed her fist into the wall hard enough to crack plaster. We cleared that stair. No, Lingshu said quietly. We cleared what the mirrors let us see. Qin was back on his feet against medical orders, side wound bound tighter, eyes ringed dark from blood loss. Mu pointed at him like a prosecutor. You are not going on this rescue. I am the only one who can read Lord Colonel misdirection at range, Qin replied. You are also one heavy strike away from dying on principle. Yin leaned on her blades and smirked. Let him die later. Kids first. Mu shut her eyes for one breath, then exhaled. Fine. Limited team. No hero charges. If anyone says retreat, we retreat. They went in at twilight through a collapsed cistern shaft Lingshu found in presect maps. The tunnel walls were lined with old tribute carvings, widows kneeling with bowls, men in masks holding scales, bells hanging overhead like moons. Water dripped in a steady rhythm that made distance hard to judge. 2 heartbeats forward, pause, Qin whispered. Colonel loops use regular cadence. Break rhythm. Sue nodded and shifted her step pattern. I copied. Yin ignored cadence and walked like chaos given human form, which worked just as well. At the first chamber, they found decoy children made of marsh glass. At the second, they found a recorded crying loop in Rue Fun's voice. At the third, they found Dai Miao's shoe tied to a chain hook. Sue's jaw clenched so tight, Qin heard her teeth grind. He is baiting us deeper, she said. Yes, Qin replied. So we set our own bait. He took the widow name pouch, now half empty after the Leviathan net, and removed one slip with blank backside. On it he wrote in thick blood ink, Center enters vault core. Come claim. He nailed the slip to a tribute pillar where mirror scouts would see it. Yin arched an eyebrow. That is unsubtle. He likes ego fights, Qin said. Give him one. They split. Sue and Bai moved left corridor to locate live signatures. Yin took high vents to disrupt sentry mirrors. Qin and Lingshu pushed toward vault core, where Colonel Static pulsed strongest. The core chamber opened beneath a broken bell frame, half submerged in black water. Hundreds of thin chains hung from the ceiling, each ending in a glass bead filled with recorded faces. The 2 missing children were suspended over the water in mirrored cages, unconscious but breathing. Jean waited on the bell frame, chest prism glowing through torn skin. He looked worse and stronger at once. Dark script crawled across his neck and down both arms like roots searching for soil. You came, he said, voice split with a second tone under it. Good. I need witness quality. Qin stepped onto the nearest beam. Let the kids go. Trade, Jean said. You surrender conduit mandate for 40 days. I run compliance by efficient means. Audit passes. Everyone lives. Everyone kneels, Qin said. Everyone eats, Jean corrected. He snapped his fingers. Mirror water rose in walls around the chamber exits. Sue and Bai burst into the chamber from opposite corridors at the same moment and collided with the water walls, forced back by chain script arcs. Yin dropped from a vent and stuck 2 blades into Jin's shoulder from behind. The blades sank to the hilt. Jean did not scream. He turned, caught Yin by the throat, and hurled her across the chamber into a chain cluster. Glass beads exploded around her. Sue roared and launched a phoenix spear. Jean caught it in one hand and squeezed until flames sprayed sideways. Colonel Merge threshold 82. The second tone in his voice announced. Recommend termination of high-risk bonded units. Jean's stomach dropped. That tone was the Lord's logic stripped of restraint. He could not outmuscle this in his state. So he bet on architecture. Ling Shu, he said, never taking his eyes off Jean. Can you isolate prism input from ambient fear channels? For a breath, she answered. Maybe two. Need one. Jean opened Hollow Crown and did the one thing he had refused all arc. He called every bonded signature into his core at full amplitude. Pain hit like mountain collapse. Blood burst from his side bandage. His knees shook. Su felt the pull and shouted, Jean, no. One breath, he said. Ling Shu slammed both hands to the floor glyphs and inverted mirror index in a razor-thin cone around Jin's chest prism. For one breath, the prism could not drink external fear. Jean used that breath to strike, not at Jin's heart, at the chain map behind him. Void Mandate traced a ring around the two children's cages and severed their suspension anchors. I was already moving. She dove, caught one cage with her shoulder, rolled, and tossed it towards Su. Su caught and cracked it open with flaming fingers, lifting Rue Fan clear. Yin, bleeding from scalp and forearm, landed on the second cage and kicked it down the slope to Qin. Dai Miao tumbled out coughing. Run with Bai, Qin shouted. Su grabbed both siblings and sprinted for the corridor before the water wall resealed. Jin's prism reconnected and detonated a wave of verdict light that sent everyone sprawling. Qin hit stone hard, vision whitening. In that white he saw his own core pattern shift. Hollow Crown had been a ring with no center. Now a second ring formed outside it. Thinner, harder, etched with 9 tiny gates. Saint Vessel, second ring. Not more power. More routing. He laughed once through blood. Good timing, he rasped. Jean charged with both hands, shaping chain spears. Qin opened gate 3 on the new ring and redirected Su's departing Phoenix Wake back through the chamber in a curved arc fire bent around Bai and Yin without touching them, and struck Jean broadside, driving him into the bell frame. The frame cracked. Black water surged. Mu's voice blasted over relay. Vault integrity failing. Evacuate now. No one argued. They ran as chains fell behind them, and the core chamber collapsed into marsh sink. At the tunnel mouth, Qin looked back once. Jean stood waist deep in black water amid broken chain beads, smiling through ruin. Second ring, he called after Qin. Good. I needed you stronger. Chapter 129 The Rescue of Rue Fan and Dai Miao bought the Covenant a day of breathing room. Only a day? By sunrise, 3 magistrate blocks filed petitions claiming Qin's use of bonded resonance in the vault proved hidden central coercion. 2 sect elders demanded that Su be charged for unsanctioned city-scale flame deployment. 1 merchant coalition asked to outsource exit management to private audit houses for efficiency and investor confidence. Ning read the petitions and laughed until she wiped tears from her eyes. Predators heal fast, she said. Mu did not laugh. Hearing at noon, she said. If we lose framing, Jean wins without leaving the marsh. Qin sat through morning treatment while healers argued in whispers about whether he would survive another week of this pace. He ignored them and memorized testimony order. Witness 1. Rue Fan's statement that Ledger Court abducted her after she invoked exit clause. Witness 2. Mirror record from Salt Marsh showing forged seals. Witness 3. Ling Shu's technical report on kernel-manipulated misdirection loops. Witness 4. Ning's expert testimony on coercive contract syntax. He entered the hearing hall on his own feet because optics mattered. The hall was packed, magistrates in layered robes, sect envoys with polished insignia, widow delegations in plain black, dock guilds still smelling of salt, street witnesses holding copied clause slips like prayer cards reborn as legal tools. At the center dais stood a new object none of them had installed. A thin mirror pillar, 5 feet tall, humming with bell light. Mu narrowed her eyes. Uninvited evidence conduit. The pillar spoke in a clear, unfamiliar woman's voice. Upper lattice pre-audit observer present. Continue. Qin's pulse spiked. The voice stirred a memory older than his cultivation. A lullaby half forgotten. Su heard it too and looked at him sharply. Do you know that voice? I don't know, he said. I almost do. The hearing began. Magistrate Han, leader of the petition block, opened with smooth contempt. Open hand claims distributed authority, yet Qinren routed all combat coordination through his core in Salt Marsh. Is that not de facto center control? Mu answered before Qin could. No. We submit full channel logs. Routing does not equal override. Commands from independent cells retain veto and deviation rights throughout operation. Han smiled thinly. Technical distinctions comfort scholars. People need certainty. From the widow benches, silent Val struck her staff once. People need dignity, she said. Certainty killed us for generations. Ruefen testified next, voice shaking then steadying as she spoke. She described the fake kindness of ledger recruiters, the mirror card, the cage over Blackwater, the promise that obedient children eat first. No one interrupted her. When she finished, even two sect envoys looked down. Ning took the stand and dissected Clause 11 sentence by sentence. Guardianship pending stabilization, she read. This phrase is a lockpick. It converts temporary fear into transferable ownership. I built this template years ago. Anyone using it now knows what they are doing. Han attempted a counter. Expert admits prior authorship of coercive language. Why trust her now? Ning spread her hands. Because recovered wolves know where teeth hide. Murmurs rippled through the hall. Then Magistrate Han played his trump card. We submit Exhibit Gray, he said. A mirror screen rose showing Qin in the vault, blood-soaked, pulling every bonded signature into his core to open second ring routing. Han turned to the crowd. Observe center accumulation event. If this man falls, every dependent lattice falls. This is the fragility we warned against. It was a good strike. Too good. Qin stood and faced the hall before Mu could object. He's right about one part, he said. If we keep architecture this way, we fail audit. Su snapped her head toward him. Qin. He raised a hand. Listen, I pulled too much. Because children were in cages, and we had one breath. I would do it again. But emergency routing cannot remain personality-based. He turned to the mirror pillar. Observer. Record amendment proposal. Mu's eyes widened, then sharpened as she followed his move. Clause 10, she said, catching up in real time. Any center-level routing beyond predefined threshold must be mirrored by at least 3 independent conduits within 24 hours, or conduit mandate auto-suspends pending review. Luo rose from the coalition bench. I can nominate first alternate conduits now. I stood beside her. Second, Lingshu stood. Third, Su stood last, chin high. Fourth, if needed. But I vote for rotation, not fixed roster. Mu wrote fast, then handed tablets to witness rows for immediate seal sequence. Han tried to interrupt. You cannot amend doctrine mid-hearing without petition review cycle. Ning smiled at him like winter. Emergency continuity statute, she said. Read your own law before weaponizing it. The hall laughed, short and sharp. The mirror pillar pulsed. Amendment logged, the unknown woman's voice said. Adaptive compliance probability increased. Qin stepped closer to the pillar. Who are you? The pillar's surface rippled and showed, for one breath, a woman's silhouette traced in ash lines and old phoenix light. Not Asheko Su. Older. Familiar around the eyes. Interim designation, Lattice Witness 9, the voice said. Personal identifiers restricted pending audit protocol. Then it flickered back to blank mirror. Qin's hands shook. He knew now why. The cadence in that voice matched the message his mother had left in the bronze mirror. Not memory. Presence. The hearing ended with provisional acceptance of Clause 10 and a mandate to establish alternate conduits within 1 day. As crowds spilled into sunlit courtyards, Mu caught Qin's sleeve. You are smiling, she said. That worries me. My mother might be alive in upper lattice architecture, Qin said. Mu blinked once. That does not lower risk. No, Qin agreed. But it changes the map. Across the city, bells that had been mute for days gave one low, uncertain note. In the outer corridor, Ruefen sat on a bench with Dai Miao asleep against her shoulder, both wrapped in widow-black blankets too large for their frames. She saw Qin pass and lifted one hand in a small, fierce wave that looked like a vow. Qin returned the gesture without slowing. Behind him, petition clerks were already rewriting forms to include Clause 10 routing limits. The paperwork looked dull. The stakes were not. Chapter 130, they built the alternate conduit trial at dusk in the ruined crucible because no one trusted any other ground yet. Clause 10 demanded proof within 24 hours, and audits cared about demonstration more than intention. 3 independent conduits stood on separate platforms cut from broken bridge stone. Bai on the east platform, widow's seal tied to her wrist. Luo on the west, relay sigils rotating over her palms. Lingshu on the north, mirror needles pinned along both sleeves. Qin stood at south as initial center reference only, hands open, no active pull. Mu oversaw from the middle with legal tablets and a clock glyph counting each heartbeat. Su and Yin guarded the perimeter against interruption. Ning watched the observer pillar, which had reappeared at the chamber edge without anyone moving it. I hate that thing, she muttered. Useful and terrifying can coexist, Mu replied. The trial objective was brutal in its simplicity. Maintain coordinated defense against simulated multi-front threat with Qin's conduit channel capped at 20%. If they failed, Clause 10 looked like theater. If they passed, open hand gained teeth. Luo triggered the simulation arrays. Mirror constructs rose from the floor as enemy waves. False levy soldiers, forged magistrate squads, panic mobs, rumor specters, and one scaled Leviathan fragment for morale damage. Begin, Moose said. Wave 1 hit from 3 directions. Bai's platform flashed first. She linked nearby Widow squads into shield lines by call and response, not command pulse. Left row breathe. Right row lock. No one heroic alone. Her cadence spread through local channels like steady drumbeat. Luo handled Wave 2 by rerouting troop messages around simulated tower collapse. She spoke in clipped packets. Node 6 down. Route 7. Confirm. Route 7. Confirm. No flourish, just logistics as weapon. Lingshu took Wave 3. Rumor specters carrying forged surrender orders. She threaded mirror needles into the specter's script cores and tagged each false order with bright scarlet marks visible to all channels. If it bleeds red text, burn it, she said. The first 5 minutes held. Qin watched his cap glyph hold at 19% and forced himself not to reach for more. Then Jean struck. Not with armies. With one child. A real relay opened on the eastern wall showing Rue Fun again, bound to a marsh post, black water rising around her knees. Dai Miao was not visible. A voice from the relay, Jin's voice split with colonel tone, whispered, "Conduit cap off, or she drowns before your next breath." Su lunged toward the relay. Mu barked, "Check authenticity first." "No time," Su shouted. Jin's cap glyph spiked to 24 as instinct tore through discipline. Bai snapped across channel, sharp as steel. "Jin, hold your line. If this is forged, we hand him the trial." Ning was already moving, eyes on the observer pillar. "If it's real, he wants our panic signature. Give me 3 breaths." She slammed a broker lens against the relay surface and tracked transaction residue in the image feed. "Image source is nested," she said fast. "Primary tag says East Marsh. Secondary tag says Hearing Hall Archive. It's stitched." Lingshu added, "Water ripple cadence loops every 11 counts." "Forgery." Su froze mid-step, shaking with rage. "Then where is Rue Fun really?" Luo fired 3 scouts through live corridors and answered in 12 breaths. "Rue Fun is in Central Infirmary with Mu's clerks." Confirmed visual. The relay image distorted and warped into Jin's face. "Good," he said. "You learned one lesson." The face burst into a spray of chain needles aimed at Bai's platform. Yin moved first, intercepting half with crossed blades. Su burned the rest in a tight spiral that spared nearby scripts. The trial did not break. It hardened. Qin forced his cap back to 19 and looked at Mu. "Continue." Wave 6 began with the Leviathan fragment diving through mirror rooflines. This was the true test, large-scale impact requiring shared routing. By anchored civilian shield clusters. Luo synchronized mobile artillery carts. Lingshu mapped mirror weak points on the fragment's belly scales. Qin contributed only timing marks and pressure forecasts under cap. Scale seam opens every 3rd dive. Wind shift 2 degrees east. Hold strike until belly glow turns white. Su and Yin executed the kill pattern without waiting for heroics. Su drove Phoenix lances into marked seams. Yin rode the blast wake and planted void spikes Qin had pre-shaped hours earlier. The fragment broke apart in a rain of inert glass over the chamber floor. Clock glyph hit 0. Mu raised her hand. Trial complete. Conduit cap maintained. Multi-node response successful. For a moment, no one spoke. Then Luo allowed herself one short breath of relief. "We can run this city without betting all lives on one heartbeat." Bai wiped blood from her lip and nodded. "Good. Keep proving it." The observer pillar brightened. Clause 10 compliance accepted, Witness 9 said. Audit risk lowered by 12 points. Qin stepped toward it despite the guard line. "If you are who I think you are, say one thing only," she would say. The pillar remained silent long enough to hurt. Then the woman's voice answered, softer than before. "When you were 7, she said, you hid dried plum under your tongue before punishment so you could taste summer while kneeling." Qin's breath stopped. No one else in the chamber understood why his knees nearly gave. The pillar dimmed. Personal confirmation deferred, Witness 9 said. "Prepare for Day 7 lattice probe. Hostile audit actors already descending." A new relay exploded open over the chamber. Not Jean, not Leviathan. 3 armored figures in upper lattice white stood on a cloud bridge above the western sea, each carrying a verdict spear longer than a ship mast. Their lead officer raised a banner stamped with one line. Emergency Replacement Task Force. Su looked at Qin, fire gathering around her fists. "Day 7 came early," she said. Qin wiped blood from his mouth, stared at the banner, and smiled without warmth. Good, he said. Then they can learn our gate is open both ways. Chapter 131. The Emergency Replacement Task Force did not knock. They drove white verdict spears into cloud above the western sea and used those spears as pylons for a descending bridge of light. 3 armored officers walked down first, each step ringing like a court bell struck inside bone. The lead officer carried the banner and wore a mask of polished jade shaped with no mouth. When she spoke, her voice came through a throat amplifier set in her collar. By upper lattice authority, Open Hand Covenant enters compulsory review. Interim suspension protocols may be imposed by force. Dockworkers on the seawall shouted curses. Widow squads raised shields. Sect envoys, who had called for replacement yesterday, suddenly remembered they were mortal and took 2 steps back. Qin stood on the battered seawall with Su, Bai, Mu, Yin, Luo, and Lingshu spread around him in a loose half-circle. He kept his hands visible and empty. Name, he called to the masked officer. Inspector Captain Xuelan, she replied. Task Force White Spine. Mu stepped forward with tablet scrolls tucked under one arm. Inspector Captain, she said in her courtroom voice, your stated scope exceeds emergency continuity statute. You may review and recommend. You may not suspend accepted doctrine without breach finding. Xuelan tilted her helm by 1 degree. Counselor Mu, you still litigate in burning cities. Admirable. I bill by outcome, Mu replied. Behind Xuelan, the 2 other officers lowered spearheads toward the seawall gates. White script crawled down the shafts, seeking anchor points in local law arrays. Lingshu hissed, they're trying to hard-bind municipal channels before hearing. Luo's hand snapped in a signal sequence. Coalition archers on nearby roofs drew, but did not loose. Qin lifted his voice over wind and sea spray. Task Force White Spine, hear this under Open Hand Clause 4. No authority enters this city by forced kneel, forced bind, or hidden script anchor. You want review, walk through the gate and sign witness terms. Dockside crowds took up the line on instinct. Walk the gate. Sign or go home. Xuelan studied the crowd. Her mask gave nothing. Her fingers tightened once on the banner pole. You invite upper lattice officers to local witness terms. Yes, Qin said. Open gate goes both ways. For 10 breaths, no one moved. Then Xuelan thrust the banner staff into the cloud bridge behind her, detached her gauntlets, and held bare hands out, palms empty. White Spine accepts gate terms for initial hearing interval, she said. Shock moved through both sides. The 2 officers behind her stiffened. Captain, one protested. Record descent, Xuelan snapped. Then stand down. Mu did not waste the opening. She produced 3 witness slips and read terms aloud. No unilateral channel anchors. No civilian detention without local cosign. Full relay transparency for all enforcement actions. Xuelan signed with blood thumbprint. So did her 2 officers, though one signed hard enough to crack the slate edge. The crowd exhaled. Then a 4th figure leaped from the cloud bridge without warning. Not an officer. A white-cloaked execution specialist with no insignia, spear already spinning. He aimed straight for Qin's throat. Yin swore and hit him midair with crossed blades. Steel screamed against white spear shaft. She absorbed the blow and slid back 3 steps, heels gouging stone. You had one job, she snarled at the bridge. Count to 10 before betrayal. The execution specialist did not answer. His visor was mirrored black. Script on his cloak read, breach trigger. Rogue unit, Xuelan barked. Not under my order. Then prove it, I said. The rogue attacked again, spear thrusts crisp and merciless, each strike targeting Qin's wounds with surgical precision. He had dossier access. Qin shifted into low stance and opened second ring gate 2 for predictive routing. He did not meet force with force. He let the spear pass, redirected its pressure into seawall stone, and trapped the shaft under a broken parapet. The rogue let go of the spear and drew 2 short verdict knives. Sue's phoenix aura snapped bright. Mine, she said. She intercepted him with a spinning heel that broke one knife wrist. He rolled through it and slashed for her ribs. I stepped in, parried with flat blade, and shoulder-checked him into Yan's waiting kick. 3 women moved like a practiced argument. The rogue still almost got through. At the final lunge, he threw a hidden chain dart under their guard toward Qin's heartline. Qin caught it barehanded. Chain script bit deep into his palm and tried to burrow toward core channels. He clenched, opened gate 5 by instinct, and felt a new current ignite. Second ring had 9 gates. Gate 5 was not power surge. Gate 5 was refusal geometry. Any script entering through coercive intent lost directional certainty. The chain dart went limp in his hand like dead rope. Qin stared at it, then at the rogue. You came to enforce replacement, he said. You can't even hold your own direction. He flung the chain back at the rogue's feet. It wrapped the man's ankles and pinned him. Luo's squads closed in and shackled him under witness recording. Xuelon removed her mask. She was younger than Qin expected, older than her posture allowed, with a scar over left eyebrow and eyes that had seen too many administrative massacres. "He is mine to discipline," she said. Mu's reply was clean steel. "He attacked under your banner at our gate. Joint custody under co-signed terms." Xuelon held her gaze, then nodded once. "Accepted." Before anyone could press advantage, the observer pillar at the seawall square flared and Witness 9's voice cut through wind. "Alert. Secondary hostile signatures detected beneath Western Tide channels. Ledger kernel network moving now." Ning, arriving breathless from the record's quarter, did not slow. "Jin's timing," she said. "He waited for our attention to point upward." She pointed at drainage grates along the quay. Black water was rising through iron bars. On the upper seawall, dock women who had watched the gate confrontation in silence began hammering spare iron spikes into flood doors and chanting clause lines between strikes. It was not elegant. It was not trained. It was a city deciding it would not be processed like cargo again. Qin heard the rhythm through relay and nodded once. Chapter 132. By midnight, the city was fighting two audits. The visible audit came from White Spine officers and their legal demands. The hidden audit came from Blackwater couriers moving under streets with forged warrants and chain kits. If White Spine found chaos, they would file failure. If Qin captured civilians under cover of that chaos, he would manufacture proof. Qin split response tracks at once. Track 1. Mu and Xuelon co-chaired an emergency review chamber in the old customs hall, with relays open and crowd witnesses present so no one could accuse sealed room manipulation. Track 2. Qin, Su, Bai, Yin, Luo, Lingshu, and Ning hunted Blackwater teams through tide tunnels under the western districts. Xuelon accepted co-chair with a dry expression. "You distrust me." "Yes," Mu said. "Good," Xuelon replied. "Distrust with procedures is better than trust with no paper." The first joint hearing lasted 30 minutes and covered 12 disputes: detention authority, search scope, evidence chain, and whether upper lattice officers could carry unsheathed verdict spears in civilian corridors. Mu 1-9. Xuelon 1-3. No one got everything. That was why it held. Below the streets, tide tunnels stank of algae, rust, and old coin. Ning led with a broker lamp that burned blue over active ledger ink. "They're moving in triangles," she said. "Never straight line. They want to look like random floods." Luo marked pursuit routes on wet wall with chalk that glowed under relay light. Squad Delta cuts exit at kiln stairs. Squad Echo seals fish market hatch. Yin walked point in ankle-deep water, blades low. "If I slip on eel slime and die, put heroic on the tablet," she muttered. "I'll put dramatic and loud," Su shot back. "Accurate." Qin's new Gate 5 perception pulsed in his palm, a faint geometry sense that mapped coercive script vectors as crooked lines in dark. Every forged warrant left that crooked signature. "Left branch," he said. They tagged this wall and doubled back. They hit the first courier team at an old sluice lock. 6 masked runners were fitting chain collars on a group of night shift laborers, reading fake municipal evacuation orders. "By emergency flood code." By cut the order board in half before the sentence finished. "Wrong seal," she said. "Run north." Laborers bolted. The couriers drew short hooks and fought in pairs, disciplined and silent. Not dock thugs. Trained contract raiders. Su cracked one hook arm with a phoenix elbow. Yin disarmed 2 with fast wrist cuts. Qin used Gate 5 to collapse their script direction so their collars snapped shut on empty water instead of throats. The 6th courier swallowed a black bead before capture. He dissolved into marsh ink that hissed through floor grates. "Colonel ghosting," Lingshu said. "No corpse, no testimony." Ning wiped slurry from her cheek. "Then we take ledgers, not bodies. Bodies disappear. Ledgers sell people." They moved deeper. At Tunnel Junction 34, they found an underground counting room lit by mirror candles. Shelves held stacks of transfer tablets stamped with White Spine insignia and local magistrate marks. Forgeries. Or worse. Ning flipped one tablet and swore. Not forged. Co-signed by someone in Han's block. Luo's eyes hardened. Internal collaborator. Qin looked at the timestamp. Signed 4 hours after White Spine arrival. This was not old corruption. Someone was using the audit as cover in real time. He sent the tablet image up to Mu's chamber. Mu's voice came back measured and lethal. "Received. I am asking Han to explain this line item in front of 300 witnesses." Xuelan's voice followed, cold enough to frost stone. "And I am asking why my insignia appears without my command chain." Above ground, the review chamber erupted. They could hear the roar through relay static. In the tunnel room, Lingshu froze. "Incoming." she whispered. Black water rose from the center drain and formed a person-shaped column wearing Jin's smile again, but cleaner this time, almost gentle. Good evening, the water said. Thank you for inventorying my receipts. Ning stepped in front of the ledger stacks. I burned better men than you in this trade, she said. The water smile tilted. You burned with them. It snapped forward, not at Ning, at the shelves. Jin did not need the ledgers if he could erase evidence. Qin moved first, opened gate 5, and projected refusal geometry as a lattice over the shelves. The water column hit the lattice and split into spinning loops that could not choose direction. Now, Qin shouted. Su and Yin struck opposite arcs, turning the loops into steam and shards. I swept the surviving tablets into waterproof satchels. Luo signaled extraction. As they withdrew, the water column reformed at the far wall, thinner now. Keep your paper, it whispered. I already got what I came for. Qin's spine went cold for one precise reason. What did you take? The water smile widened. Your witness. Relay channels above ground exploded with alarm. The observer pillar in Customs Hall had gone dark. Witness 9 was gone. Mu's chamber relayed one last frame before blackout. Han's hand on the pillar base, white spine registrar seals stacked beneath his sleeve, and a third signature glyph no one recognized. 3 loops crossing one vertical line. Lingshu swore when she saw it. That is pre-sect audit shorthand for emergency private jurisdiction. If they invoke that, they can move assets between legal zones without checkpoint logging. Ning rubbed her face with both hands. Translation: they can kidnap people through paperwork and call it compliance. Qin looked at the tunnel crew, then up towards streets they could not leave undefended while chasing one witness, even one this important. Luo, split messaging now, he said. Public line says witness relocation under investigation, no collapse. Private line to trusted ward captain says lock all emergency private jurisdiction forms and detain anyone carrying tri-loop glyph without cosign verification. Luo nodded. Done. If we can't catch them fast, we close every legal door behind them. Above their heads, ward captains lit witness fires in alley braziers and began checking documents in pairs before opening evacuation lanes. Neighbors who had argued all week now stood shoulder to shoulder reading tri-loop warnings out loud so elders could hear. It was clumsy, tense, and far from graceful. It worked anyway. Chapter 133. The city panicked for 9 minutes. 9 minutes was enough for rumor markets to mint 50 versions of the same disaster. Witness 9 defected. Witness 9 executed. Witness 9 never existed. Upper Lattice canceled review. Upper Lattice approved replacement. Luo slammed all open channels into emergency verification mode and forced every rumor through red tag delay. Only 3 sources count, she barked. Mu chamber, field command, or live witness feed. Everything else waits. That bought them silence. Silence bought them thought. In Customs Hall, the observer pillar's footprint remained. A circle of ash-white script burned into tile. At its center sat a single object. A dried plum. Qin picked it up with shaking fingers. Su watched him and did not speak. Mu arrived with Xuelon and a full legal escort. Abduction details, Mu said. Now. Lingshu knelt by the ash circle and ran mirror needles through residue lines. Pillar was not destroyed, she said. It was rerouted through a legal conduit, not a combat breach. Xuelon frowned. Legal conduit requires audit cosign from both sides. Mu looked at Qin. Did you authorize anything? No. Ning dumped recovered ledgers on the floor between them. Someone did. We found active transfers with white spine insignia and Han block countersign. If witness 9 moved on a legal route, collaborator sits in either chamber. Xuelan's expression turned to granite. I have 42 officers. I can account for 39 in person. Which 3 are missing? Luo asked. Rong Ku. Tashi-1. Breach trigger unit registrar. Xuelan's jaw tightened. And Han himself left chamber during outage citing ritual wash. Yen whistled. Ritual wash. Old lot. Mu already had arrest writ tablets open. Issue joint detainment for Han and missing officers. Xuelon hesitated one beat too long. Mu caught it. Say it. Xuelon looked at Qin. If I sign arrest on my own officers before upper lattice contact restoration, White Spine Command may classify me compromised and activate replacement clause without review. If you don't sign, Bai said, we lose witness 9 and any chance at honest audit. Xuelon closed her eyes once, opened them, and pressed her thumb to Mu's writ. Then let command classify me. They split the hunt. Luo and Bai led city grid sweeps for Han. Mu and Xuelon combed legal archives for unauthorized conduit keys. Su, Yin, Lingshu, Ning, and Qin followed the ash circle trail through mirror backflow toward the old Bell foundries on the north ridge. The trail was ugly. Every 2 streets it branched into false lines pointing towards sect compounds, dock warehouses, widow dorms, and even Moo's office. Jean was seeding mistrust as navigation hazard. Lingshu used Gate 5 resonance from Qin's palm wound to filter coercive curvature from neutral script. True line bends against fear vectors, she said. False lines bend toward blame. They reached Belfound North at moonrise. The foundry had been abandoned for years, but tonight furnaces glowed pale under cloud cover. Chain frames hung from gantries like giant skeleton ribs. At the center floor, Han stood with the missing white spine officers in a ring of Blackwater proxies. Witness 9's pillar floated above a crucible pit, dim and flickering. Han raised both hands in theatrical calm. "Thank you for coming," he said. "We can still salvage order." Ning laughed outright. "You abducted an audit witness and called it order." Han looked almost offended. "I prevented doctrinal contamination. Witness 9 is emotionally compromised by Qin Ren's personal history. Upper lattice review must be neutral." Su took one step forward, fire igniting at her knuckles. "You touched his mother's voice. I break your jaw now." Han lifted a seal rod. "Advance, and I drop the pillar into null smelt." Qin went still. Null smelt would erase lattice imprints beyond recovery. No Witness 9. No mother trace. No independent observer. Jean rose from the shadow of the far furnace, prism in his chest, now wrapped with white spine chain plates stolen from missing officers. He looked less human each hour. "Always the same problem," Jean said. "You mistake emotion for weakness. Emotion is leverage." "You're the one hiding behind collaborators," Qin said. Jean smiled. "I'm the one creating outcomes." He tapped the pillar with one finger. Witness 9's voice crackled faintly, fragmented. "Qin, do not trade architecture for me." The line cut. Qin inhaled and made the hardest call of the night. "Yan," he said softly. "Take the pillar if you see half an inch. On it." "Su, no full burst. Keep furnaces from chain detonation." Su clenched her jaw. "Fine. Surgical fire. Bai and Luo should be 3 minutes out. We need that long." Han heard enough to panic. He slammed the seal rod down. Foundry floor sigils flared. The chain frames dropped from overhead like falling cages. Qin opened Gate 5 and rolled sideways as one frame slammed where his head had been. Su burned a second frame mid-drop. Yin vanished into the machine forest, movement too fast to track. Jean launched chain spears from his chest prism, each spear tipped with verdict script meant to pin meridians and freeze movement. Qin redirected 2 with refusal lattice, ducked the 3rd, and took the 4th through his upper arm. Pain punched white through his vision. Ning used the opening to throw ledger acid flasks at Han's seal rod. The flask shattered. Rod script corroded into smoke. "Paper beats priest," she shouted. Lingshu climbed a gantry and cut power lines feeding the null smelt pit, but one line remained lit by Jin's prism output. Han backed toward the pit, dragging the pillar with chain hooks. "If I can't control review," he screamed, "no one gets review." A black blur dropped behind him. Yan's blade touched his throat. "Move that rod and you die messy," she whispered. Han froze. Jean snarled and surged toward Yan. Su intercepted him in mid-charge, palm to prism chest. Fire met verdict script. For a breath the chamber split into red gold and white black. Both were thrown apart. Jean saw the pillar tilting toward the pit anyway because one chain hook had not been cut. He jumped, wounded side tearing, blood spraying. He caught the pillar with both hands at the lip of null smelt. The heat peeled skin from his palms. He screamed and held. Witness 9's voice flickered inside the pillar, clearer now. "You stubborn child." "Inherited," Qin grunted. Bai and Luo crashed in with coalition squads through the north doors, shields high. White spine loyalists under Shuel Lan hit from the east. Han dropped his rod and ran. Luo's net teams tackled him in 3 steps. Jean retreated into furnace smoke with 2 missing officers and vanished through a ceiling mirror vent before anyone could pin him. The battle ended in sparks and broken chain frames. Qin lay on the floor with the pillar across his chest, hands burned raw, smiling through blood like a madman. Witness 9 pulsed once. "Recovery window short," the voice said. "Move me to stable conduit before dawn." Chapter 130. For they stabilized Witness 9 in the old observatory above the city. The place had once charted monsoon stars. Now it charted audits, invasions, and failures avoided by minutes. Lingshu rebuilt the pillar mount with triple mirror buffering. Mu installed legal seal redundancies at every threshold. Shuelan assigned her loyal officers to outer ring guard and stripped white spine insignia from their sleeves. "No banner in this room," she said. "Only names." Qin sat wrapped in healer cloth, both hands bandaged to wrist, left arm splinted from the chain spear. He looked like ruin held together by stubborn breath. Sue stood behind him with arms folded and fury simmering low. If you die before day 7, she said, I drag you back just to hit you. Fair, Qin said. Mu ignored them and addressed the pillar. Witness 9. We require identity disclosure for chain of evidence integrity. The pillar hummed. Partial disclosure permitted under emergency kin exception, the voice replied. Light flowed through the glass and formed a face inside the column. Not fully human. Not fully projection. A woman with ash-traced skin lines and calm eyes that matched Qin's in shape and stubbornness. Qin forgot to breathe. Mother, he whispered. She smiled, tired and fierce. Hello, in. No one in the room looked away. Qin's mother spoke without ceremony. My name in Upper Lattice Records is Witness Node 9. My mortal name was Qin Meiyu. I did not survive flesh form after Bell integration. I partitioned consciousness into witness architecture before death. Sue's voice shook despite her iron posture. You stayed in that machine for years. I stayed where records could not be edited by one hand, Meiyu said. I stayed because your world would meet this hour. Mu recovered first. Can you testify to Bell origin and dependency tax mechanisms under admissible protocol? Meiyu nodded. Yes. And to upper lattice manipulation of widow economies across 3 centuries. Ning gave a low whistle. That blows half the sky open. If we live long enough to file it, I said. Xuelon stepped to the pillar, removed her gauntlet, and pressed her bare palm to glass. White Spine Command has already marked me compromised, she said. I received kill or capture order for this node, and for Qin Run, effective at next dawn bell. Luo cursed under her breath. So they're attacking in hours, not days. Meiyu's gaze moved across the room. They will hit 3 points, she said. Observatory, relay towers, and Eastgate shelters. Not for military gain alone. They need civilians in danger so replacement looks merciful. Sue straightened. We split defense now. Qin shook his head. No. They expect split. Yin, leaning in a dark corner with fresh stitches on her shoulder, grinned. Finally, trick chapter. Qin stood with effort and walked to the observatory map table. We give them what they want to see, he said. Thin observatory defense. Heavy visible guard at towers. Loud evacuation at east shelters. He tapped hidden marks under the table glass. Real defense runs below street line using tide tunnels and mirror crawlways. We preposition civilian decoys made from relay lanterns at visible sites. Strike teams stay mobile and converge on whichever spearhead commits deepest. Luo nodded fast. I can fake troop density with rotating signal fires. Lingshu added. I can fake panic channels too. Controlled panic. Ugly, but useful. Mu frowned. Controlled panic is still panic. Ning shrugged. Better staged fear than real slaughter. I looked at Qin's bandaged hands. Can you fight in this state? Not like before, he admitted. So I won't. I rout. Sue stepped beside him. Then I punch for both of us. Meiyu watched them. Expression unreadable for one long breath. Run, she said. There is one more truth you need before dawn. He turned to her. The High Arbiter descending for Day 100 review is not neutral. It is the Bell's self-correction personality. Designation, Widow Sky Prime. Mu's stylus paused midair. Self-correction means what, precisely? If audit fails, Meiyu said, Prime does not patch policy. Prime resets population behavior by force template. Ning went pale. Define force template. Meiyu's voice did not soften. Mass compliance imprint. Names remain. Choice does not. Silence dropped hard. Sue spoke first. Then we don't fail. Meiyu looked at her with something like respect. Good answer. Hard execution. A relay flare exploded outside the observatory dome. Luo checked the feed and swore. White Spine Vanguard entering western cloud line now. They moved before dawn bell. Yin pushed off the wall, blades humming. Early guests. I hate polite wars. Qin pressed his bandaged palms against the map table until pain steadied him. Positions, he said. Operation Open Gate starts now. Before they moved, Meiyu's projection dimmed and sharpened into a narrow beam that touched Qin's shoulder like a hand that could not quite become real. Run, she said softly. I am proud of your doctrine. I am not proud of your injury budget. Sue gave a short, fierce laugh despite the pressure in the room. Finally someone else said it. Qin met his mother's eyes through glass and old light. If we survive this phase, you and I argue for a week. Good, Meiyu said. Bring tea to the argument. Mu slammed 3 sealed packets onto the map table and pushed one to each strike leader. Engagement protocol updates, she said. If captured White Spine officers request asylum, we grant provisional protection under Clause 9 and immediate debrief. No executions in panic. No torture for speed. We win with records that survive scrutiny. Yin skimmed her packet and raised an eyebrow. You wrote battlefield ethics in 6 lines. I wrote future leverage, Mu replied. War crimes are audit gifts to the wrong side. Xuelan took her packet last. She read in silence, then pressed her thumbprint to acceptance. White spine taught us order without witness, she said. Tonight, I choose witness first. Outside the dome, rain started again, tapping glass in uneven beats. No one reached for sleep. Couriers ran in and out with fresh maps, dry socks, and cheap tea that tasted like smoke. The city braced without ceremony. Chapter 135 White Spine's vanguard fell from cloud line in disciplined silence. No war cries. No banners. Just lines of white-armored specialists riding verdict spears that left trails of cold fire over the city. They split exactly as Mayu predicted. One wing toward observatory, one toward relay towers, one toward east shelters. Only they were not wings. Each wing carried concealed mirror coffins designed for rapid civilian containment. Replacement disguised as rescue. Qin watched from a tide tunnel junction beneath the fish market while Luo's overlays painted enemy vectors in blue over wet brick. Commitment point in 40 breaths, Luo said. If we wait longer they hit all three before we can pinch. We wait to 32, Qin replied. Needful overextension. Su paced beside him like a coiled storm. 32 is long when kids are in target zones. Shelters are decoy layer 1, Qin said. Real civilians already shifted to kiln ward by Bai's teams. Su exhaled hard. Then I can be patient for 32 breaths. Above ground, stagecraft held. At east shelters, lantern decoys under blankets looked like evacuees from altitude. At relay towers, dummy signal crews in spare coats ran visible routes while real operators hid in sublevels. At observatory, Xuelan left only a token guard and lit the dome as if Mayu remained exposed. White Spine committed. Wing leaders ordered spear dives and deployment ropes. At breath 32, Qin cut his palm bandage with his teeth and pressed blood to tunnel wall glyph. Now, Operation Open Gate snapped shut around the invaders. Lingshu inverted local mirror indexes district by district, making White Spine navigation scripts disagree with each other. Officers saw different maps from one breath to the next. Luo jammed command relays with authenticated false updates issued under captured Han credentials. Objective secured. Regroup at Salt Kills. Half the western wing peeled off into dead alleys. Yan's strike team erupted from drain grates under the relay towers and cut verdict spear shafts at knee height, dropping riders into net pits lined with nullink. By led widow shield walls from warehouse interiors, not to kill, to funnel disoriented officers into surrender corridors where Mu's clerks stood with cosigned detention writs already stamped. At east shelters, Su launched across rooftop tiles and smashed mirror coffins before they reached ground. Each coffin cracked open empty because no civilians had been there. But White Spine officers did not know that. Where are the targets? One shouted. You tell me. Su answered, and kicked him through a banner pole. The hardest fight hit the observatory slope. White Spine elite, led by a masked commander with gold trim, broke through Xuelan's token line and reached dome stairs in 6 breaths. Qin, Su, and Yin intercepted at the 4th stair landing. The gold trim commander removed his helm. Rongku, missing White Spine officer. His eyes were black-ringed with Colonel script. Captain Xue lost mandate, he said. Replacement now. He thrust 2 verdict spears into the stair and activated force kneel field. Pressure slammed downward. Stone cracked. Yin dropped to one knee with a hiss. Su's shoulders shook as she fought the field. Qin felt his spine bow. Old reflex screamed. Pull all bonds. Break field by brute center surge. He refused. Gate 5 lit in his palm. Refusal geometry spread through stair glyphs and broke directional certainty in the kneel field. Pressure no longer knew where down was. For one wild breath, everyone on the stairs staggered sideways as gravity vectors slipped. Yin laughed through grit. Your weird tricks get prettier. Rongku compensated fast and switched to close kill pattern. Spearhead flicks aimed for tendons and eyes. He was skilled. Better than most sect geniuses Qin had fought. Su took a cut along her forearm and answered with a short phoenix jab that burned script from one spear shaft. Yin slid under a thrust, hamstrung his left leg armor straps, and rolled clear. Qin did not chase blows. He watched Rongku's rhythm. Every third strike carried a micropause where Colonel script recalculated around Gate 5 interference. There. Wisdom over force. Su. 3rd beat high feint, Qin called. Yin, 4th beat ankle. On it, Su said. Always, Yin said. 3rd beat, Su flashed high. Rongku lifted guard. 4th beat, Yin cut low. Armor strap snapped. Rongku's stance opened for half a breath. Qin stepped in and drove a bandaged palm to Rongku's chest seal, routing refusal geometry straight into Colonel overlay. Script lines across Ronka's neck shattered like frost. He screamed, dropped both spears, and fell back to the stair wall gasping. You can still surrender, Qin said. Ronka looked up with hatred and grief twisted together. Surrender to what? To a system where you can walk away, Qin answered. Ronka laughed once, broken. I forgot how. He bit down on a hidden capsule. Su moved, too late. Ronka dissolved into white ash and black ink, leaving only a cracked white spine badge in Qin's hand. On the lower streets, white spine wings began to collapse under coordinated funnels and misinformation collapse. Hundreds surrendered. Dozens fled toward Cloudline. Then Jean played his final card of the night. He appeared in every mirror surface at once, chest prism blazing. Congratulations, he said, clapping slowly. You beat the vanguard and taught your city to lie better than my markets. Mirror surfaces darkened. In each reflection, a countdown appeared. 059, 058, 057. Lingshu went white. He seeded delayed verdict charges and captured spears. If timers hit 0, tower districts implode inward. Luo checked vectors and swore. Blast radius includes kiln ward. Civilians are there. Su spun toward Qin. Tell me where to hit. Qin closed his eyes and opened second ring fully for the first time since the vault. 9 gates flared. Pain lanced from palms to spine. He did not pull people into center. He pulled timer signatures into a shared map and threw that map across every active conduit. Everyone gets 10 targets, he said through clenched teeth. No hero play. Cut charge lines at blue joints only. By acknowledged from Kiln Ward. Received. Widow teams moving. Mu acknowledged from Legal Hall. Clerks evacuating by map. Shuelon acknowledged from Western Quay. White Spine loyalists assisting disarm. Yin grinned, blood on her teeth. Now this is a chapter ending. The countdown hit 40. Citywide disarm race began. At 22, Su ripped a charge free from a tower arch and kicked it into the sea. At 19, Bai cut 2 lines at once while shielding 3 children with her back. At 14, Luo rerouted a trapped squad through a grain chute and into safety. At 11, Lingshu froze a mirror node long enough for Yin to sever its core. At 7, Qin's vision tunneled. At 5, Meiyu's voice cut through every conduit. Run. Gate 9. He had never opened Gate 9. He opened it. No explosion came. No new attack. Gate 9 did one quiet, impossible thing. It gave every linked fighter one borrowed breath of perfect timing. At 3, 100 blades and hands and flames struck 100 blue joints together. At 0, nothing detonated. The city held. Qin collapsed to both knees in the tunnel, laughing and coughing blood at once. Above him, dawn finally broke over broken roofs, wet banners, and people still alive enough to argue. Relay stones pinged with a single priority notice from Upper Lattice Command. Emergency replacement Vanguard failed. Phase 2 authorized. Descent of Widow Sky, Prime accelerated. Chapter 136. The notice from Upper Lattice arrived in every mirror at once. Phase 2 authorized. Descent of Widow Sky, Prime accelerated. No date. No hour. Just pressure. People learned to read pressure now. Markets closed before noon. Families packed travel bundles by habit, then unpacked when ward captains said stay put. Shrine courtyards that had once demanded kneeling now hosted standing drills for emergency shelter routes. Children could recite Clause 9 faster than multiplication tables. Qin stood in the observatory war room with both hands wrapped in fresh gauze, and a fever he kept pretending was not there. Mu slapped a thermometer jade against his neck and clicked her tongue. You are cooking. I'm strategic heat, Qin said. You are infection with opinions. Sit. He sat because she had already won the argument. Luo pinned new threat overlays on the map dome. Post-Vanguard data says Prime will not descend as one body. It deploys compliance pylons first. If 3 pylons anchor, local choice fields collapse. Lingshu traced likely pylon vectors with mirror needles. Best guess. 1 at Sea Gate, 1 at Central Relay Spine, 1 at World Heart Scar. Bai folded her arms. 3 points, 3 teams. No, Qin said. If we split hard, Jean picks 1 and overwhelms. Ning tapped the table with a ledger stylus. Then we do moving defense with fake anchors. Make Prime commit to wrong ground. Shuelon nodded once. White Spine Doctrine calls that drift hook. Expensive in manpower. Effective if command discipline holds. Yin grinned. Good. I was bored of straightforward death. Su did not smile. She had gone quiet since Rome could dissolved on the stairs. Not distant. Focused in a way that made even veterans step aside when she walked. Jean will come with Prime, she said. He needs the descent to crown himself as compliance broker. Qin met her eyes. Then we break his market in public. Planning ran through the night. Drift Hook required decoys credible enough to fool upper lattice sensors. Mu handled legal decoys, temporary emergency courts with full witness rosters and open channels. Luo handled signal decoys, relay towers broadcasting convincing command traffic. Lingshu handled mirror decoys, false world heart signatures crafted from archived resonance echoes. Ning handled economic decoys, ledger flows that suggested civilians were clustering where they were not. I handled human decoys with ruthless care, volunteer shield lines positioned where withdrawal routes were shortest. Su and Yin handled strike contingencies. Qin handled one thing only. He sat in the center and mapped every real civilian cluster in real time, refusing to let theater consume people. At dawn, Mayu's pillar brightened. Prime prelude detected, she said. Compliance him entering lower atmosphere. They heard it one breath later. A low tone like a bell being struck under deep water. The tone did not hurt ears. It hurt indecision. Across the city, people paused mid-step and stared at the sky as if waiting for permission. Qin felt Gate 5 flare in his palms and pushed refusal geometry outward through relay channels. Say your name out loud. He ordered every ward line. Say where you stand. Say who chose it. It sounded absurd. Then it worked. I'm Wei gone. I stand at Kiln Gate by my own will. I'm Annie Lin. I stand at Fish Market with 3 knives and bad knees. I'm Rue Fun. I stand at Clinic Doorway with Dai Miao and a stick. Thousands of names rose over the hymn and broke its first pull. The sky split at the western horizon. 3 white lances descended, each carrying a pylon cage wrapped in rotating verdict script. Luo pointed. Sea Gate, Relay Spine, World Heart Scar. Exactly as forecast. Drift Hook begins, Qin said. Decoy channels ignited. False World Heart signatures bloomed over empty plazas. Fake command traffic screamed about mass evacuations that did not exist. Emergency courts opened in abandoned granaries with actors reading real law to invisible crowds. Prime's first pylon wavered and diverted 10 degrees south. Second pylon drifted toward a dead relay mast. Third held course for World Heart Scar. One still true, Lingshu warned. That one is mine, Qin said. He rose from his chair despite the fever and took his staff. Su stepped in front of him. You rout. I strike. We do both, Qin answered. She searched his face for a lie and found none. Then don't die before I finish yelling at you. They moved for the Scar district with Bai and Yin on flank and Shuelan's loyalists securing retreat lanes. Overhead, the third pylon cage tore through cloud and locked onto the cracked ring where Bell of Widow Skies had first pierced mortal weather. The cage opened. White script roots shot down into stone. When those roots touched ground, the district knelt. Not everyone. Enough. Qin saw dock workers drop to one knee with tears of rage. He saw 3 Widow veterans slam fists against their own thighs trying to rise and failing. Sue's fire erupted. No one owns your spine. She drove a phoenix lance into one script root and shattered it. The district shook. Kneeling pressure dropped by a quarter. Yin launched up broken walls and carved 2 more roots while Bai shielded civilians from falling masonry. Qin planted his staff in the Scar ring and opened gates 2, 5, and 9 together. Predictive routing. Refusal geometry. Shared timing. The pylon fought back with a descending verdict stamped the size of a tower. Qin did not block the stamp. He shifted its destination by 1 degree. 1 degree was enough. The stamp slammed into Prime's own root cluster instead of Qin's core. White script exploded skyward in a spiral. Lingshu's voice hit relay in disbelief. You made upper lattice authority self-indict. Ning laughed like broken glass. He served them paperwork with physics. The pylon cage cracked. Then Jean arrived riding a spear of black water, prism chest blazing, cloak stitched from stolen verdict banners. He landed on the Scar ring and spread his arms as white script rained around him. Beautiful, he said. You learned to weaponize procedure. He looked at Qin with hungry amusement. Now let's see if your open gate survives the mother of all audits. Chapter 137. Jean did not attack Qin first. He attacked the crowd. He drove both hands into the broken pylon and turned its failing script roots into chain vines that lashed outward toward civilians sheltering behind Bai's shield wall. Bai planted her feet and took the first impact on her shield arm. Bone popped in her wrist. She did not fall. Backline, step by 2s, she shouted. No stampede. The second vine slipped under her guard toward a cluster of children. Su crossed 20 paces in 1 heartbeat and burned it to ash before it touched cloth. Yin cut the 3rd and 4th vines at ankle height, then kicked their burning ends back toward Jean. You keep reaching for hostages, she called. Predictable hobby. Jean smiled and changed vectors. He slammed his prism palm into the Scar ring and opened mirror slits across the district, each slit showing a loved one in danger somewhere else. Mu in the legal hall pinned under rubble. Luo bleeding at relay tower. Rueif and drowning. Dai Miao screaming. Half the fighters on the line flinched. Qin did too, for one raw breath. Then Gate 9 whispered timing truth through him. Every image looped on a 13 count. Forgery. Eyes down. Qin shouted. Mirror hostages are fake. Count to 13 if panic spikes. Ning picked it up and broadcast in market slang. If the fear picture repeats, it's a scam. Count and punch somebody real. Laughter broke the panic edge. The line held. Above them, two misdirected pylons realized drift hook deception and corrected course back toward city center. Luo's voice came clipped and urgent. Second and third pylons were vectoring. Time to anchor, 3 minutes. Qin assessed in one sweep. If both anchored, choice field collapse. If he stayed to duel Jean, pylons win. If he left Jean unattended, crowd dies. No clean answer. Su saw it in his face. Go, she said. We hold him. He'll target you first. He already does. I stepped beside Su despite her damaged wrist. We said independent cells. Prove it when it hurts. Yin spun one blade and grinned without mirth. Also, I still owe him for 3 ambushes. Qin hated every part of this. He went. With Lingshu and Xuelan, he sprinted toward relay spine while Luo rerouted tower defenses, and Mu deployed legal jammers to keep White Spine remnant officers from granting emergency anchor permissions. At relay spine, Pylon 2 descended into a forest of antenna masts and began drilling script routes into the signal hub. Luo was there, blood on her temple, barking orders while holding a broken mast brace with one shoulder. You're late, she said. Complaints noted, Qin replied. They attacked by function. Lingshu inverted mirror indexes around the route tips so they could not find stable signal channels. Xuelan led loyal White Spine officers in spear formation strikes that severed route braids in synchronized arcs. Qin opened Gate 5 and rewrote one route's direction to point at the pylon cage's own authority core. The route stabbed upward. Pylon 2 shuddered and split. One down. No time. Pylon 3 was already touching ground at Sea Gate where packed refugee transports waited. Qin reached Sea Gate by relay jump and found chaos. Not civilians panicking. White Spine holdouts trying to force evacuate people into mirror coffins under claim of protective detention. Mu's legal jammers had stalled half their script. Half still worked. Xuelan ripped her own captain badge off and threw it at the holdout commander's feet. By my authority and your oath history, stand down, she shouted. He spat on the badge and raised spear. Our authority is higher than your guilt. The holdouts charged. Sea Gate became a brutal close-quarters grind. Spear shafts in rain, shield rims ringing, lanterns exploding underfoot. I arrived with Widow reserves and turned the flank with disciplined push lines while Qin and Lingshu targeted pylon routes. Then all channels screamed at once. Su's voice, raw and bright with pain. Qin. He looked through shared conduit and saw scar ring. Jean had wrapped chain vines around Su's arms and waist and dragged her to the cracked pylon core. Prism lines crawled over her phoenix meridians, trying to convert her into a live compliance anchor. Yin was down, bleeding from scalp and thigh. Bai's local duplicate had been a decoy feed. Real Bai was here at Sea Gate. The line at Scar Ring was breaking. Qin's vision tunneled. Rescue and strategy collided like blades. If he abandoned Sea Gate now, Pylon 3 might anchor. If he stayed, Su could be turned into a cage. He made the call and hated it. Xuelan, command Sea Gate. Luo handles route map. Bai, give her shield wedge. Bai met his eyes and nodded once. Go. Qin tore himself through relay jump toward Scar Ring with Lingshu riding his shoulder channel. He landed in rubble and fire. Su was on one knee at pylon core, chain vines buried in her skin, eyes burning gold and black as Prism's script fought Phoenix Flame. Jean looked up and smiled. You always come. That's why you're useful. Qin stepped forward, voice low and steady. Let her go. Or what? You bleed me with principles. Qin opened Gate 9 and felt every surviving fighter's timing pulse align for one breath across the city. Or everyone you underestimated moves at once. Across 3 battlefields, Allied cells struck synchronized weak points. At Sea Gate, Xuelan broke Pylon 3's main route. At Relay Spine, Luo detonated a captured spear core inside leftover route mesh. At Scar Ring, Yin rose on one leg and drove her blade through Jin's prism side channel. Jean screamed. Su ripped one arm free and set the vine on fire from inside. Qin hit the core with refusal geometry and severed the last chain to Su. She fell into him, shaking with rage and relief. Jean staggered back, chest prism cracked from shoulder to sternum, and laughed through blood. Good, he whispered. You saved her. Now watch what saving costs. He crushed a black capsule in his fist. Every remaining pylon fragment in the city lifted into sky and began ascending toward the bell remnant. Lingshu went pale. He's feeding Prime a full failure montage. Meiyu's voice cut through static, urgent, and sharp. Prime descent window has collapsed to 6 hours. Chapter 138. 6 hours was not enough for siege preparation. It was barely enough for honest conversation. Qin gathered the core council in the observatory with blood still drying on his sleeves and Su wrapped in treatment cloth, burn marks glowing under salve. No speeches. No myth-making. Just numbers. Luo projected city status. Casualties contained under worst-case forecast. Pylon fragments gone. Prime descent in 6 hours ± 20 minutes. Mu projected legal status. Open hand clauses still active. Emergency amendments valid. White spine loyalists split. 40% defected to our cosign framework. 30% neutral. 30% hostile. Lingshu projected technical status. Bell Remnant is building a descending adjudication chamber over World Heart Scar. If Prime lands with full authority script, local choice fields collapse within a 1-mile radius first, then spread. Ning projected market status. People are withdrawing savings, hoarding grain, and buying knives. Panic economy rising but not runaway. By projected civil status with one sentence. They're scared. They're still standing. Meiyu's pillar pulsed. Prime does not think like Jean, she said. Prime is not greedy. Prime is corrective logic built from widow suffering and upper lattisphere of disorder. So we stab logic? Yin asked. You cannot stab an algorithm, Meiyu replied. Yin sighed. Then this gets annoying. Qin leaned on the map table, fever bright in his eyes. If Prime is corrective logic, it acts on evidence. Mu caught the angle first. You want a live evidentiary hearing during dissent? Yes. Not plea. Not worship. Cross-examination. Ning barked a laugh. You're putting the apocalypse on trial. Exactly. The plan sounded insane until they broke it into tasks. Task 1. Force Prime to accept hearing protocol before full anchor. Task 2. Present evidence that dependency suppression creates higher long-term instability than autonomous covenant. Task 3. Demonstrate distributed resilience under active stress. Task 4. Expose Jin's manipulated failure montage as fraudulent data poisoning. Task 5. Su added, voice rough but steady. If hearing fails, we break the chamber and run evacuation route Black River. Qin nodded. Always a door out. They built the trial field at World Heart Scar. Not a throne. A ring of witness stands, 9 sides, each linked to a different social layer. Widows, doc guilds, sect defectors, legal clerks, children evacuees, white spine defectors, neutral traders, healers, and bonded representatives. Mu drafted emergency hearing writ in 27 lines and had it co-signed by every side that still trusted ink. Xuelon added white spine procedural stamp with shaking hands. If command sees this, they execute me in absentia. Then don't be absent, Yin said. Dawn bled into noon-gray cloud. The bell remnant thickened overhead until half the sky turned mirror dark. Then Widow Sky Prime descended. No body at first. A chamber made of light and old verdict script, vast as a mountain hall, lowering on invisible chains. Inside the chamber hovered a faceless figure wearing a crown of 9 broken bells. When Prime spoke, every nearby window cracked. Audit acceleration invoked. Local architecture under provisional breach assessment. Mu raised her writ and shouted into the pressure. By emergency continuity statute and upper lattice hearing precedent 72, we invoke live evidentiary adjudication before replacement. Prime paused. Script around its crown rotated. Precedent 72 applies only under cross-layer cosign. 9 witness stands lit one by one. Widow seal lit. Guild seal lit. Child evacuee seal lit. White spine defector seal lit. Prime's crown slowed. Cosign threshold met. Hearing granted for 1 interval. The city exhaled in disbelief. Hearing began under rain and pressure. Mu prosecuted first, precise and relentless. She entered ledgers showing dependency tax abuses across decades. She entered testimony from rescued captives. She entered proof that forced kneel protocols increased rebellion cycles and casualty rates in the long term. Xuelon, voice tight with old shame, testified to white spine operations that called mass detention stability tuning. Ning provided market analysis proving that autonomous contracts recovered productivity faster than coercive guardianship after crisis shocks. I testified to widow courts where choice restored order without cult chains. Rue Fun, standing on a crate at the child witness stand, said in a clear voice, if adults call cages safety, they should stand in cages first. Even Prime's script crown stuttered on that line. Jean tried to crash the hearing midway. He emerged from mirror rain with prism chest rebuilt from pylon fragments and hurled a data flood of edited battle feeds, forged casualty numbers, and staged scenes of Covenant collapse. Your open system is chaos, he shouted. Replacement is mercy. Prime turned toward the flood. Data volume significant. Sheen stepped into the center ring. Data integrity challenge, he said. Submit source paths for all exhibits. Prime answered, accepted. Jean hesitated. One breath. Enough. Ling Shu and Luo, prepared for exactly this, opened mirror trace overlays and exposed recursion loops in Jin's sources. Same collapse clip reused under 9 location tags. Same casualty roster mapped to 3 cities. Same forged witness seal appearing in impossible timestamps. Mu slammed a tablet into the ring. Exhibit fraud confirmed. Request contempt finding against submitter. Prime's crown bells rang once. Contempt noted. Submitter credibility downgraded. Jean screamed and launched chain spears at the witness stands. Su intercepted with Phoenix Wall, while Yin and Xuelon cut spear shafts mid-flight. Bai and Widow lines covered civilians. Qin did not chase Jean. He faced Prime and delivered the only argument that mattered. You were built from Widow's suffering and fear of collapse, he said. So was I, different tools, same wound. If your correction erases choice, you recreate the wound that made you. Prime's faceless head tilted. Prove alternative under active stress. Qin raised both burned hands. We've been proving it for 20 chapters of blood. But fine. Stress us now. Prime answered. It dropped a pressure wave over the district. Voluntary channels only. No compulsion. Just fear amplification. Would people choose each other without coercion? That was the test. For 10 breaths, the city shook. Then witness stands began reading names again. Dock workers passing water to sect defectors. White spine medics bandaging widows. Children carrying message slates between towers. Ning handing grain vouchers to people who hated her yesterday. Su, still bleeding, laughing while pushing rubble with Yin. By leading orderly retreat and orderly return. The pressure wave broke like rain on stone. Prime's crown dimmed by one bell. Alternative viability no longer negligible, it said. Jean roared and charged the center with every chain he had left. Qin met him halfway. Chapter 139. Jean and Qin collided under Prime's suspended chamber while rain turned to silver needles. Jean fought like a collapsing empire. Magnificent, wasteful, and certain no one else deserved the world if he could not rule it. Qin fought like a bridge built during flood, ugly, shaking, and still carrying people across. The first exchange shattered stone in a 20-step circle. Jin's chained fists came heavy, each strike layered with verdict script, dead hooks, and fear amplifiers. Qin answered with Gate 5 refusal angles and Gate 2 micro-predictions, turning direct kills into glancing wounds. He was losing blood faster than he was winning ground. Su saw it and moved in. Qin barked, "Stay on witness line." She glared and obeyed by half, burning chain lashes before they hit bystanders while refusing to break center dual protocol Prime had imposed. Yin prowled the perimeter for openings, blades singing. Mu kept the hearing active in parallel, voice hoarse from nonstop filings. Motion for immediate injunction against hostile data submitter, sustained, Prime intoned. Even while fighting, Qin could hear the absurd beauty of it. Apocalypse with paperwork. Jean overextended on a spear thrust pattern Qin had seen twice before in Salt Marsh. Third time, Qin trapped the shaft under his forearm and drove his shoulder into Jin's chest prism. Crack. Not enough. Jean head-butt him, broke his lip, and wrapped a chain around Qin's neck. You keep choosing burdens, Jean hissed. Let me choose for you. Qin jammed 2 fingers into the chain link and opened Gate 9 not for timing this time, for distribution. Pain from the choke spread across linked conduits by consent pings already approved through Clause 10 emergency protocol. 3 alternate conduits took fractions of the load. Bai, Luo, Lingshu. The chain lost kill pressure. Jin's eyes widened. You turned suffering into a committee, he spat. Into a choice, Qin said. He broke free and kicked Jin back toward the ring center. Prime's voice rolled overhead. Hostile actor remains non-compliant. Recommend containment. Granted, Mu shouted. Prime extended one light chain toward Jin. Jin laughed in disbelief. You side with them? Prime answered without emotion. I side with evidence. Jin tore the light chain apart and did the one thing no one expected. He drove both hands into his own prism and ripped it out. Black-white light flooded the ring. He swallowed the prism whole. Every mirror in the district went dark. Ning whispered, that is new. Jin's body warped, bones lengthening, skin splitting into script-veined plates. His voice became 2 voices and then 10. If no system can hold me, the chorus said, I become the correction. Prime's chamber shook. Unauthorized self-integration detected. Gene Thing lunged at Prime itself, trying to fuse with the descending correction logic. If he merged, there would be no hearing left. Only a mad correction with his hunger inside it. Qin moved to intercept and stumbled. Too much blood loss. Su caught him. I've got you, she said. Need center line. Qin gasped. Need all 9 stands. She did not ask why. She yelled it. All stands, lock in now. 9 witness stands lit. Qin stood between Su and Bai, hands shaking, and opened all 9 gates. It should have killed him. Instead, Gate 9 opened the same impossible door as before and widened it. Perfect shared timing became perfect shared testimony. For one breath stretched long as a lifetime. Every witness in the ring saw everyone else's reason to stand. Widow grief, doc hunger, child fear, legal obsession, soldier shame, traitor cunning, lover fury, builder patience, rescuer stubbornness. Not one truth. 9 truths, aligned without erasing difference. Prime's crown bells cracked, then reformed into a new pattern. Gene Thing hit the center and met a wall knot of force, of recognized witnesses. It screamed and tore at the wall. Every tear rebuilt from another testimony line. Ruefen shouting her name. Xuelon reciting oath amendments. Ning reading anti-coercion clauses in market slang. Su cursing while holding fire steady. By chanting widow names. Mu filing motion after motion like hammer strikes. Luo counting routes. Lingshu tagging forgeries red. Qin breathing through blood and refusing to let go. The Gene Thing began to unravel. First the chain plates cracked. Then the script veins peeled. Then the human core inside looked out once. Eyes clear for a single, terrible second. I was scared, Gene whispered. Qin nodded, tears mixing with rain. I know. Gene closed his eyes. The body dissolved into black ash and white dust that the rain carried into storm drains and sea. No one cheered. People who had survived too much did not spend victory that cheaply. Su lowered her flames first and went to Yan, who was trying to stand on a leg that no longer trusted her. Bai knelt by 3 wounded white spine defectors and bound their arms with the same cloth she used for widow volunteers. Xuelon removed the broken badge from Ron Ku's ash stain and tucked it into her sleeve without a word. At the child witness stand, Ruefen sat down hard on the crate and laughed, then cried, then wiped her face with both hands and demanded water for everyone around her before drinking any herself. Daimiao, clinging to her side, kept counting to 13 under his breath until the habit finally broke. Mu did not stop filing motions. Even with blood on her jaw and rain soaking her sleeves, she kept reading record lines into the ring so no one could rewrite this hour later. Exhibit closure. Hostile actor neutralized under witness concurrence. Addendum request for post-battle amnesty review for coerced white spine units. Prime acknowledged each line with a cold bell tone that now sounded less like domination and more like machinery being forced to learn. Qin listened to those tones while kneeling in mud and rain and understood, for the first time, that victory here was not a triumphant ending. It was a maintenance burden accepted in public. Silence hit hard. Prime lowered by 1 span. Its faceless gaze settled on Qin. Hostile actor removed. Architecture review pending final ruling. Mu, swaying on her feet, still managed to raise 1 finger. Then rule. Chapter 140 Prime did not rule in thunder. It ruled in clauses. Under broken cloud and broken stone. With half the city watching from rooftops and alleys, the faceless correction entity spoke each line while witness stands burned bright. Finding 1. Dependency coercion architecture generates long-term instability above acceptable threshold. Finding 2. Open hand covenant demonstrates conditional viability under active stress. Finding 3. Conduit singularity risk persists but is mitigated by distributed routing and revocable mandate controls. Interim judgment. Forced replacement denied. Extended probation granted under direct witness oversight. Prime did not stop there. Compliance condition A. Alternate conduit roster must be expanded from 3 to 7 within 30 days. Compliance condition B. Emergency private jurisdiction forms are suspended pending tri-layer review. Compliance condition C. All detentions under prior replacement authority are subject to immediate rehearing with civilian witness rights. Mu actually smiled, a small dangerous curve. Condition C accepted with gratitude and amendments pending, she said. Ning gave a sharp laugh. Look at us. We got the sky writing reform language. At the edge of the crowd, former White Spine recruits who had thrown down spears during the fight stood uncertain with empty hands. I waved them toward the witness stands, not as prisoners, as people under review. Some came. Some ran. The city recorded both. Luo's relay teams projected Prime's findings to every district in plain speech and legal speech side by side. In tea houses and dock sheds, arguments started before the announcement finished. That noise, Mu later said, was the sound of a system still alive. Not everyone welcomed the ruling. 3 sect caravans departed before dusk, declaring the covenant heresy. 2 district elders resigned rather than serve under witness audits. A 4th elder stayed, muttered through clenched teeth, and signed anyway because his own granddaughter invoked Clause 9 in front of him. Change arrived as compromise, insult, and stubborn paperwork. The city held breath. Prime's crown dimmed further. Addendum. Witness Node 9 transfer authorized. Partition release permissible at node holder discretion. Qin looked at Meiyu's pillar. Light inside it trembled like a person deciding whether to step through a door. Meiyu's voice came gentle and firm. I can remain as witness architecture or collapse into mortal ember and leave records to others. Su looked at Qin. I looked at Qin. Even Mu paused her writing. Qin swallowed blood and said the only answer that fit his doctrine. Your choice. Meiyu laughed softly. Good. You learned. The pillar brightened once, then separated. Most of its light flowed upward into Prime's archive chain. A smaller spark dropped like a firefly into Qin's palm and settled there, warm and alive. Not full resurrection. Not goodbye. A seed. Prime watched, then lifted toward Cloudline. Next review in 100 days, it said. Bring evidence, not prayers. Then it was gone. No fanfare. Just clearing sky and wet rooftops and thousands of people realizing they were still themselves. Aftermath came in layers. White Spine prisoners were offered Clause 9 exits, and many took them. Han stood trial under joint civilian witness panel and was sentenced to labor restitution in widow infrastructure projects for life. No private council markets allowed. Rong Ku's badge was hung in a quiet memorial hall beside names of both victims and perpetrators who had chosen too late. East shelters became permanent open institutions with rotating leadership and published budgets. The World Heart-scarred district planted trees in the cracked ring where pylons had tried to root. Children climbed those saplings by week 3. Qin slept for 2 days and woke to Mu reading budget audits beside his bed. You were mumbling clause numbers in fever, she said without looking up. Romantic. Appalling. Su visited with burnt knuckles healing cleanly and a grin she pretended not to have. You owe me 6 fights and 1 argument, she said. Only 1 argument. Start there. Bai returned to widow circuits with her wrist in a brace and left Qin a new pouch of names, lighter than the old one and written by women who had signed by choice. Luo reopened trade corridors under anti-fraud witness checkpoints and cut black market coercion rates by half in a month. Ning built a legal market board where any contract could be publicly challenged in 3 lines, and she sat on the bench herself with a knife and a stamp. Yin trained mixed squads in blade, law, and dirty survival tricks, then complained every day that civilization was too organized for her taste. Xuelan, now plain officer Xue by her own request, taught former White Spine recruits how to enforce without Neil scripts. Lingshu expanded red tag mirror verification across 3 provinces and became the terror of forgers everywhere. And Qin, when he could stand without swaying, opened every gate again. Not because the war was over. Because it never would be, not in one life. Because open systems rot if you stop maintaining them. Because rescue without exit is ownership with better manners. At sunset on the 40th day after Prime's ruling, Qin stood on the restored seawall with Su and watched dock lights bloom across dark water. He opened his palm. The ember seed from Meiyu glowed once, then settled. Still here, Su said. Still complicated, Qin answered. She leaned her shoulder into his. Good. Boring is for dead sect founders. Below them, a new gate plaque caught lantern light. Open hand covenant hall, entry by choice, exit by choice, witness. Always below the plaque, fresh chalk marks showed that someone had already added tomorrow's public hearing schedule and volunteer kitchen rotations. Qin read it and felt, not peace, never that, but a steady line through noise. The Tao continued. And so the path goes on, one choice at a time, one witness at a time. If this journey moved you, subscribe so you can walk the next road with us. Leave a like and comment your thoughts on Qin Ren's hardest choice in this arc. Share this story with a friend who loves cultivation epics, and we will meet again under the next bell.